Hi everyone, I welcome you all to the live session on web development by Intellipaat. This session is conducted by multiple experts who will be teaching you all about web development from basics to advanced level, along with hands-on demo and interview preparation. Before we begin the session, make sure to hit the subscribe button and also hit on the bell icon so that you will never miss an update from us. Technology plays a huge role in our daily lives, from the simplest of apps to the most groundbreaking inventions. Every website or a piece of software that we encounter has been built by a web developer. But what exactly a web development is, and what does a web developer do? We are going to see all that in our today's session. On saying that, let's see the agenda of the day. Firstly, we will begin with Introduction to Web Development. Post that, we will be learning about HTML, jQuery and CSS. After that, we will tell you what is JavaScript and why do we use it. Post that, we will be telling you how to become a web developer. Then lastly, we have covered web development interview questions and answers. So guys, this is the agenda of the video. Without any further delay, let's get started.
How to learn web development for free. Today in this session, we will be going through various topics that are related to web development that you should know before you start learning web development, or before you think about pursuing your career into web development. What is web development? So guys, web development is basically the practice of creating web applications. So anything and everything that you see on the internet was basically developed under the umbrella term web development, right? So if you visited facebook.com, if you visited Instagram, if you uh, have a chance to visit Intellipaat.com, all these websites are basically created by web developers. So today in this session, we're basically going to understand uh, the different type of careers that are there in web development, right? And how you can actually go about learning them. All right. So web development is basically the practice of creating websites, and these websites have a lot of things inside them, and that we are basically going to understand what are different kind of skills are required to create a website like Instagram or Facebook or even Intellipaat.com. Okay. So what are the different types of work in web development? Let's understand that. So there are basically 3 or 4 types of categories which are there in web development, guys. The first one is front end. So what you see on the browser, the design that you see on the browser, the text that you see on the browser, that's basically called the front end, right? So there's a separate person who designs the front end of the website and decides how the look and feel of the website is going to be, right? So that's the front end part of the website. Then you have something called as the back end part of the website. So back end part of the website basically has all the logics. For example, let's say on when you go to Instagram or when you go to Facebook, let's say you search for a friend of yours, right? So when you search for a friend of yours, that query actually runs in the backend, and only the results are given to you the front end. Now, how is the search happening in the backend? Probably, there's a programming language which has been written in the backend, which takes in the argument which you give in the search bar, then searches all your friends in the database, gets the result, sends it back to the front end, and then it is rendered on the browser. That's when you see that these are all the friends that you searched for. So that's basically the backend. So backend is basically yet another programming language which is written to have all the logics which are required by the front end to show the results. Okay. Then you also have something called as databases. So databases, again, you will have to learn separately because, like I said, backend is a programming language where you write all the logics. Now, this programming language will sometimes require databases, like for example, in the search example that I gave you, you require to know about or you require to communicate with database. But let's take some other example. Let's say you are doing some video processing, or when you're doing some image processing. So in that case, databases are not required, but computation is required. Let's say you want to convert an MP4 file into an AVI file. So for this, what you will need to do is you need to convert the uh, MP4 file into the AVI file, and for that, the logic has to be written in the backend. So what you have in the front end is just basically some buttons through which you can browse to your video, and then you finally click on upload. The moment you click on upload, what happens is a logic is fired in the backend through which your file now gets uploading, or it starts getting uploaded to a certain place, probably the server, right, the backend server. And once the file is uploaded over there, then the processing starts according to the logic that you have written in the backend. And once the logic is complete, the video is then ready. It basically is given a shareable link, and that shareable link is then forwarded to the front end, which is then given to you guys. So in this case, since video processing is all about logic, you do not require a database over here. But in some cases, you require to rely on data, and in that case your backend has to interact with databases. So knowledge of database is also very important. Then there is a specialized person who understands backend, who understands databases, and who understands front end as well, and that guy is called a full stack developer, right? So in web development, there is also a field where a person understands the whole stack of the website. That is, not only this person will be able to design front ends, not only this person would be able to design backends, but also this person would be able to work with databases. And that's what full stack is all about. Okay. Now, today in this session, our focus is basically to understand how full stack development basically is working, and also at the same time what are the kind of opportunities that you have in full stack. Okay, so obviously a person who is a full stack developer gets paid highly. Reason being, the skill set that he has acquired is actually very rare, because sometimes people make careers in front end only, or they make careers in back end only, or they make careers in database only. Probably some people might be just database administrators, some people might just be backend developers, some people might just be front-end developers. But when you combine all these skills, the resultant what you get is a full stack developer. And obviously, because of the skills that he knows now, his salary is way higher than that of a front-end or a back-end engineer. Having said that, let's first understand what is a front-end engineer, or what is the front-end technology basically that you need to understand. So in front-end, guys, you have mainly three technologies. You have HTML. So HTML is the base. HTML is the place where, so all the text that you see on the website, that is basically written in HTML, right? All the buttons that you see on the website, that is basically written on HTML. So HTML basically provides a structure to a web page. Now, once you have the structure, then you start adding colors, then you start styling your web page, and that is possible using CSS. CSS basically means cascading style sheets, and the main job of CSS is to basically provide style to your website, is to provide colors to your website. Alright, so if you want a certain font, if you want that font to be underlined, if you want that font to be italics, that is what CSS do, right? If you want a button to be of a certain color, if you want the button to be a certain size, that is possible using CSS. So a person who is a front-end developer, or who is probably wanting to become a full stack developer, he should understand how to write HTML files. He should understand how to write CSS files, in order to style your web page. Then the third thing that he should know is about JavaScript. Now, what is JavaScript? Now, you would sometimes see, let's take an example. If let's say I go to Intellipaat.com, okay, so this is a website. Now, on this website, if you hover on courses, you will see automatically this pop-up comes in, right? And this only comes when I hover on courses. So this is called a dynamic element on a front end page. Okay, so whenever you have to deal with dynamic elements, whenever there is a logic involved in the front end. For example, the logic over here is the moment I hover on courses, it should show the drop down, or let's say this pop-up comes up after a certain amount of seconds, or let's say this chat application came up after a certain amount of seconds. So whatever uh, dynamic things that you see in the front end are basically done using JavaScript. Now there are obviously some things, for example, let's say if I search, so if I'm searching anything, let's say if I search for full stack over here, and when I hit enter, at this point in time, JavaScript is not being used. At this point in time, my request was sent to the backend. My backend fetched all the results and then it sent it back to the front end. Here, JavaScript was not involved. But let's say, uh, like I said, if let's say I do anything which basically is dynamic in nature, for example, okay, for example, when I'm going to this login button, you can see that the color is being changed, right? It's changing to gray color. So this is again possible using JavaScript. So anything dynamic on the website which happens based on certain events, if you're trying to configure something like that, that is possible using JavaScript. So JavaScript is basically responsible for all the dynamic content that you see on the website, which basically responds to events. Okay, so this was the front end part of the website. Now let's understand, what the backend part is. Uh, okay, so before we understand what backend is, there is also something called as front end framework. Now, what happens is there are two ways that you can create any front end of a website. You can either write everything from scratch, or what the open source community has done is they have written some functions which they understand are the most used in any website when they are created, right? And a framework is nothing but a collection of these functions so that the job of a front-end developer becomes easy. For example, let's say we were talking about highlighting that button, right? Or let's say there is some other aspect of feature that you want to add in your front end. Now, if let's say you do not use any framework, in that case, let's say you have to write 200 or 300 lines of code in order to achieve a feature. But when you're using frameworks, because there are inbuilt functions, there are inbuilt features in this framework which are ready to use, instead of writing 300 lines, that same work can now be done in 50 to 60 lines, or let's say even 10 lines in some cases, right? So frameworks are already created features for a particular front end programming language. And these frameworks are for different languages. uh, for example, you have a JS framework, or let's say you use some other programming language, you would have a different framework for that as well. So in this session today, we will be focusing our attention on JS frameworks. So, so some of the most popular front-end frameworks are Angular. So Angular is the front-end framework which is used for front-end development. Then you have something called as React. Then you have something called as Vue as well. So these are some of the most popular front-end frameworks which are used in a website. Right now, all of them cannot be used together. Only one of them will be used in a website to achieve a job. Right? Angular and React are the most famous ones. But lately, what has happened is the focus has now shifted more onto React than Angular, because with React you also get features such as mobile development. For example, there is something called as React Native. So React Native basically helps you to create responsive mobile design templates. Okay, so not only the code that you're writing will run great on a computer like this screen that you just seen, but if you also visit that website on the mobile, uh, even there the responsive elements will work great, right? So if you were to do this in Angular, you would have to write separate code for mobile and then make it work. But with React Native as extension in React, what you can do is the same code can be used, what you wrote, using the React Native feature of React, and that same code can also be now implemented on mobile with a little tweaks, right? So because of this reason, because of less time being involved in getting a website ready for both mobile and PC, React has become more popular. And even when you search for a full stack developer, you will see that 70 to 80% of the job descriptions will basically have React as a skill set in the front end technologies. Okay, so React is something that has become very important, and I told you the reason because React also has components which are readily available for mobile development. For example, React Native. Okay, then again you have something called as Vue. Now Vue is again a JavaScript framework or a front-end framework, and it is very similar to what Angular is, and but it is not that popular. I mean, it's a good framework. I mean, it can get the same job done as Angular or React, but I mean, like I said, there are some more features in React, for example, mobile development. So the intent is same. The intent is to make the job easy to create front-end websites. But yet again, when you talk about jobs which are out there, React is the most popular framework among all the front-end jobs which are out there. Okay. So now that we understand this, let's also talk about the backend technologies. So in backend, like I told you, that backend is basically a place where you write all the logics, where if any communication is required with the database, that is done, and then the information is passed on to the front end. So that's what a backend, language is. So it's also called server-side language or server-side programming, and it basically deals with uh, anything and everything which is required in terms of running a logic, in terms of running a job, which probably you do not want to run on the client system. So when I say client system, what happens is, let's say we are dealing with this website, right? So this website has now been loaded on my system. It has been loaded on my browser, the code, and that's how I'm able to see it. But let's say if I search for something, and if that code I include in the front end section of the website, then I as a user, what I can do is I can just right click over here. I can go to view page source, and then I can see the code that you have written, right, in order to connect to the database. But for connecting to the database, you need credentials. For connecting to the database, you need a lot of things that you don't want to make public, and that is the reason that connection to databases are actually implemented in the backend. So whatever you write in the backend, you cannot see in the view page source. In the view page source, you can only see the front end part of the website. So let's say if I go to view page source, this is the whole code which is written for this website, and I can go through it. I can understand what the code is. I can see what they have done, etc. But when you talk about the backend code, that backend code is not listed over here, right? Similarly, one more thing that I wanted to point out was that the the processing part, you do not want to load your client's computer with logics. For example, if you have to do image or video processing, that processing you want to do it on your server so that your user's system, is not hampered with any performance issues. For example, if I as a user, if I go to Instagram and I suddenly realize the moment I go to Instagram, my system, my CPU level goes up, my CPU level is used more, or if I'm using a laptop, the battery is getting consumed more when I'm using Facebook.com. Obviously, I'll try not to use that website. Obviously, I will try not to, use an application which drains my battery. You would have also seen when you use your mobile phone, some applications take up a lot of battery, right? For example, when you play games on your mobile phone, it takes up a lot of battery. Why? Because in that case, when you're playing a game, the processing is happening on your device, right? Similarly, you do not want the processing to be happening on the client side because you want to give the user the best experience possible. So in that case, to differentiate between just showing the results on a user's computer and separating the processing part on some other computer, you have backend languages. Now in backend languages, some of the few languages that you can write in is PHP. Then you have something called as Python, then you have Ruby, then you have Node.js, then you have Java, right? And then there are a lot of other programming languages as well, where using which you can basically write a backend logic. Okay. Now the most famous among these is basically Node.js. Why is it the most famous? Let me give you a recap when we saw the different kind of front-end frameworks that are basically there. So all these frameworks, they are basically JavaScript frameworks, which basically means that anyone and everyone who wants to write dynamic code for the front end, they need to learn JavaScript, and only then they will be able to implement these frameworks. Now, given the fact that you have to learn JavaScript, let's now again come back to backend technologies. So in these technologies, you will notice that PHP is yet another programming language to learn about. Python is yet another programming language to learn about. Ruby is yet another programming language to know about. But Node.js is basically a backend framework which makes use of JavaScript again. So if you know how to write JavaScript for front end, it will be very easy for you to even learn Node.js, because in this case, you do not have to learn one more programming language. You just have to understand how this framework of Node.js basically works, and that's about it. If you learn that, you become a backend developer automatically. Now, because it's first of all very easy for developers to transition from front end to back end technologies because of the JS part being common, a lot of companies to save costs are using Node.js as a backend technology, because in that case, they don't have to train their employees extensively on a new technology. They can just tell their employees, let's learn about a new framework, and then they become automatically backend developers and they start developing for you. Now, obviously, it's not that easy the way I'm telling you, because when you start writing logics for the backend, you have to have high performance code, uh, which basically means it should be very efficient in doing whatever it is doing, right? It should not take much resources. It should take the minimum resources possible to get a job done. And when you have to write a code like this, obviously it requires a lot of experience from your side, right? But given the fact that whenever you are writing any backend code, it is very important to have the ease of learning factor into learning something. For example, if you guys are new to web development, obviously you would prefer to learn the whole stack with minimum effort possible. And for that minimum effort, you have the React.js framework, because if you understand the front end part completely, you understand JS completely, then it will be very easy for you to learn front end framework and the back end framework that we're discussing about, which is Node.js. Now, because of this particular fact that uh, ease of transitioning is there, companies have started using Node.js in the backend, but also the fact that Node.js is very light in nature, and also it is very powerful in nature as well. Because of that feature as well, companies have now started to use Node.js. Okay, now 90 or 80% of the job descriptions that you're going to find out there will have Node.js as a backend listed, right? So obviously there is a job market for Python as well, there's a job market for PHP as well, but most of the modern companies, most of the modern software that you work with, that you see, or that you use every day is basically based on Node.js.
Alright guys, now let's take a look at what is HTML. HTML is at the heart of what we're going to be discussing right now. So let's take a look at what it is and how it can be useful for us. So HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language and is used to build web pages. It is important to understand that HTML is not a programming language. It is a markup language. A markup language is essentially a language that provides us certain capabilities and allows us to mark particular sections of a document and give them meaning. So to give you an example, let's say that you have a text document and it contains a lot of content. Now you need to be able to mark it up in order to make it be understandable to the user and the browser, such as the first line is supposed to be a heading of level 1. It's going to be like the title of a blog article or title of a news article or title of the manual that you're trying to create. In whichever case, HTML provides you with capabilities that allows you to mark the content that you are trying to display, such as it being a heading, it being a paragraph, it being an unordered list, it being an ordered list, and so on and so forth. So it's a markup language and it is used to build web pages. Now these web pages are really important, mainly because these web pages form the basis of the entire internet. Our job with these web pages is to link them together and create a website, and all of that is done using HTML. So HTML is a markup language and not a scripting or a programming language. This is something that people get confused by quite often. Scripting languages are languages that allow you to write code that will be executed by some program. So for instance, if you write code in VB script, that will be interpreted and executed by Microsoft Word or any of the Microsoft products and will allow you to extend their capabilities, and you can basically use the language manual that is provided by Microsoft and use to do that. Similarly, JavaScript is executed by the browser. Nowadays, JavaScript has been taken out of context and not just browsers are able to execute it, but you can build web servers, mobile applications, native mobile applications, so on and so forth. So it's a really good way to learn these things. However, HTML doesn't do that, and it's not a programming language either. A programming language allows us to write programs that can be executed independently of any other program. So programming languages such as C++, Java, and others, we can write programs using those and they will then get executed without us having to use any other program to execute. On the other hand, HTML is a markup language. It's just documents with text that are marked up using HTML to describe the content more effectively. Now, HTML is used to define the structure of the content in a web page using well-defined constructs such as tags and attributes. To give you an example, in HTML, we can use tags and attributes to define H1, to define a link, an image, so on and so forth. Our job with using HTML is to basically add content to a web page and define tags and markup and use those to basically describe the content to the browser and structure the content. So to give you a better example, let's say that you have a blog post. In a blog post, you have several elements such as the title of the blog post, the content body of the blog post. Inside the content body, you have images, you have links to external resources, you have text, you have paragraph, you have code examples. All of these, if you can just mark it up using the HTML tags and attributes provided to you, and we'll see more of them as we go along. But if you take a look at those, then you can understand how you can use HTML to mark the content off. The benefit of that is that it becomes more structured. Web browsers are able to better display it. You can change the display of it as well, but the search engines or crawlers such as the Google search bot and many other search engine bots are able to better understand the content that you have created. So if there's a H1 tag, the web crawler will understand that this is the heading of the text or the content that's going to come after it. And then if it gets a paragraph, it understands, okay, this is a full-fledged set of information written inside one paragraph, which is standalone, and then you can go along. So that's how you can use HTML. HTML, just to recap, is a markup language. It's not a scripting or a programming language, and it is used to build web pages. And these web pages are used to contain content which are marked up using the tags and attributes provided by HTML. That's basically all HTML does. Right, now let's take a look at why would we want to use HTML. But before that, let's take a look at let's understand how the HTML works. So HTML code is interpreted by a browser, which then displays the content based on the HTML tag wrapped around it. So basically, whenever you're building an HTML page, you are building something that is going to be interpreted by a web browser.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does CSS stands for? A. Current style sheets. B. Current sheet style. C. Cascading style sheets. D. Cascading sheet style. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
The web browser will open the HTML page and will try and understand it. That's basically how a web crawler will understand it as well. It will interpret the content that you have written with the tags and attributes wrapped around the content and try to basically understand the outline of the document that you have created. That outline will then be displayed on the screen by the web browser. Now, if you have created a document, it's not necessarily the case that it will be displayed exactly the same way across all browsers. There might be minute differences with the font that is used to display it, with the font size and all of that, and we can change that later on using CSS. But the content that is being understood by the web browser is going to be the same across. So if you have an H1 tag, all the browsers will understand it as a first level heading, which is the most important heading of the document, and then H2, H3, and so on and so forth. This is how HTML works. Basic HTML is you write some code, save it as an HTML document, run it inside a browser, see the output of it. That's how HTML works in a nutshell. Alright guys, now let's take a look at creating HTML pages. We'll try and understand how you can create an HTML page and what an HTML page actually means. So an HTML page is a single file that contains HTML code which can be interpreted and displayed by a web browser. Basically, whenever you're trying to write code in any language, whether it's markup, scripting, or programming, there's a special extension with which you need to save the file, and then there's a special program that needs to interpret, compile, or understand the file. In our case, since we're writing HTML, a web browser is the program that needs to understand the code that we're writing, and for that, firstly, we need to write a single HTML page. That's the simplest you can get. So for that, all you need is a single page, a single file in which you write your HTML code and then open it up with a web browser. At the end of the day, whatever web browser displays, whether it's a really simple HTML document or a really complicated full stack application, at the end of the day, all of it is generated HTML code. So no matter how complicated technologies you're using, at the end of the day, you are generating HTML content. Now that content is then interpreted and displayed by the web browser. An HTML file can be created using any text editor or code editor, such as Notepad, Visual Studio Code, Sublime Text, Atom, Brackets, etc. There are several IDEs available as well, such as WebStorm, Eclipse, and Aptana Studio. However, you don't need a full-fledged IDE just for HTML. HTML is quite simple. You can simply write your HTML code in a text editor. You just need to make sure that you're not writing your code in a word processor. A word processor is a software such as Microsoft Word, Google Docs, Microsoft Word and open document formats and other things like that. Now this is mainly because these documents with saving some text also save some formatting information such as the color, the font size, font weight, the font that is used, so on and so forth. So we need to be able to understand how we're going to write the code, and then we need that code to be in the text format with a special extension and open it up with the web browser. Web browser looks at the code, understands it, and displays it on the screen. Now in a code editor, we need to create a new file, write some HTML code, and save it with a file name and a .html extension. There are other extensions such as .htm, in which we exclude the L at the end of HTML, and that works as well. However, it isn't as widespread or as popular to use as .html. .html is more consistent and it conforms to the uniform standards that had been created for HTML document writers or web developers. So it is highly recommended that you write your code in a file, save it as a .html extension. You can name it whatever you want. The naming doesn't really matter. As long if you are naming it index.html, that's basically the general format people use, but it's your choice. The reason why index.html is a popular name for a single HTML is because whenever you visit a web address that is being served by a web server, all that happens is that you are directed to a directory, and if no HTML file is specified, your browser will automatically look for an index.html page and display that. So in cases like that, we use index.html, but you can name it whatever you want. Just make sure that you remember the name and you are able to open it up in a web browser. And then we need to be able to understand that the significance of the extension. So many web browsers are now smart. They can just take a look at the content and understand what it is. But if it's not stored with a .html extension, your browser may think that it's just a text file and it will just display the code that you have written as plain text, instead of interpreting it and displaying it on the screen without the tags and the attributes and all the source code that you have written. So just make sure that you understand that. Make sure that you are writing the correct HTML code, and the code that you're writing needs to have the extension of .html. Then you can open it up in any browser you want. There are certain browsers that support some features but not support other features. However, most of the features, around 95% of the features that are available, are uniformly available across all the major or the latest versions of the browsers available. So if you're trying to target browsers such as the latest version of Chrome, latest version of Firefox, Safari, and the latest version of Microsoft Edge, which is the new browser that replaces Microsoft's Internet Explorer, then it's going to work across the entire array of browsers. However, most of the HTML content that we write is supported by all the web browsers, so you don't have to worry about that. Alright guys, now let's take a look at how to create a blank HTML page. Now for that, first thing you have to do is open up a new folder. Now I created it in my E drive. I've called it hands-on. You can call it anything you want. Now in it, I'm going to open up my code editor. Mine is Visual Studio Code. You can, for instance, open up any text editor that you want to use. Notepad would work just as well. Now, after it opens, let's close this up. So I will create a new file. For this, I have multiple shortcuts. I can press Ctrl N, or I can click on File, New File. After doing that, I will save the file. It will save in the same folder in which I had opened my code editor. And I'll call it index.html, and I'll save it. Now the first thing you have to note is that there is no code inside the file. Okay, it's just a blank file with the name of index and the extension of HTML. If I open up the file here, as you can see, this is what it looks like. If you were to open it up in a web browser, which you should do, as you can see, mine by default is index.html. My default is Chrome, so it will open up in Chrome. Yours might be different. That will be shown by your icon, and it says Chrome HTML document and 0 bytes, showing that there is nothing inside it. If I open it up, It will open up in a browser. It won't show any errors. It won't show anything. This is a valid HTML page. Couple of things to notice is that there is nothing written on the entire web page. It's completely blank. And if you take a look at the tab here, which usually is reserved for titles, there's nothing, just the file name, index.html. Now that may or may not be what you want. You don't want your page's name to mirror the name of the file that you are loading up. So in order to solve that, there's a way, and we'll discuss that in the next hands-on. But right now, I want you to know that there's nothing inside it, and it still opens up as well. If you look at the source code, as you can see, there's nothing here. So this is the file we have with no code inside it, and it still opens up. It's a valid HTML page. You can scroll, you can take a look at the page, you can open up the console, take a look at anywhere you want to, and you won't find any errors. This is a valid HTML page. Whenever you try to create an HTML page, then this is how you do it. You firstly create a file, save it with a .html extension, and then use it.
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Alright, now let's take a look at a basic HTML page. Here we'll take a look at what an HTML page looks like. What does a basic HTML page has the code of, and we'll try and understand the code as we go along. So to write an HTML page, firstly we need to understand the basic structure of an HTML page. The code below shows that basic structure. Now, it may look quite overwhelming. However, most of it is something that you have to write over and over, so you don't need to basically fiddle with it a lot. However, we would like you to understand all of it, so we'll try and go through each one of these code blocks one by one to try and understand what each of that means. The first thing that we have is this weird doc type HTML tag. This is basically a doc type declaration, which tells the browser that it is going to be an HTML5 page. However, this is not the only doc type available. If you're trying to use HTML 4.0 or any earlier version of the HTML specification, you can write that doc type. Many people choose to omit the doc type. That's not advisable. However, it's still doable. Even if you omit that doc type declaration, your code is not going to stop working. It will work as expected. This is only for accessibility purposes. So for instance, if somebody else comes along, takes a look at your code, the first line that they take a look at is this and understand, okay, the code I'm expecting to read is HTML5 compliant. So I can see a lot of new latest features here as well. Then we need to understand that there are several doc types. Now HTML5 is the latest version, so you will see the latest doc type being used is HTML5. However, it's not the only one. There are many other doc types available which you can use. Then we have this root HTML tag. The code we write needs to be between the opening and the closing HTML tag. We'll discuss tags and attributes in a bit more detail later on. The thing that you need to understand is that most of the tags in HTML have an opening and closing tag. With these tags, we're trying to create basically a hierarchy, nested structure. So we have the HTML tag, and everything going from top to bottom is going to be inside that HTML tag. And if you take a look at the last line, it is the closing tag with the angle brackets HTML written in it, but there's a forward slash between the angle bracket and each of the HTML. That's called a closing tag. Again, don't worry about the terminology. We'll gain better understanding of tags and attributes in a later video. What you need to understand right now is that there are tags, there are attributes, and we need to understand all of this. So we have the HTML tag, we have the language attribute set to EN, which stands for English. Now again, this is not strictly speaking required, but it is good to have this so that the accessibility features of HTML can be used. This tells the web browser and anyone who is visually impaired, if they're using a screen reader, it will tell them that this is a page that has the content written in it as English language. So it will be better for them to use. Then we go to the head tag. The head tag contains code that is not displayed on the screen. It is for the browser to interpret and understand, and for the web crawlers and search engines to understand. The code we write here is strictly speaking for the browser to understand. It may add some visual polish to your website on some platforms. However, that's not strictly speaking what it's used for. If you take a look at it, we have written the meta tag with the character set of UTF-8. That means that the encoding that is used is Unicode encoding of 8-bit. Again, if you don't know what Unicode encoding means, you don't have to worry about it right now, but you do need to understand that Unicode encoding is the most preferred way, so usually you'll end up writing code like this. Then comes the second tag, it's the viewport tag. We'll discuss more about it in our CSS lecture, but what you need to understand here is that the viewport tag basically tells the browser whatever I'm displaying, it is display it at the current zoom level of your browser and fit the content as needed. So don't create any scroll bars so that I need to scroll through the web page. If the content is too much, shrink it down. If the content is too little, then let it be so. Then we have the title tag. This title tag is what will be displayed on your browser's tab. So if I write HTML title and if I open this web page in a web browser, the thing that will be written on the browser tab for the title of the tab will be HTML title. Now there are more tags that you can write here inside the head tag, and all of that as we have shown thus far is not something that will be displayed on the screen. It will be something that the browser interprets and basically changes the appearance of your web page tab. Now the head tag in our example contains information about character set, viewport, title, and all of these things appear on the browser tab. The title appears on the browser tab, and all of this other text is something that is crawled by web crawlers such as the Google bots and other search engine bots. The real reason why this head tag is used is to basically provide better understanding of our web page to web crawlers and to write code that should in some way affect our page, but it's not something that should be displayed on the screen. Whatever is displayed on the screen is written inside the body tag. Now the body tag will contain the code that displays things on web pages. Anything that you see on web page, and when we say see, we mean content, not the style of it.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
So if you see something such as a H1 tag, a big bold heading, that's written inside the body tag. If you see a red colored heading, that's also written inside the body tag. However, the color red may be coming from something written in the head tag, so that's not really something you need to worry about right now. The body tag is used to contain all the code that should display things on your web page. This display is important because that is the thing that your user is going to interact with and see. Every button, every image, link, all of this is written inside the body tag. The separations are created so that we can better understand the code that we're writing. If it's something that the user should see, it should go inside the body tag. If it's something that the user cannot see, but it's something that the browser will need to understand, it's something that the web crawlers will need to understand, then head tag is the proper place for it. Now, when building an HTML page, we will write majority of our code inside the body tag. Majority of the code in the sense most of the content that is being displayed on the screen will be written inside HTML page and HTML body tag. So now let's take a look at our next topic. Alright guys, now let's take a look at how you can create a basic HTML page. To do that, firstly, as we had done earlier, you need to open up your text editor in a blank folder. It could be in any folder, but I like to do it in a separate folder because it allows me to better understand my code and not a lot of files are there to hog up your attention. Now, I'll save it as index.html. By the way, you can name it anything you want. I like index.html because it's the first file that the browser looks for in an empty folder. Once I've saved that, if I open it up in the text editor without in a web browser without any code written, as you can see, the title is showing index.html, which is the name of the file. And if you look at the page source, there's nothing in it. Now we'll write some basic HTML structure. Now this is the basic HTML code that you need to write in every HTML page for it to be compliant to the current standard. Now in Visual Studio Code you get a snippet, so I won't be typing it out, but I will describe it. So if you're using Visual Studio Code, just type the exclamation mark, press tab, and it'll open it up. Let me just change the title, basic HTML. There you go. So now let's take a look at each one of these tags and understand what that means. Also in a text editor, if you can see, I have these arrows that I can use to collapse my systems or collapse my code. I'll show you how that works in a later video. The first thing is the doc type. The doc type tells the browser what kind of HTML document it is. This doc type tells the browser that it's using HTML5, which is the current standard and is the one that is used by most of the people. It's easier to write than all the other doc types, and it's much better and more compliant to the standards. So use this. Then we have written HTML and language is equals to English. Now again, you don't have to write language equals to English. You can omit that. However, it's good for accessibility purposes. So that the browser knows that the language used inside this browser is English, and the people who are hearing impaired or visually impaired can use a screen reader or other accessibility tools, and this could be told to them via those tools. This is the head of the document. Now here's where it gets a little interesting. Inside the HTML page, as you can see, this is where I open it up. This is where I close it up. We'll discuss more about opening and closing tags in the next hands-on. Here, all I'm trying to tell you is that we can nest HTML tags inside one another. So I open a tag here, close a tag here, everything in between is inside this HTML tag. And everything inside an HTML tag is considered a child element of the HTML page. So the first child element that we are focusing on is the head. Head contains meta information and some information about the page. This is not displayed in the browser. So whatever information you put inside the head of the document, this is not going to be displayed on the web page. First thing we are describing is the character set that we're using. Now again, this is not necessary, but you can do so. Secondly, we are describing the HTTP / equivalent of XUA compatible and content is equals to IE equals H. This basically means that the code that we're going to be writing is compatible with Internet Explorer Edge. Edge is the new browser that Microsoft has released. Internet Explorer is the previous one. So if it's Edge, then it will be displayed correctly. Now, these two things are called meta tags. The third meta tag we are using is the viewport, that's the name, and the content that is supposed to go inside the name viewport is this. This is just for responsiveness of the web page, and we'll discuss that later when we're discussing CSS. Now, these three things are used by the web browser and Google search bots. Any search bot, search engine can take a look at these. Firstly, it takes a look at the head tag and try and get a good idea of what this page supports, what are the features that this page has. We are using UTF-8. We are using, it will work fine on Internet Explorer Edge, and the viewport is going to be this. Now again, this is not going to be displayed on the screen. The title is basic HTML page. This is what I will show you in just a few moments when we take a look at the output. Now we close the head tag because everything that we have done is now finished, and now we open up the body tag. Whatever we write here is going to be displayed on the screen, which I'll show you in a moment. Then we close the body tag, and then we close the HTML tag, so everything is done. Now, if I open up my web browser, as you can see, notice this one. I'm going to refresh my page, and this will change. This is the title of the web page. I refresh this, and now it's basic HTML page, as you can see. If I take a look at the code base, this is what the code looks like, and we have the basic HTML page here. This is what it looks like, and if I were to change this, then this title would change as well. Now, inside the body tag, if I were to write anything, let's say HTML body, I save this, I go back, and if I refresh this, now take a look at here, particularly at the beginning of the blank white document. This is being shown here. HTML body. Now, usually in HTML, you're not supposed to write text as it is. You need to wrap it inside some tags, and we'll discuss tags and attributes in a moment in the next hands-on. But what you need to understand is that HTML body contains the visible text and the content, and the head contains all the information that the web browser or the web browser or the search engines need in order to index a page. Now, we have written the code. This is the basic HTML code that you're going to have to write every time you're trying to build or write an HTML document. Everything you need to write will be written inside the body tag. Alright guys, now let's take a look at tags and attributes. Tags and attributes are the fundamental building blocks of any HTML code. They are what is used at the most basic level to create an HTML file. Let's take a look at them one by one. Now, tags and attributes are, as discussed, are the most fundamental building blocks of an HTML page. Now, we have HTML tags and we have HTML attributes, and we'll discuss what each of these mean as we go along. For the tag part, we are looking at in the code section below, we are looking at an A tag with an href attribute set to /block, and the text inside the tag says click here to navigate to my blocks. Now, everything we do in HTML is done using tags and attributes, as these are the things that a browser understands and uses to display content on the web page. Tags, as discussed before, are what are used to wrap the content and make the browser understand how to display them and the behavior that it should attach to. So there are several HTML tags available, all of them having different meanings, all of them having different use cases, and you can take a look at those at the Mozilla documentation or MDN. An HTML tag is wrapped inside an opening and a closing angle bracket. Now, if you take a look at the image below, we have highlighted the opening and closing angle brackets. Inside the first opening and closing angle bracket, we have an A tag with the attribute of href set to /blog. At the end, we also have an A tag, however, it is closed. In the closing A tag, we are using a / to close the tag. This is done in order to understand how the HTML tags work. In HTML, we need to create an open and close tag. Now, many times when you don't close a tag, your browser will not throw an error. It will simply just keep on going. And many times it would work fine as well. However, it is considered a bad practice because many of the tags, if not closed, could lead to some unexpected behavior, and it could be really difficult to understand which tags to close to solve which problem. So in order to do that, you need to use an A tag. In here, we are using an opening tag of A tag, and then we're closing it with all the text inside it being its child element. Now, an HTML tag can contain another HTML element, which in turn contains the content which we display on the screen. So for instance, we have an opening tag, we have a closing tag, and we have a text, the link text. This text is going to display what we want to do in order to work for it. So for this, we use the opening and closing tags. Now, HTML tags need to be opened and they need to be closed to be interpreted correctly by a web browser. Again, if you are not closing your HTML tags, that could lead to a big problem. That problem mainly persists because of the understanding, because browsers will take a look at an opening tag and will be expecting a closing tag. If it does not found a closing tag, then all the elements that come below it will be considered a part of the current tag. So if I have another tag inside it and then I have another tag inside it, all of these would be considered its child elements. That may not lead to a desired behavior. Between the opening and closing tag, we can add HTML elements or nest other tags as well. So basically what we can do is we can add other elements inside a tag, or we can basically just add elements on the same level, or we can add them one inside the other. This is called nesting. So we can do either thing. That depends on the use case that we're using. Now, on the other hand, attributes are used to describe the characteristics of an HTML element in detail. Here we have an href tag. It is pointing to a link to the current website's URL. If it's www.blog.com, then the address is going to be www.blog.com/blog. In our example here, we have written a link tag with the href attribute set to /blog. Had we not written the href attribute, the link would not be pointing to any other page, and whenever we click on the link, it won't take us anywhere. However, since we have filled the href tag, then by the way, we can fill it with any other web address as well. If you want this link to navigate us to google.com, you could just to replace /blog with http://www.google.com, and it will take us to that website. Now, many different HTML tags have different attributes, so you just need to understand which tags to use when and which attributes are associated with it. Attributes always are specified in the starting tag and never in the ending tag. So if you have attributes that you need to specify, you do it after the starting tag, not inside the tag and not around the ending tag. This is really important to understand, mainly because ending tags are only just used to end the HTML element, and starting tags are used to configure it, specify text inside, and all of that. Now, attributes usually appear in name value pairs, in which the name of the attribute is, in our example, href, then an equals symbol, and then the value is usually quoted inside a double quotes. It's not really something that is always needed, but most of the times they appear like this. Different HTML elements may have different HTML attributes which you can use in order to manipulate their behavior. For instance, if you have a heading tag, it does not have an href attribute, mainly because it doesn't make sense for a heading to have a link to some place. If you want the heading to become the link, then you need to nest it inside the a tag that contains the href attribute. Similarly, if you have an image tag, you can specify the source of the image, that is, if it's an external website from which you're getting the image, or if it's a local file in which the image is stored, you can choose whichever one you prefer. However, inside a p tag, source is not an attribute. So you just need to understand which to use when, and there are several documentations that can help you understand which attributes are available for you to use when. Alright, now let's take a look at tags and attributes. So for that, again, we have the same index.html page. I will change the title here just so that it's a little more apparent what we're trying to do. Tag and attributes.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now, let me just show you what a tag might look like. Now, as we have discussed, all the tags would have an opening tag, or at least most of the tags should have an opening tag like this, and we can write most important headlines. Save this, and don't worry if you don't understand what each one means. We'll discuss all of that in a later slide. Right now, all we're trying to do is get you familiarized with the code. So now, as you can see, it's shown here in a bold and high font size. Now, let's take a look at an attribute that might suit here. I'll use the title attribute, and I'll show you what that means. Save this, go back. As you can see, if I hover over this, nothing happens thus far. If I refresh this and then hover over it, as you can see, it's showing some additional contextual information. This is also useful from an accessibility standpoint. So you can have attributes that may not affect the appearance of a page, but help in the background in the accessibility department as well. Now, another thing to understand is that even though we are stretching on the point that you have to close a statement or close an HTML tag, if I were to not do that, save it, go back and refresh, as you can see, you don't get any error. In fact, it's displaying things exactly the same. As you can take a look at the code, we have not closed the page. It works fine. It doesn't cause any error. It doesn't cause any major issues that you might have to face. The issue here is that if you don't close your HTML page and you end up writing some more code, let's say I write page 3, save this, go back, and I refresh this. The code is here, it doesn't matter, but sooner or later it's going to cause some sort of an error. So, and if you have a lot of unclosed tags, you might not be able to understand where did I close the tag, where did I open it up, where is the issue lying. So this could be problematic. So we recommend always closing the tag, although it may not give you any error. So if you are taking a look at this code, you need to understand that we have always closed the tag. Now, I'm using Visual Studio Code. So if I want to create another tag, all I have to write h1 and press the tab key, and it will create an opening tag and a closing tag and place my cursor in between them where I can fill out the content that I want inside the tag. You might see me reaching for this feature of Visual Studio Code in order to speed up my code writing process. Although you can write it on your own, it's not really a required feature. But the important thing to understand is that you should always close the tag in order to avoid randomness and errors in your page. Alright, now let's take a look at HTML headings. Headings are obviously an important and integral aspect of any HTML document or any document that contains content that needs to be understood by a user. Headings allow us to separate the different sections of our document. Now, in HTML, we use heading or the heading tags to tell the browser that the text inside a tag is to be displayed as a heading. As you can see in the example that we have shown below, we have tags ranging from h1 to h6. All of them point to their output. So if we were to use this code and use it inside the body tags of the HTML template that we have just seen, and then open it up, we'll see the output to be this. Now the output is essentially just the text that is wrapped inside the tag with different sizes. H1 or the first level heading has the biggest size, and H6 has the smallest size. Now in HTML there are 6 tags that define headings. There are H1, H2, H3, H4, H5 and H6. It is important to note that there is no tag above H1, so H0 is not there, and any tag below H6, which is H7, H8 and so on and so forth, is also not available. H1 defines the most important heading, such that the title of the blog or headline of a new report. So whenever you visit a news website or a blogging site and you open up a news article or a blog, the title that is written at the top is usually a heading. It may be nested into different HTML tags, but at the end of the day, H1 is what is used. H1 defines the most important heading, and that means that this is the heading that the user should focus on. Whenever a user tries to open up a website, the first thing that they take a look at is the text that is having the largest and displays and stands out from the rest of the tags, which has a smaller font size. It is important to note that these heading tags are not just used for getting a bigger sized text, mainly because all of these headings could be brought to have the same size using CSS. So the text that is being displayed, the size at which it is being displayed, could be changed using CSS. So that's not the point of using a H1 tag. The point of using an H1 tag is to essentially classify some text as being important or being or containing text that is the title of the content that is about to follow. So that's why we use the heading tags. Now, as H1 describes the heading tag with the highest importance, similarly, H6 defines the heading tag with the least important. Now, the importance here basically means that when a user visits, their focus should immediately go to which element in which order. If we have used all the 6 heading tags, H1 is something that the user should focus on, especially the text inside the H1. This is why it is given by default the largest of font size in all of the headings. This could be changed, but that is the intent that we are going for, that it is the most important heading. Now, again, H6 is something that is to be used as the least important. Now, the least important could be a postscript or a note to a user. Many things such as a footer to a document, such as, okay, this is something that you need to keep in mind when you're trying to learn this, and all of that is something that you can wrap inside an H6 tag if it suits your purposes. Now, headings are very important as search engines use headings to better understand the content of your web page. To give you an example, if you have used headings incorrectly in your page, it might not rank that well in the search engine queries that are used in your web page. So you need to be cognizant, you need to be able to understand what you're trying to do, what level of importance do you want to assign to some text or some heading text, depends on what heading tag have you used with it. Users also make use of headings to skim through your content. To give you an example, if you are going through an HTML page, the first thing that you want to see to understand what the page contains is the H1 tag. Then all the subheadings are usually of H2 or H3, depending on how important they are. Usually H3s are nested inside H2 tags, but that's not really necessarily the case. And then as you go down, things as they become less and less important, we keep going down and we keep getting smaller and smaller heading tags. So we need to be able to understand how this works, what's important, what's not important, and based on this importance that we assign to each of these, we understand what it actually means. Now, it is based on the importance that we assign the heading tags to a particular text. Make sure that when you're using HTML headings, only for the headings and not for displaying some text as big and bold. This is not to say that displaying some text with some different features is not important. It's just not the use case for a heading. If you want to display your text as being bold or having a larger font size, there are several methods. The most easy and smart way of understanding it would be using CSS. CSS is something that we will be covering later on in this course, but you need to understand that these tags, these heading and big bold tags are really important for us to use. Alright guys, now let's take a look at HTML headings. To do that, firstly, we will go through the same steps that we had earlier. I have an index.html page. I have it opened up in my text editor. I'll just change the title. HTML headings. I will save it. Open up my web browser in which I have opened my index.html file, which I'm editing. Refresh it. And now as you can see that the HTML headings is being displayed. Next thing I have to do is understand how the headings work. Now this isn't very difficult. First thing, I'll show you what are the different kinds of headings. So I'll just write heading 1 and let me just copy this, and H2, heading 2, H3, and again this is just Visual Studio Code, but you can write it on your own. Heading 3, heading 4, then you go for H5, heading 5, and finally H6 would lead to heading 6. Now if I save this, I go back to my browser, refresh it to take a look at the output, and the output, as you can see, is 6 headings. All of them get progressively smaller in size, and this is what headings allow us to do. They allow us to write code that specifies some important information, some title, some important information, and these different headings ranging from 1 to 6 are there so that we can understand what actually we need to do. So heading 1 would be the most important heading. This could be the title of your web page written here. It could be the title of the news article, title of the blog post. It could be the description of what you're trying to do inside basically a few word description, what you're trying to explain inside the text below it. Then comes heading 2, which comes after heading 1. So whenever you're writing a document, you need to create an outline. An outline describes what you're trying to describe, and then you write what you're trying to describe in small paragraphs, which we'll take a look at in a moment, but this is what it looks like. So these are the headings. Now let me just show you how you can use them. You can nest them, you can use them whatever you want, but let me just show you. Let's say that you have a heading that says important IMPO, important news. Now the important news will be HTML course list. Save this, go back, refresh. Now as you can see, this is at the highest level of importance. Whenever a person visits your website, they'll take a look at this first, then they'll immediately scroll down and see, okay, so the important news was HTML course is released. That is the intent of using headings this way. We want to create a hierarchical structure. in which we can describe what is most important, where should the user look first, so on and so forth. Alright guys, now let's take a look at HTML paragraphs. Paragraphs are important for us to understand. Paragraphs help us realize what kind of content we have, and within paragraphs we can feed in a lot of text content. That text content will be displayed as a paragraph, which will make the user understand that this is a single text block which contains some connected piece of information. So in HTML, a paragraph is displayed as a block of text that always starts on a new line. Even if you have HTML code that is all written on one line, if you have two paragraph tags right next to each other, they will always start on a new line. They won't be continuing from the previous line where it broke off. In the example that we have shown, we have two blocks of text. First one says, hi, this is a new paragraph. The second one says, hi, this is another paragraph. Even if they were both written in the same line and then saved and then opened up in a text, opened up in a web browser, the display would be the same, the output would be the same. As you can see that the first paragraph or this first element of p tag that is said, hi, this is a new paragraph, is being displayed at the top, and right next to it we are displaying, hi, this is another paragraph. Both of them work exactly the same way. Now we create a paragraph using p tag and text inside the opening and closing p tag that is displayed as a paragraph. As we have already seen, the way tags work is usually you open a tag, write some code, close the tag. Everything inside that open and closing tag is considered the body of the tag or the content of the tag. In paragraph tags, we use the p tag. In the p tag, we open a angle bracket, write p, close the angle bracket, that's the opening tag. Then we write the code that is needed to be encapsulated in a paragraph, and then we create an opening angle bracket, a / p, then a closing angle bracket. That displays a closing p tag. After creating an opening and closing p tag, we write everything that we need to write in between those two opening and closing tag to be contained inside a paragraph. Although we have written text, we can also write things inside it such as a link, a heading, and so on. However, usually text and link are only things that are displayed in an HTML paragraph. You are not usually in the practice of nesting headings inside a paragraph, although that is something that people have done, but it's not recommended and it can create a bad impact on your search engine optimization of your website or your web application. Now, when using HTML paragraphs, we cannot change how the browser will display the content on by adding extra spaces or extra line in the HTML code. This is because when we are using HTML code, even if we were to add formatting information inside our text, such as adding new lines, adding extra spaces, whatever, since a paragraph cannot contain these kinds of things, they will be automatically removed. So in the example that we are being shown on the left hand side, what we are displaying is a p tag that has the text, hi, this is a new paragraph. Each word is separated by a single space, and then there are two paragraphs with no new line elements inside it. Everything is on the single line. So we see, hi, this is a new paragraph in one line with each word being separated with one space, and hi, this is another paragraph on a new line since it's a different paragraph and each word being separated with a single space. Now if you move on to the next example, which is on the right hand side, the first paragraph is exactly the same, so it's being displayed exactly the same. However, in the second paragraph we have hi, this, which are the two words with a single space. After that we have inserted 5 or 6 spaces, and then after that is the word is another. After that we have pressed the enter button twice, which is we have added 2 new lines, and then we have written paragraph and closed the tag. However, the output of this is going to be exactly the same. Now this may or may not be something that you are looking forward to. If you are trying to write some code that should be displayed exactly as a paragraph, then this is the behavior that you're looking for. However, if you wish to keep that formatting information that you have inserted and display it exactly as you have formatted it inside the code, then p tag is not for you. Now, the browser removes any extra spaces and lines that it finds in the text, which is contained in almost any HTML tag. In paragraph tags, this is done usually to make it look more like a paragraph. But this is also something that is done in almost any other HTML tag that is used to contain some text. The one tag that is something that you can use is the pre tag. So now we have the same code written inside p tags and pre tags on the right hand side of the code block, and you see that the text that is nested inside the pre tag is being displayed with all the spaces and new lines that we have entered. And as you can see, it is being displayed exactly as we would want it to be. So that's the difference between a p tag and a pre tag. If you want to display text as a paragraph regardless of the formatting that is present inside the text, then use the p tag. If you want to keep the formatting, then use the pre tag. Alright guys, now let's take a look at HTML paragraphs. We'll try and understand how paragraphs work, and we'll try and understand the differences between paragraphs and p tags in code. So we have the same setup that we have had for the entire thing. It has index.html written, so the title is not there right now. I'll just change the title to HTML paragraphs so that we understand what we're trying to accomplish. Now let me just show you a paragraph. This is a paragraph. Now this is a paragraph. Now if I go back and if I refresh this, you can see that this is a paragraph. The important bit here is that even if I were to copy this and put it in the same line, this is another paragraph. Now we expect everything to show up in the same line. In case we're not understanding what paragraphs are, we'll think, well, we've written it on the same line, so it should appear on the same line basically. The output should be this is a paragraph followed immediately by a space, and then followed by this is another paragraph. However, that would not be the case. If I go back and if I refresh, this is what it looks like. And if I select this, this is what it looks like here. So we have two paragraphs, all of them broken up into their own lines. That's the default behavior of a paragraph. Each paragraph has to occupy a new line. So it starts from a new line, ends on the line where the content ends. Now, another thing to understand is that paragraphs don't allow for formatting text. So if I have this, now this is another paragraph. I want 5 spaces in between this, between is and another. So I already have 1 space. I'll add 4 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I want the paragraph word on a new line. So I press this. Now if I say this again, normally we would expect this to be reflected on the code, but it's not. And now if I take a look at the source code being loaded is the one that we're using. However, the paragraph is being shown exactly the way it was before, which is a space between all the consecutive words, and no new lines are added. Now this is because paragraphs don't allow for that. If you want paragraph, and basically no other HTML tag allows for that except for the pre tag. Pre tag allows you to basically format the text however you want, and it will be displayed as such. So this one keeps the 5 spaces. Let me show you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we have a new line. As you can see, this tab here is being displayed because of this. So pre is highly sensitive to all the spaces, tabs, and everything available for us to use. So if you want to have some formatted text, essentially if you want to display some code, then pre tags can be useful. You can nest a code tag inside it and you can write your code there. And a p tag is not really useful because it's used for creating a paragraph, and that paragraph is only used to display text with single spaces between all the consecutive words, and no new lines are allowed. Alright, now let's take a look at HTML links. Let's understand how links work and how you can make use of them in your HTML code base. So links are the most fundamental aspects of a web page on the internet today. They allow us to link our web pages to other web pages. Suppose you have 2 web pages, web page A and web page B, and you want to create a link. A link will basically be some text on which when you click, you get directed to a new page, or page B if you will. So this is what a link is, and because of this linking or interlinking of documents, HTML pages, web is what it is today. It's a collection of interlinked documents using which we can link one document right next to another document. Now HTML links are called hyperlinks, as a user can click on the link and jump to another document. If you take a look at the output below, we have a news site that has a link that says click here to read the latest updates. When you click on it, you get directed to a new page that says latest updates. So that's how HTML links are supposed to be used. You have some text, you want it to be clickable, and when the user clicks on it, the user gets redirected to a new page. You use links for that. Now a link is created using an A tag. The A tag needs to have an href attribute in it that contains the URL of the destination resource. So to give you an example, if we have an A tag with the href attribute set to www.news.com/headlines, as we have down below, then when the person clicks on the link, click here to read latest updates news, it will be redirected to this website that is mentioned inside the href attribute. The href attribute is used to create a link between two pages. Now, these URLs can either be absolute or relative. An absolute URL is the full web address. If you're trying to link to an external URL that is not the URL of your own domain, if for instance your website is accessible on the domain name www.mywebsite.com and you want to navigate the user when they click on a link to www.somewebsite.com, that's not the domain that you're on, then you have to use absolute URL. On the other hand, you can use a relative URL to link to a resource within the same website. To do that, all you have to do is omit everything ranging from https:// to the ending of your website, domain of your website, which is www.mywebsite.com. Omit everything, then add a slash indicating that this is a relative link, and then type the URL that you want the user to be accessible to. So below here we have /headlines.html. Now if you want to link to create this to an absolute link, you would have to change the value of /headlines.html to https:// www.mywebsite.com/headlines.html. As you can see that this could get quite cumbersome to write. So we recommend that you don't write it entirely, just remove the first few, the domain name of your website from the link, and just keep the resource to which you want to gain access to. And that's about it. Alright guys, now let's take a look at HTML links. Links are quite fundamental to the way the web works. So first thing we have to do is, I have an index.html page, the same setup. I have opened it up in my web browser. Now to link something, I need to create another file. I'll call it about.html. I'll save it, create here, and about us. H1 we are. Now this is what the text is going to be like. Here I want to create a link so that when I click on that link, I get redirected to the page about.html. All I would have to do is use the A tag. The href attribute demands a link. Now the name of the file that I'm using is about.html. Here we go, and I'll call it about. If I save this, go back, refresh, this is what it looks like. Click on it, and here we are. Now this works fine. However, if I want to link to some external website, let me just do that. Here I can just type http://www.google.co.in, and here all I have to write is go to Google. Save this, go back, refresh, click on go to Google, and I'll be redirected back to google.co.in. Now one thing to note here is that since I have this file in the same folder, I can just type the name of the file and my web browser will correctly open that file. However, if I had it in another file, let's say info, I copy the about inside it. Now if I go back, if I refresh this, click on about us, we're going to get your file couldn't be accessed. This is something that you would get as a 404 error inside a web server. To fix this, I have to again type the correct path. The correct path is info/. So now it's going to work exactly the way I expect it to work. I'll just refresh it, go to about us, and we have that file. So this is called an absolute link, in which I'm by typing the entire link of the HTTP URL, and here it's the relative link. From my current location, how can I go to this web page? That's what the entire HTML links are all about. Alright guys, now let's take a look at HTML images. Images are an important concept to understand when you're trying to learn HTML. In this section, we'll understand how you can use image tags and how you can add images to your HTML documents. So in an HTML document, images can help improve the design of the web page or add more context to the textual information that is being displayed on the screen. To give you an example, if you're trying to explain some sort of a process, then writing an entire article about it could be useful, but it would be much better to have an image that pictorially represents the entire process. That way, you can convey the idea that you're trying to convey in a much better way. This information can be provided in the form of an image, but also images can contain not just processes but also different kinds of information. They can be really helpful when designing a web page as well. So we use the image tag to add an image to a web page using HTML. The image tag, the name starts from img. The source attribute is set to the URL of an image. If it's in the same directory where the HTML document is, then you simply have to write the name of the image, as we have done in our example. The alt tag describes what the description of the image is. This is used when the HTML fails to load the images. Maybe the browser that the user is using is not compatible with the image, or the internet connection is quite shaky, so it was not able to load the image. So this text would be displayed. Also, this text is important when someone with a reading disability or viewing disability, someone with a impaired eyesight is using a screen reader. The screen reader will read out the alt text in an image so that the person who can't see the image is able to understand the context of it. And width and height. Let's take a look at these one by one. So the first attribute that is inside the image tag that we have used is the src attribute. It is to be noted that these attributes don't need to be in this specific order. You can mix and match. Just make sure that you have set the correct attributes to the correct values.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Other than that, alt attribute can come before all the other attributes, and width and height attribute can come before all the other attributes as well. Now inside the tag, the source attribute contains the URL to the image being displayed. Now here we have the image in the same folder where we have the HTML file stored. So it's not that big of a deal. However, if you have HTML tag that stores an image, but the image that we want to display is on.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does CSS stands for? A. Current style sheets. B. Current sheet style. C. Cascading style sheets. D. Cascading sheet style. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Some other website, some other domain, then we have to write the entire URL starting from the protocol, which is https:// and the entire URL, whatever the URL may be. Again, this falls into the same category of relative and absolute URLs. It's definitely your choice. You can choose to do whatever one you wish to do, but it is to be understood that there is a difference between using an relative URL on your own website and using an absolute URL to the external website in which you have to type the entire address. Now, images should also contain an alt tag. Now, this is not required. It doesn't necessarily make your images better to see or anything, but they are there as a short description of what the image is about. So for instance, in this we have written a sample stock image. You can write any other thing in the alt tag as well. You can describe the image in the alt tag as well. For instance, here we have a house by a lake. We can write that, or any other alt tag. think of it this way: if you were not able to see the image, but you wanted someone to describe the image to you, what would you say? So, or what would that person describing the image say? That's the kind of text that should be displayed inside the alt tags. Then there's width and height. Again, if you leave them off, then they will assume the width and height of the original image. But the alt tag really doesn't affect how the image is being displayed, but it is for a visually impaired person who's trying to use screen readers. It is important to understand that when you're building anything for the web, you are building it for a vast array of users, and these users may or may not have certain disabilities or difficulties to access your website. So these accessibility checkpoints are important for you to understand. Images can also contain width and height attribute. We can define the height and width of an image. If they are not used, then the original size of the image is displayed. Now, again, it is to be noted that the original size of the image may be not of the dimensions that we want to use. In cases like this, we have to use the not the original size of the image, but the normal size of the image. So you can, for instance, nowadays we have the option of specifying images of different sizes to be loaded on different screen sizes. However, in most cases, we can just specify the width and the height. So for instance, if I have an image of 150 pixels by 150 pixels, but in my design, it should be displayed as 100 pixel by 100 pixel, all I can do is I can create the height and width attribute and set them equal to 100 pixels and 100 pixels. Pixel is not the only unit in which height and width can be measured. You can use other units such as ems, rems, and percentages. However, pixels are usually preferred because they don't make your images scale and shrink based on the scaling and shrinking of the viewport. So this is to be understood in the context of that. Now, once we have learned the height and width, finally, image tags are self-closing tags, which means we can end the tag with a / and an angle bracket to indicate that its end is here, and as it does not contain any child elements. Image tags are unable to contain any child elements. You can't write a text inside an image tag. You can't create another paragraph tag and nest it inside an image tag. Because of cases like this, what we end up doing is we close it immediately as we are opening it. So it's a self-closing tag. It closes itself. There are several self-closing tags available, but self-closing tags are only used where we do not want to add more content inside a tag, or we cannot add more content inside a tag. Inside an image, all we can do is display an image, which is what the source attribute is for. Other than that, we can't do much. So that's the extent to which it is used. Alright guys, so now we'll take a look at HTML images. Images are again a fundamental part of any HTML page. We learn how to have an image embedded in your HTML code. Now to do that, the first thing we have to do is we have to again open up our code editor and our file. This is what the file looks like. We have our code editor here. I'll just edit the title first, HTML images. Next, I'm going to show you how you can create an image. So again, I'm going to use the shortcut here. Now the source is going to be this. I have copied it beforehand, so I can just paste it, but you can have any source here. If it's a local image, then you can just type the name of the image or the file path, and here it works. And now the alt text is going to be logo. Now you can write a more descriptive alt text, but this works. And then I'm going to close it. Now if I open it up and I refresh the text, this is what it looks like. Now I have the image here, and if I hover over it, as you can see, nothing happens. But if I open it up, this is what it looks like. Again, another thing you can do is if I were to misspell it, let's say logo M, go back, refresh it, and if I refresh this again, I'll try and load it. It doesn't load, but it shows the alt text. That's the advantage of using an alt text. And I can pass in height and width. Let me just first change the text. The height is going to be, let's say, 150 pixels, and the width is going to be 150 pixels as well. After doing that, I'm saving it, refreshing it, and as you can see, the dimensions are changed. So you can do it in this way. If you have a local file, you can embed, you can change the source attribute. I have closed the tag. However, even if I don't close it, it will work. But since image tags don't have any text content or any other text nested inside them, we can basically just close it as we open it. So that's how it works. Now let's take a look at HTML lists. We'll try and understand what are the different kinds of lists that are available for us to create, how you can create one of those different kinds of lists, and what kind of code you would have to write in order to do that. The first thing to understand is that HTML lists allow us to group together related items in a list. To give you an example, let's say that you are trying to create some sort of system in which you keep information about the places that you have visited so far. So you can store it in any way you want, but the most easy way of doing it would be a list. Now, lists can be of multiple types. There are types of lists in which you have to keep an order to them, which is basically first this thing happened, then this thing happened, then this thing happened, or any order that you want. On the other hand, the lists that we have just described, in which we have decided what kind of what are the places that you have visited thus far, it could be an unordered list. An unordered list is basically a list in which there is no order. You just want those items right next to each other, but they could be in any order and it would not make a difference. So HTML lists allow us to group together related items in a list. Related items could be of your choice, but it's just that the list needs to make sense. You can't add one item after one item randomly. Now, in HTML, there are three kinds of lists: ordered lists, unordered lists, and description lists. Let's take a look at all these three kinds of lists one by one. The first one is ordered list. Now, an ordered list is a list in which order matters. Think of it as a list that contains the ranks of students, steps in a recipe, etc. Now, that's not necessarily the case that it's required to have an order. If you don't have an order, then maybe ordered lists is not the kind of list that you should be using. However, if you want to use an ordered list, then it should have some sort of an order. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to have that. So for instance, if you want to create a list of items that you prefer in the order you prefer them, then you can have a list, ordered list. Now we create an ordered list using the OL tag. OL is short for ordered list. Inside the tag, we nest list item. Each list item is nested inside an li tag. So we open an OL tag, we open an li tag, write the list item, close the li tag. This way we write all the list items. After that, we close the ordered list. If you want to create multiple lists, just make sure that you have two separate opening and closing OL tags that are not nested inside each other. And in each one of those lists, you can add your own list item. And that way it will work just fine. Now by default, ordered lists are numbered from 1. However, this numbering and this strategy could be changed. To give you an example, if you want your lists to be ordered in using alphabets, so instead of the list going from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you want it to go A, B, C, D. Whether it's capitalized or not is a different matter. HTML supports both kinds of ordered lists. However, to change that, you need to change the type attribute. Now, there's another thing. You can change the starting position of your list. So, for instance, if you have a list that starts that you want it to start from 10, then you can just get the start attribute to equal 10. Here, 10 refers to, in our example below, the 10 refers to the 10th alphabet. So if we go from A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. J is the 10th attribute, 10th alphabet in the English alphabets out of the 26 English alphabets. So it will start from J and step down one at a time. So when we added coffee, it would have J as the order, then tea would have K, and then milk would have L. There are different types of ordered lists that are available. The first one was numeric. You can have Roman numerals. You can have capitalized or small alphabets of English letters. And you can take a look at the documentation to understand more about the kinds of orders that are available in an ordered list. Alright guys, now let's take a look at ordered lists. So we have the same setup that we have had thus far. We have a blank HTML page. all I've done is I've changed the title to ordered lists. Now, to have an ordered list, firstly you have to use the OL tag to describe that this is where I'll be nesting my ordered list. Then you have list items. Inside each list item, you have some text that describes the or list item that you want. So, for instance, let me just say to do 1. I'm going to be very generic here, and I have 3 to do items. So I'll get 2, I'll get 3, and I will now go back to my code, refresh this, and get this. Now, as you can see that this is started from 1, 2, and 3, and I have a to do of 1, to do of 2, to do of 3. Now this may not be what I want, so I can change it using the attributes. I can change the type here. Now, as you can see, Visual Studio Code is very helpful and it's showing me all the possible outputs that I can use. By default, we have the numeric listing that we did. You could have an alphabetical one. You can have capitalized alphabets and small letters as well. Now this is done, but you can also have a new Roman numeral. So if I want the Roman numerals, this is where it goes. Now another thing I can do is I can change the starting of where the application or the ordered list starts counting from. So let's say I want it to start counting from 5. So this will become 5, this will become 6, and this will become 7. After saving this, if I refresh it, you can see 5, 6, and 7 written here. That means that the list started counting from 5, 6, and 7. This is useful when you are trying to show a list that you have gotten from a backend database, and there is a specific order in which these lists need to be shown. So that's all you need to know in order to understand ordered lists. Ordered lists work with the OL tag. List items are defined with the LI tag. The type attribute tells us how the numbering should be done, and start attribute describes how the number should start from. Alright guys, now let's take a look at unordered lists. Now an unordered list is essentially very much like an ordered list. It is used to contain some list of information. The only difference, as you might be able to guess based on the name of unordered list and ordered list, is that in the ordered list, you would have to have an order to the items that you have. So for instance, if an item appears before another item, that means that there's an order between the two. The reason why the first item came before the second item, and if I were to give you the list, that order should not be violated, or the meaning of the list would change. So for example, if you were having a list of students with their ranks, so the student who had the first rank was named at the top, and from there on you go down. Similarly, in an unordered list, the order doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which thing comes first. The only thing that matters is that the thing is present inside the list. This is what an unordered list means. So inside the unordered list, we have many list items. And to give an example of an unordered list, think of it as people who attended an evening or an event at some place, or ingredients in a recipe, or something like that. Here the order doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which ingredient comes before which ingredient. It's just a list. It's just a list of items that will be needed when the recipe is being followed. So you don't have to worry about the order. All you need to worry about is the item is present inside the list. We create an unordered list using the UL tag. And each list item within that is wrapped with a LI tag. Now that is quite easy to understand. The LI tags are used to wrap the text that are list items, and those LI tags are nested inside ULs or unordered lists. That's the way the entire UL and LI tags work. Now, by default, ordered lists are shown as bulleted lists. These are circles that are filled and are not empty. On the other hand, we could have different kinds of things such as unfilled circles called disks, but we can also specify the type of bullet such as a square or circle or whatever. A circle is basically just like a bullet, but without its center being filled. So it's essentially just a round shape, an outline of a round shape. It's not filled. Similarly, if you had the type set to disk, you would have the normal bullets that you get by default. You could have square, you could have other items as well. So this is how you use unordered lists inside HTML. Now let's take a look at unordered lists. Now to use unordered lists, Firstly, we need to go back to the code that we have written. I have changed the title to be unordered lists. If I go back to the code, as you can see, the title is being displayed correctly. Now, let us first create an unordered list using the UL tag. In ordered list, we use the OL tag, O for ordered, U for unordered. Now inside it, I'll create three list items again. I'll call them to do one, and again, I'm going to be generic here, to do three. And if you take a look at this, as you can see here, instead of having numbers, we have a bulleted list. Now these bullets can be changed. All I have to do is I have to change the type attribute, and it could be this. Save this, go back and refresh, and this is what we get. This is the default. If I want to change it to circle, I can do that as well if I can spell circle correctly. And as you can see, we have unfilled bulleted lists, and it could be a square as well. So I can just write square. I think a square is available, and there you go. These are the squared lists. I'll just zoom it in, and as you can see, now since this is unordered list, there's no start. There's no start attribute that allows us to specify where the list should start from, because there's no numbering to start it from. So the only attribute that you need to take care of when you're using an unordered list is the type attribute. Alright guys, now let's take a look at description list. Now so far we have taken a look at ordered lists and unordered lists. Many times we need to create a list in which we have a few terms and we have their descriptions right next to them. This is called a description list, and this is what we'll be taking a look at now. So we create a description list using the DL tag. Now the DL tag and each list item inside the DL tag has two parts, the term and the description. So the term would be the term we're trying to describe. Here, as it said, it's HTML, and the description will be its description. So we have written hypertext markup language as its description. Now we use the DT tag for the term and the DD tag for its description. These things come in pair. So every time you create a description list, you have a DT tag followed by a DD tag, then another DT tag followed by a DD tag, and that's the way it is supposed to be structured. That's how the entire software, entire HTML code is supposed to be structured when you're trying to create a description list. Description lists come in handy when we're trying to build a manual, or we're trying to build such as a glossary, a dictionary, a reference book kind of a thing. Then the description list can be really helpful, in which we have terms, and those terms have certain meanings associated to them, and we use that. Alright guys, now let's take a look at description lists. Thus far we have taken a look at ordered and unordered lists, but description lists are also quite wide. Again, we have the same setup. I have changed the title to description list, and now to use the description list, you need to use the DL tag. Earlier we had used the OL tag for ordered lists, UL tag for unordered lists, and the DL tag is used for description. Now, if I were to go back, nothing's being displayed here because we have not written anything. Now, inside the description list, we need the term and the description. The term is the DT tag. Inside it, I can write the term. Let's say it is HTML. And inside the DL tag, I can write the, not the DL tag, the D tag. It's the definition of, or the description of the term that we have written. So I can write HTML stands for hypertext markup language. Similarly, you can, if I save this, and if I go back and if I refresh, as you can see, this is what it looks like. That's the description, that's the term, that's the description, and we have some tab here so that we can understand that this is the description. Now I can create another description just by copying, pasting, and changing the text. Here it will be CSS, and I will write cascading style sheets. Save this, go back and refresh, and you have that as well. So that's how the description list works. You don't have to you don't have any attributes to describe the type of the bullets or the numbering or where the numbering should start from, because none of that is relevant here. All right, so let's begin taking a look at block and inline level elements. Now, whenever the browser displays an HTML element on a screen, Depending on the type of the element, it has to display values. It has a default display value. So for instance, the display property when you are trying to display a paragraph tag is set to a block. Now block and inline are the two things that we need to cover, but these are the default display values. And these affect how your application looks, how you can lay out the elements, all of that. So the display value can be one of the two things. It can either be a block or inline, which is what we'll be covering next. So what does block mean and what does inline mean? So let's start by covering block. Block level elements are elements that start on a new line and take up the full available width. So to give you an example, if you take a look at paragraph, you can't have two paragraphs on the same line. This follows the idea of block level elements, in which you create an element and it takes all the available width, leaving nothing for the other content. For instance, if you have two paragraphs and the first paragraph only has content to cover half the screen and the other paragraph has content to cover about half the other screen or half of the other side of the screen, even if you were to put both those paragraphs right next to each other, the first paragraph would fill up the content but take up the entire width. Then the next paragraph will start on the next line and it will take the entire width of that as well. So that's how the block level elements work in HTML. This is important because whenever we're trying to lay out our HTML elements, we need to understand whether they are block level elements or inline elements. There are ways to change the default display values using CSS, but right now you need to understand that these are the two default values that you can take a look at when you're trying to lay out elements without using CSS and only HTML. Now they are called block level elements because they are displayed as a block. A block can be thought of as a rectangle on the screen. The rectangle could be really small, have really small width, really small height, or a really large height. However, the width is going to be the entire viewport or the entire width available. It stretches out on both left and right side as far as possible. So you can't have two block level elements on the same line, mainly because the first block level element will try and gain as much space as it can, pushing the next block level element downwards. New block level element would have to be displayed on the next line. Now, some examples of block level elements are forms, tables, sections, etc. Now, these are not the only examples. Obviously, we have a lot of other examples available to us to use as well. However, block level elements are elements that take up the entire width. So p tag could also be that. Now, inline elements, on the other hand, are a little bit different from block elements. Inline elements are elements that do not start on a new line and only take up width that is necessary. So they're not going to take up the width that is available to them. They're only going to take the width that is necessary. If you have content filling up only half the screen, then that's the size of your inline elements. If you then put another inline element that can cover the other half of the screen that is available, it will do so. Now they're called inline elements because they are displayed inline by default. They stretch out to both left and right, but only as far as necessary, not as far as available. Some examples of inline elements are input, TT, which is used inside tables, code. P tags are not an example of inline elements. You can use spans there and other tags as well. Alright guys, now let's take a look at block and inline level elements. So for that, firstly, we'll have the same setup. I have an index.html page. The title is block and inline elements and it's open inside a web browser so that I can see the output of my code. So this is what it looks like thus far. Let's create two block level elements and put them in the same line to see if they are working. I'll just create a p tag and I'll call it this is a block element. Save this, go back, refresh. This is what it looks like. Now if I were to create another one, another block element, go back, refresh, you can see that this is pushed to a new line. Even if I were to change it to some other block level element, let's say I'm going to nest it inside section, and let me just clear this up, nest this one as well and save this, go back, refresh, and still the same. Now if I were to take a look at what the box model looks like here, I'll just click on one and this is the p tag, and as you can see it's being it has the default display of block and it is stretching across the entire width. Now Another tag that is not block level but inline level is the B tag or the bold tag. Anything I write inside it is going to be inlined. This is an inline tag. Save this, go back, refresh, and you get this inside a bold text. Another thing I can do is this is another inline tag. We go back, fresh. As you can see, this is just starting on the next line. Because this one only took the width that was available, our web browser put this in that width. Now, if I were to nest this inside a p tag, let's just do that, save this, and go back and refresh. As you can see, as long as it's not an inline element, which is to say it's a block element, it drops to a new line. If I were to change it again, which is to remove, if I were to put both of these inside the block level element and then refresh it, and as you can see that this is here. However, now something that's going to change is this. If I put another B tag, save this, refresh, it's going to drop to a new line. So this is how block and inline level elements work. Let me just redo this. And now this works. So if I were to go back, refresh, and as you can see, block elements are on different lines and inline elements are on the same line. Alright guys, so now let's take a look at divs and spans. These are the two elements of HTML that are not used for structuring the content but are used for wrapping around HTML elements so that they can be targeted later. So divs and spans are also referred to as container elements. Now, there's a reason why they are called container elements. That's because they are used to contain certain elements, and divs and spans are the two of the most important HTML elements that you will see heavily used in any web page or the code of any web page that you browse. Now, they're called container elements because their sole purpose is to contain or wrap other HTML elements and text inside them. So for instance, if you have three HTML elements, you can use a div tag to wrap them all into a single element. Similarly, if you have some text, let's say you have a p tag, but some text needs to be wrapped while some text doesn't. Let's say that you want to later on target that text and give it a different color, make it bold, italicized, whatever. In cases like this, you can use span. Span is usually used to wrap around text and div is used for wrapping around elements, HTML elements. Now, a div is a block level container and elements which can be wrapped inside HTML elements. So,
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
the main reason why people use div is to visually group together a bunch of elements. When we learn CSS, you'll see the real power of divs, but basically think of it like this. If you have three paragraphs and you want a border around all of them, not necessarily a border around each of these paragraphs, but a border that is encapsulating all these three paragraphs, div is the perfect choice for that. In cases like this, you can create a div tag. Inside it, you can create two paragraphs and then style the div tag to have a border of 1 pixel solid black color. And that would be applied across the entire three paragraph tag, and that will work. Now, another thing to notice is that divs can be used together with CSS to style the entire block of content. So if you have three blocks of content and one of the blocks need a color of red, the other needs a background color of green and the color of white, and the other one needs a border of red color. All of these can be done by wrapping all these three blocks inside a div and then targeting these divs specifically. Now, divs are block level containers, meaning mainly that when you create a div, you're creating a block level element. That element It's going to contain all the elements inside it and will be occupying all the space on both the left and right hand side of the content, even if the content isn't really big to occupy the entire screen. Now, a div does not have any required attributes, much like images in which you need to have a source attribute or an alt attribute, and in links where you have an href attribute. Divs do not have any required attribute. However, it is common to see style, class, and ID attributes with divs so that they can be styled easily. Again, this is done using CSS, and if you want to understand how this works, then a div is basically used to style a particular block of HTML elements. Now, a span, on the other hand, is an inline container element which can be used to wrap around text. So instead of having a block level container like div, if you want to just target one specific small element and don't want it to expand across the bow or across the entire width available, then spans are a great choice. Spans allow you to target specific text content. Usually it's used around text, but you can use it around different elements. However, that's not really something that is recommended. The main reason people use spans is to visually group together either a part of the text content or the entire text content. Suppose you have a paragraph that has a long text content. Suppose it has like 7 or 8 lines of content, and you want there are specific elements inside the paragraph that should be bold or italicized. Maybe they should be of a different color just to highlight that they are important. In cases like this, you can wrap these texts around with a span, and these spans will then be styled using CSS and will understand how to, and the browser will understand how to style these particular elements. The spans are used to style parts of text content and not to wrap around other block level HTML elements. Since a span is a inline level container, you can't wrap it around block level containers. So this is something that you need to understand. If you have block level containers and you want block level elements and you want them to be wrapped, use div. If you have some text and you want it to be wrapped but you don't necessarily want it to be block level, then use spans. A span cannot be wrapped around a block level element because spans can only contain inline elements. If you didn't have inline elements, if you had block level elements, then using a span is not going to be the correct choice to go to. So we would recommend that you firstly take a look at what you're trying to accomplish and only then use either div or span. These are the kinds of elements that you're going to come across mostly when you're taking a look at the source code of any web page, which you can by opening up the web page inside a browser, right clicking on it and clicking on either inspect or view page source. Most frequently used tags would be div and span, mainly because they are used to wrap around different kinds of elements and apply different styles to different elements. That's really useful in the context of a div and a span. Alright guys, now let's take a look at divs and spans. So let us first take a look at the setup, which is exactly the same as we had before. The title is changed to divs and spans, and now let's try and understand how divs and spans allow us to wrap HTML elements. Let's say let me just go back. I have two p tags. First one says first p tag, second p tag. Save this, go back, refresh, and this is what it looks like. Now suppose I want both of them to have a color of red, right? So what I can do here is I can basically just add the same style to both of them. Style is equals to color red. Save this, go back, refresh, and this works. However, there is nothing stopping me from just changing the color of the one p tag to be blue and the other one to be red. So the reason why this is a problem is because there's nothing that is specifying this should be red and this should be blue. Although both of them should have the same color, I can very easily just do it this way. Now this could be because I'm a new developer, I've just joined the team and I get incorrect requirements, and this is what I get. So how do you solve this? Basically what you can do here is, let me just show you. I create a div. I can assign this style to the div tag, and what it will do is that this will cascade and be applied to all the children styles. This is why div is called a container tag. All the styles attached to a particular div will be applied to all the child elements. So if I go back and if I refresh, both of them have the red color. However, if I were to change it to, let's say, blue, save it, go back, refresh, and this is what you get. So it's working fine. Now let's take a look at spans. So if I were to create a p tag, so the style of this p tag would have color be set to red, right? And say this is red and blue. Now if I go back, if I refresh, this is what I get. Now I want this word to be blue in color. Now one way of doing this would be to create another p tag like this, adding the blue word BLUE here, and then applying the style here. The style would be color blue. Now if I were to save this and go back, the output would be something that we do not expect. It drops to a new line. Now this is a problem. I just want one particular word to have a different color. However, I want them all to be on the same line. Now to solve this, I can just, if you remember, change P to span. Now if I go back, refresh, and as you can see, this works. This is because span is an inline text. Now inline elements don't occupy the entire width and height, they only take the space that they need. And so this works exactly the way I would expect it to. So this is what the code looks like at the end. We have a div tag with a style of color of red that is applied to both its children p tags, and we have a p tag with the color of red which has the this is red, and in the span is saying the color is blue. So that's how that works. So in HTML, the class attribute probably is one of the most important attributes. Now, if you have been using HTML for a long time, the class attribute allows you to basically target a few elements and allows you to impart styles to them. The value of the HTML class attribute on any HTML page determines the name of its class. An HTML element can have multiple classes, and multiple HTML elements can have the same class as well. This property is important because this is what separates it from ID, which is what we'll be covering next. But right now what you need to understand is that classes are at the heart of combining HTML and CSS, laying out pages, styling elements, grouping elements, so on and so forth. So classes are really important to understand, and they're a really simple concept to understand as well. Given that you understand the basics of HTML and you can understand how HTML and other technologies interact. A class is just a name of a group which can be targeted using CSS and JavaScript. JavaScript is by far one of the most important scripting languages in the web world, and with CSS and JavaScript we can enhance our web pages quite a bit. But in order to do that, we need to target certain elements that are present on the screen, and to do that we need to use either CSS or JavaScript depending on what we're trying to accomplish. If we're trying to style a particular element or a group of elements, we use CSS. If you're trying to impart behavior to certain elements, such as if a user hovers over a page and then clicks on an element, certain things should happen. That is done using JavaScript. Now, multiple HTML elements can have the same HTML class, although multiple classes can be applied to a single HTML element as well. There's a lot of mixing and matching that can be done. However, you have to be understanding that this mixing could lead to really muddled code, and it could be really difficult for you to grab a hold of what you're trying to do once you are done with all the classes. For example, if you have an H1 tag that has 7 different classes, all of them doing different things, it could be a little difficult for you to understand what each class does, and if removing one class would lead to some unexpected behavior. So let us take a look at an example to understand it better. Don't worry, we'll have a hands-on as well, but this is just in order to understand how does the classes work. Now, in the example, we have two HTML elements having their class attribute set to the value of red bordered. So since a single class can be applied to multiple HTML elements, we have the same class applied to different elements. The way we are doing this is by assigning the class attributes property to red bordered. If you want to assign multiple classes to the same element, just separate the name of the classes using a space. So if there was another class that you wanted to apply called blue background, all you had to do was use the class red dash bordered space blue dash background, and it would work exactly the way you would expect it to work. Now, since multiple elements have the same classes, we will gain access to both the elements and when we target the red bordered class. So whenever we say, okay, give me all the elements that have the red bordered class, we'll get these two elements. The first one is the P tag, the second one is the H1 tag, the paragraph tag, and the first level heading tag. Now in the head tag, as you can see, we have created a style attribute. The style attribute is used to create some CSS code. In this, we are only trying to explain how CSS can be used with classes to target elements. So in the head tag, inside the style tag, we have written a little bit of CSS code. And with the CSS code, we have basically set the border to be of 5 pixel, solid, and red color. So both these elements should have their own red bordered 5 pixel and solid. Now, in case you are unaware of CSS works, don't worry about it. Basically, every element which has a class red bordered applied to it will have a red colored border around it with 5 pixel of width. The border will be of 5 pixel width. So this is what the output will look like. And as you can see that both hello and hi have the same class applied to them. So both of them have the same 5 pixel solid red border applied to them. Now also an element can have multiple classes attached to it, and you can do this by separating the name of each class using space. And that allows us to basically define how the classes should work, which we'll take a look at in the hands-on. Now let's take a look at classes. Now for classes, we are going to take a look at the code here. I have an index.html file. This is what it looks like. Let me just refresh this. The title says classes, and I have the HTML code here. Now let me just create an H1 tag saying this is an H1 tag and P tag. Save this. If I go back and if I refresh, this is what it looks like. Now let's say that I want both of them to be colored red. Now, as we have seen previously, one way of doing that would be to wrap them inside a div. But let's say that there are a couple of more styles that we want them to have, such as they should be bold and they should have red color. Now, both of them should have the same attributes. However, the P tag should also be bold. Now, there are many ways of doing this. The easiest way would be to just apply a class to it. Let me just do that. Class would be, let's say, red. And if I were to do the same here, go up, create a style tag. Inside it, I will be creating a class of red. And inside this, I will change the color to be red. Save this. I'll go back, I'll refresh, and this is how it works. If I want to remove this class, I can save this, go back, refresh, and now only one of them have the same attached to it.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Again, I save this, go back and refresh, and this is what it looks like. And there are several other styles that you can apply to the red class, such as you can apply the text decoration or text transform, and you can capitalize it, lowercase it, or whatever. And you can also apply text decoration, and these are the possible options that you have. You can create solid, wavy, underline, strike through, whatever you want. So similarly, you can attach the same to, let's say that there is another element right below somewhere here, and between this there's a lot of code, and I only want the same style attached to this element as well. Let's say it's a B tag. This hello. Now for this, I can just apply the class to be red. Save this, go back, refresh, and this also has the same class and same styles. So I can close it, and this is what it looks like. So this is how classes work. Now, as you can see, the same element can have multiple classes as well. If I want to have like important, so it has now class of red and important. Similarly, you can attach multiple classes to the same element, and same class can be attached to multiple elements. Alright guys, now let's take a look at ID. ID is very much like classes, although there are a few notable differences that we must be aware of. So in HTML, the ID attribute is very much like the class attribute. Similarly, as classes are used to target elements, IDs can also be used to target an element. And they are also part of the attribute of almost all HTML elements. Now the value of an HTML ID attribute on any HTML page determines the name of its ID. So just as in classes, we would use the class attribute and assign it to either a single class or a multiple classes. In ID, what you can do is instead of using the class attribute name, you can use the ID attribute name. Set it equal to the name of the ID that's enclosed within two double quotation marks. Now, an ID is a unique name which can be used by CSS JavaScript to target one specific element. So this is where the entire HTML spec starts to diverge from the classes. So inside ID, what we do is we use it to target a unique element, and ID needs to be unique name on entire page. Basically, it means that no two elements should have the same ID, and no element should have more than one IDs. That's the basic idea. Now, the reason why it's different from classes is because classes are used to apply the same styles over to multiple elements, and an element can have multiple classes. On the other hand, IDs are unique. An element can have only one ID, which you assign to it, and that can be used to access only that specific element. No other element should be accessible using the same ID, and that's the way it's supposed to work. Now, only one HTML element should have the ID, and other elements should not have the same ID. This again codifies the uniqueness constraint that we have put on ourselves. The reason why it needs to be unique is because if it isn't unique, then there could be several problems regarding how we access the element and how we use it. Some elements should only occur once throughout the page, and that's why IDs are used. For instance, the header should always occur once, the nav bar should always occur once, and things like that. So that's why we use IDs for those. It's a safety mechanism that allows us to do that. So now let's take a look at the example to understand it a little bit better. Here in our example, we have a p tag with the ID of navbar, and we are targeting it using the CSS properties using CSS. I have written hash navbar. That means any element with the ID of a navbar would have this style attached to it. So firstly, we create a p tag with the ID of navbar and the text of hello nested inside it. The ID attribute is set to navbar. As you can see, there's only one ID element and it is unique throughout the page. Since only one element has the same ID, we will gain access to only that element. And when we are targeting the navbar with the any element with the ID of navbar, so we'll only gain access to one element. This is important to understand mainly because classes are used to gain access to multiple elements, while navbars are used to gain access to only one element. And so we have to be able to understand which one to use when. And in this case, since navbar is only going to occur on our entire page once, or it should occur only once, we are going to be using an ID. In the head tag inside the style tag, we have written a little bit of CSS code. Let's just try and get through that. I've written it inside style tag. I am targeting any element with the ID of navbar, and I want it to have a border of 3 pixels solid black. Basically, the element which the ID navbar will have the ID of navbar will have a black colored border of 3 pixels width applied to it. If any other element other than a p tag had that ID, which is to say that p tag didn't have the ID of navbar, but another element did, then this style will be applied to that element. So here's what the output would look like. Since it's a p tag, it's going to appear in small letters. So hello is there. And since it's a block level element and it expands the entire width, we can see that the entire width is taken up and the border shows us that. Also, an element cannot have multiple IDs attached to it, as IDs are supposed to be unique for one element. So an element having 3 IDs is not going to work. Similarly, just as you don't have multiple roll numbers or employee IDs attached to you, that's the same way IDs are supposed to be unique and single across all HTML elements. Alright guys, now let's take a look at ID. Now I have this code here and I have the output here. So the first thing I would have to do is I will create a p tag. Now I want a p tag with the ID of the ID. I want the ID to be equal to important, or to be more generic, let's just call it byline. Inside it, I can write this is a byline. Save this. Now, if I were to go back, refresh, it's taking a little bit of time. Let me just go back and just okay. So the output is here. This is a byline. Now if I want to style it, I can just create a style, and now for the ID I have to use the hash symbol. I'll use hash byline, and I would get text decoration to be underlined. Save this, go back, refresh, and there's an underline here. Now one thing to notice that we have discussed thus far is that you shouldn't have two elements with the same ID. Now, this is not really required, mainly because if you have two elements with the same ID, it will work just fine. However, this can cause a lot of problems when you're trying to access elements, because most people's idea of an ID is that only a single element has an ID of byline. So when you process elements with that ID and you get more than one, you will be confused, and it will take you a little bit of time to understand, okay, the developer has screwed up somewhere and they have used an ID where they should have been using a class. In cases like this, you should be very wary of how you're using IDs, and if possible, use a class over an ID. Now to convert this to a class, all I would have to do is change it to class, and for the styles to work, I have to change the hash byline to dot byline. Now if I go back to the code, it will work exactly the same. However, we have overcome the issue. Similarly, the same ID should not be applied to multiple elements, and an element should not have more than one ID. If I want another element, I can just create a heading, and I can create an h1 tag, and I'll call it a heading with the ID attribute set to heading as well. And now I can set the color to be, let's say, blue. Save this, I'll go back and I'll refresh, and this is what it looks like. So both of them have different IDs and different attributes, and that's how it should be. If you want something to have more than one ID, use class. If you want something to have more than, or if you want the same styles applied to multiple elements, then use class there as well. Alright, now let's take a look at HTML forms. So HTML forms are used to collect information from the user. Forms are a really integral part of any HTML page. Any website you visit will have at least one form attached inside it, and that form is going to be there for you to enter some information which will be captured by the web browser and sent to the web server for further processing. To give you an example, if you wanted to log into a system, what you would do is you would fill in your login credentials such as the username or email and the password, and then click on the login button, which would cause the entire web page to submit some data to the web server that the form should be submitting the data to. The web server then captures the data, processes it, and does whatever it can, which would be to log you in, create a session ID, save it in the database, whatever the task that it needs to perform. So HTML forms are just used to collect information from the user. There are several kinds of forms available on the internet, ranging from sign-in forms, sign-up forms, query forms, quotation forms, and so on and so forth. An HTML form is nothing more than just a collection of input tags that can capture information of different types. That is the input that is text, which could be feedback, input that is an opinion, which could be radio buttons or checkboxes, which is to say how would you rate this product, how did you like the service, so on and so forth. Or a choice. In a choices, we basically get what is the name of your country, choose from the list given below, and so on and so forth. So HTML forms are really versatile, and they help us do a lot of that. Now, the input collected from a form is mostly sent to a web server for further processing. Now, the reason why I'm saying mostly is because there are moments when you don't have a web server to submit the data to. In cases like these, modern web applications have the opportunity or the capability of saving the data locally. It is to be noted that the data saved locally is not data that is going to be saved locally forever, meaning that when the browser cache is cleared, when the user clears the browsing history with the caches, cookies, and local storage and all of that, your locally stored data may get deleted. Or if the user decides to uninstall the browser and delete all the information that was stored with that browser, your data, the data your application needed is gone as well. So you need to be aware of when you are storing data on the user's platform. This is why many of the HTML forms are saving data to an HTML server. The servers are really unique in the sense that when you send the data to the server, they can save it in files, they can save it in databases. The only difference here is that when you save it in the database, that means that the data is stored for a long period of time. Even if the database shuts down and then restarts, it's persistently stored. So that's why it's usually sent on a web server for further processing. Now we can create a form using the form tag, which is a container for different type of input elements. And we'll take a look at that in the hands-on, but basically the form tag is used to contain a lot of elements of input tag. Form tags define where the form should be submitted, the method using which the form should be submitted, what kind of data does the form expect, so on and so forth. And then input elements capture that data. When you submit the form, the data is packaged up and posted to a backend web server in an HTTP request. Multiple input elements are used inside a form to have it collect a wide variety of information, ranging from, as we have already discussed, opinions, facts, text, choices, so on and so forth. So HTML forms have grown quite versatile, and we'll take a look at the form elements in a moment. But what you need to understand is that HTML forms have helped users be able to express their opinions and get the data captured as easily as possible. Now let's take a look at HTML forms. Now to use forms, let us just take a look at the basic setup that we have. I have HTML forms here, and here I have the code. Now to create an HTML form, all I have to do is I have to use the form tag. And I can leave out the action attribute. We'll learn more about the form attributes later on. But this is what it looks like. If I go back and if I refresh this, and if I take a look at the source code, form is there, but nothing's showing. That's because I have not added any input elements. So let me just do that. I'll create an input element of type text, and placeholder would be username. It will be a self-closing tag, and finally I'll have an input of type submit. Name and ID could be anything that you want it to be. I don't want it to be anything, so I'll save it like this. So if I go back and if I refresh this, this is what it looks like. This is basically a username. I can enter anything and I'll submit, and nothing will happen. It will just get here and it won't do anything. So this is what the HTML syntax looks like. I can even do something like this. The type is equals to text, name is equals to name, and then save. Now if I go back and if I refresh and if I type something out, click on submit, as you can see that this is submitting to itself. We'll learn more about this behavior later on when we're discussing inputs and form elements, but basic idea is this. When you create a form and the input tags and submit the buttons are listed inside that form, whenever you submit the button, it submits to some location. If no location is provided, then it will be submitted on the page that you are on, which is what happened right now. Now let's take a look at inputs and labels. So in HTML forms, there are several inputs and labels which help the user know how to enter information in a form. There are several ways we can enter information in a form, and there are several inputs that allow us to enter that information in several ways. Input tags are used to define different kinds of inputs which collect user information such as text, radio buttons, etc. We have even more number of input tags now. So text and radio buttons are just example, but we have option lists, check boxes, so on and so forth. Labels are used to define a label. A label is a descriptive text for an input which tells users what they need to enter into that input box. For instance, if I have two input boxes that expect the user to enter something, and both of them are of the same dimensions, the user may not be able to understand in which one should they enter their name.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does CSS stands for? A. Current style sheets. B. Current sheet style. C. Cascading style sheets. D. Cascading sheet style. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Which one should they enter their username, which could be different, and in which one should they enter their email addresses. So that could be a problem, but labels allow us to describe what the input we are expecting in a particular input form. For instance, if I have a username and an email field, all I have to do is create two input tags and assign the labels to them, describing which input tag should the user enter their username into and which input tag should they enter their email into. Now, labels are used to, the labels are really important, but you can, for instance, have multiple input tags on an entire page, and all of them should have a label associated with them most of the time. And now, there are certain input tags in which you can get some placeholder text, and we'll take a look at that in a moment. So, there are several types of input tags available for us to use. Now, we won't be able to cover all of them, mainly because there are just so many, and the most important ones or the most common ones used are going to be covered now. The first one is text. It is the most common one used. We get text input when we assign a value of text to the type attribute in the input tag. So whenever you create an input tag, the type attribute determines what kind of input it is. Do you want a text input, password input, checkbox, radio, file, submit, whatever. So that's how you do that. Now this gives an input field in which the user can enter text. Now just an input field without a label is not very useful, mainly because text information could be any kind of information. Could be username, their address, their email address, their surname, their first name, their last name. Could be a number of configurations could be there. So we need to be able to describe, and that's why we use labels. However, the text input is by default. So whenever you create an input tag and you omit the type attribute, you will get a text in. Then there's passwords. Now password fields, we can enter passwords, and the characters inside it are marked by showing them as either asterisk or circle. That really depends on the kind of web browser that you're using. Mostly if you're using Google Chrome or Internet Explorer, it's going to be a circle. So whenever you type something in your password field, it will describe it as a circle. So you don't have to worry about any of that. Main thing is you don't expect the user to enter password in plain text, mainly because somebody sitting right next to them could just peek into their screen and see what the password that they want to type is. So in cases like this, make sure that you are assigning the type to be password when the user is entering either their password or some sensitive information. It could be their PIN number for their ATM, although that's not really something that you expect them to enter on the internet. But if it's some confidential information such as a report ID or whatever that you don't want them to be able to expose to somebody who's sitting right next to them, then using the password type is useful. Then there's checkboxes. Checkboxes are there when you wish the user to be able to select multiple options from a list of choices. For example, if I were to ask someone to enter their hobbies and I give them 5 items to choose from, ranging from sports, music, cooking, technology, reading, so on and so forth. Now they can have multiple hobbies. So for instance, it could be that a person likes both cooking and reading. It could be that a person likes only cooking, and it could be that a person doesn't like either cooking or reading, but they do like sports. So in order for the user to be able to select multiple items inside multiple items among the given choices, checkboxes are used. Then comes radio buttons. Now radio buttons are special, mainly because radio buttons are used when we wish for the user to be able to select only one option from a list of choices. These choices include gender, employment status, etc. The reason why the reason why we get radio buttons instead of checkboxes is because we want the user to be able to select only one option. Checkboxes allow you to select multiple options and they're very useful. But inside a radio button, we can only select one element, and that's where it's very useful. So you should try and use that whenever you can. For instance, if you're trying to get someone to select their gender, there are only a few possible answers, which could be male or female or whatever. Out of those few possible outcomes, the user can only select one. They can either be a male or be a female. In cases like this, to select the gender. Then comes the file attribute. Whenever you are uploading an image, whenever you are uploading some text, whenever you're uploading a document, whenever you're uploading any kind of file, the file picker is opened using the file input tag. Here all you have to do is set the input type to be file, and using that you can basically upload a file using a form. Now another thing to understand is that files are sent in special encoding, so the server needs to take care of how the file is going to be extracted from the input that is provided to us. But in whatever case, you can upload a file using the file attribute. Finally, we have the submit. A submit button is basically a button which you can click in order to submit the information. The thing to understand here is that you can either create an input with the type attribute set to submit. That will create a submit button, which allows you to submit some data to the user. It needs to be nested inside a form in order for it to be able to submit some data. But other than that, it should work. Other than that, you can create a button and element. The button element will have text inside it. That will be the text displayed inside the button. And you can set each type to be able to submit, and that will act as a submit button as well. So these are the most commonly used inputs and labels or the input types, and that's how you use them. Now let's take a look at a hands-on and understand how to use them properly. Alright, so now let's take a look at inputs and labels. To take a look at that, here's the output, here's the code. Firstly, we will create a form tag as usual. I will remove the action attribute. We'll take a look at that in the next hands-on. Now, to create an input, I'll just need to create an input tag. By default, it's text, and let's keep it that way. And if I save this, and I can just create a submit button as well. I think Visual Studio Code allows me to do this. Yeah. The value is not going to be anything, so let's just keep it that way. I'll go back and I'll refresh, and this is what it looks like. However, there's a bit of a problem here that you may or may not be able to see. I don't know what to enter here. This is because, let's say that I want the users to be able to input their username and password, and the button is submit. Right? I'll just create a line break using a BR tag. Save this, go back, refresh, and this is what it looks like. Now, if I were to type something here, and then click on the submit button, I have no idea what to type here and what to type here. It could be username here, email here, and username here. I basically have no contextual information. To solve this problem, we can use a label. Now, to use a label, all I have to do is use the label tag, label. I can firstly assign an ID here. ID would be username, and this label is going to be for username, and I'm going to call it username. Right? So this is there. Now I can again create another one. This one is going to be for, and I'll change it to password. ID is going to be password, and the username is for, the label is for password, and I'll call it password. Save this, go back, refresh, and this is what it looks like. Now another advantage of this is that if I click on the label, as you can see, the input associated with the label gets highlighted. As you can see, if I click on password, I get to click here. This is great for mobile user experience. If you take a look at this, this is because I have created a label and an input, and the labels for attribute is set to the ID of the input where I want it to focus. So that's why that works. Now if I go back, and if I let me show you, if I go back and if I were to type something here, let's say this, and now if I were to type some password, as you can see, both of them are being displayed differently. The username is being displayed like this, and the password is being displayed like this with asterisks instead of showing the character. Now that may or may not be something that you want, but the password is this is because we have set the type to be password. The different kinds of inputs available. Let me just show you now. I'll remove the labels now. You understood the concept of labels. If I were to create a radio button, I will just firstly have to take the name of radio, and the name would be gender, GENDER. ID could be anything. I don't want it to be anything as of now. And I can set the value to be male. and here it could be female. Now if I were to create a label, I'll call it for GENDER, and the label is GENDER. I save this, I go back and I refresh, and this is what it looks like. Now if I were to click on one of these, as you can see, they get selected. But that's not how you are supposed to use the label, so let me just change that. The ID attributes needs to be set to something, so we'll just set it in a minute. Male, and the ID is female. Here the label is supposed to say male. Here the label is supposed to say female, for male, for female, and I'll save this. Now if I go back and if I refresh, this is what it looks like. I click on male, this gets selected. If I click on female, this gets unselected and this gets selected. Now this is happening because I have the this is because I have the name attribute set to gender in both. If I were to misspell this one, if I go back and if I refresh, I click on male, it's selected. If I click on female, it also gets selected. Now this behavior is because we don't know what kind of input we are looking for. If I were not to name them the same thing, then they are not part of the same options. This could be for all intents and purposes. For our program, it looks like this is for male and this is for female. But for computers, it may not be the same if you don't provide the same name attribute. So that's how you use radio buttons. And to use checkboxes, all you have to do is change the type to checkbox. And here you can do the same thing. You can name it whatever you want. I can name it whatever I want. I'll call it, instead of gender, I'll call it hobby. And the value is going to be singing and sports. Now I can change the same thing here as well. PORTS, sports, sports, sports. And similarly, we can change it here as well. The value is supposed to be the same as the label. So we'll do that. Singing, 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 and with the S capital I. Now if I go back and if I refresh, I click here, singing is selected. And if I click here, sports is selected. So that's how the basics work. You can also take a look at other other input types such as file. All you have to do is check input type is, instead of text, you can have it to be file. And you'll get a file picker here. If you refresh this, you get a file picker, and when you click on this, your file picker opens and you can choose a file. That's basically how inputs and labels work. Alright guys, so now let's take a look at form attributes. So whenever we're trying to submit a form, there's a lot that needs to be done, and that's the kind of thing that we would be discussing in form attributes. If you have an HTML form or you're using a form tag, but we have not set certain attributes, then that form is not going to be submitting that data to a web server or any other page. It would just be a basic shell that gets the information stored somewhere but does not submit it to the required field. Now this could be a problem. So in order to tackle these problems, there are several attributes which we can set to determine how a form behaves. We'll take a look at some of those in this presentation. However, we won't be covering all of those, mainly because all these form attributes are going to be difficult for us to cover. Let's take a look at these one by one. First one is action. The action attribute is used to define the URL to which the form data is to be submitted for further processing on the server side. Now, the thing is, whenever you have the action attribute set to a URL, the data that you have gotten the user to enter will be submitted to that URL. The server will then get the HTTP request, parse it, and help you decode it. Now that's for the form attribute action. However, if that action attribute is not sent to any other URL, then that form will submit the data to its own self. So for instance, if I had a form at mydomain.com/login, and then I submit the data, it will be submitted to the same URL. So it would be very complicated for me to check if the document has submitted some data. If it is, then what is the data there? I will take a look at the data, validate it, save it to the database, and then log in the user. All of that would be done in a single page, and that's not really useful. So you have to understand how to separate the presentation and the data processing aspect. That's all done using form attributes. So you can set it to any URL where you want the form to be submitted, and you can do it using the action attribute. Then comes enctype. Enctype stands for encoding type. This allows us to define what kind of encoding should be used when we're submitting the data to the server. Different encoding types are available depending on the kind of data that you're trying to submit. If it's a file, then the encoding is different. If it's a text, then encoding is different, so on and so forth. So you need to understand what kind of encoding you are going after and what is the reason for that. After that, you can use the enctype attribute, set it to some value, and your data will be encoded in that format and will be sent to your web server. Then comes the method attribute. Inside the method attribute, we specify a value of the HTTP method that we wish to use for sending the request. This attribute could have a value of either get or post. Get specifies the HTTP get method. Post specifies the HTTP post method. The get method is used to encode the data that is being submitted inside a URL in a query string, and the post method submits the data not inside the URL but inside a request body. Now these two methods are there so that it's easier for you to use. However, it depends on what the situation is. So for instance, if you're trying to create some way to search for some information, then you can use the get method attribute. And the post attribute is used when you're trying to submit some sensitive information. So if you are searching for something, then you can just click, input the search term, click on the search button, that form will be submitted and you'll be redirected to a page that contains all the search results matching your query. However, and that URL can be then shared to your friends to make them see what you're searching. A good example of this would be the YouTube search algorithm. So when you search for a video, it appears in the search list. You can just share the link of the search page to the user with the query attached to it, and the person will land at exactly the same result. On the other hand, when the user is submitting the username and password, these are sensitive information. You don't want them to be exposed inside a URL where anyone can basically reach it. And they might be stored inside your browser session, your browser's history, and that's really not secure. So you need to understand when to use which. Typically use get for non-sensitive information, where links, even if the link is shared with the form data that is inputted by the user, it's not going to cause any security issues. On the other hand, post is used for almost all other kinds of data that is secure, that needs to be secure and sent to the server in a secure way. Then comes the no validate attribute. No validate attribute specifies that the form should not be validated when it is being submitted to the server. If you're submitting a form to a web server, you should not be it should not be validated. In HTML5, new form attributes such as email and phone numbers were given. So if you're trying to submit a form with the HTML input type set to email, then it needs to be a valid email. That is, it should contain some text followed by an @ symbol, followed by some text, followed by a full stop or a period, and then some text. So your email name @ your domain. That's the way it should work. And if it's not following that format, then you will get an error. Now, if you want the user to be able to submit that, then you can just use the no validate attribute, and the form data that you're sending will be submitted without being validated. And you can check the validation on the server. Finally, we have the target attribute, which specifies where to display the response that is received after submitting the form. This is not that popular and not that useful, mainly because the target attribute specifies if you want to open another page, where you want to be redirected to a page, or how do you want it to work. Now, that's how you are going to decide how it's going to work, but mostly target attributes are not that popular and are not used that much because they provide functionality that are not really needed. Now let's take a look at form attributes. So there are several form attributes available for us to use. Let's take a look at some of those. When you open up the code editor, this is what the code looks like. This is what the output of the code is. Here I can type some code. I'll type in form attribute. The action is not going to be equal to anything. Now inside the form, create an input tag and give it a name of username. Similarly, I will create another one, and this should have a name of password as well. Finally, I'll create an input tag. This should be all familiar by now. It should be submit. Now, if I were to create a label for username, and it should say username This should say password, and finally we have the submit button. So if I save this and if I go back and I refresh, this is what it looks like. Everything is on the same line, so let me just clear this up a bit, copy this up. Now we have it. So now if I were to submit the form right now, let's say that I give the username of SDA, password of SDA, submit it. As you can see, this is being displayed here and it's being shown here. Now this is a problem, mainly because username and password are not kind of things that you want to be exposed in the history of your browser or in the address bar of your browser. However, let's suppose that this was just for searching something. I was creating a YouTube-like application in which I can just submit something. So if I were to type in, let's say DSVDA and submit, and that was being displayed here as search, that wouldn't be a problem because anybody can take a look at what I searched. I think they can find it in the search history and it wouldn't be that big of a deal. So the reason why this is happening is because by default, the method attribute is set to get. I want it to be post. So if I take it and make it up to be post, refresh, just take off this, then refresh. And the password is here, username is here, and if I submit this, now as you can see, it is submitting to the same page. However, we are not getting anything here. There's nothing loaded inside it. We are not getting anything in the URL tab. This is because it's creating a request, sending that request to the current page. However, the current page has no ability of handling it. That's a problem. Now, if you want to submit it to a particular URL or web server, all I have to do is instead of using method, I can use the action keyword and type in the address. Let's say HTTP localhost 3000. If I'm developing locally, then that would be the case. Else, I could be doing it this way: www.myapp.com/form, and this is where it will be submitted. Now, right now, if I were to do this and submit it, I won't get any response back because there is no website as such as that can process the data. So that's the way it works. I can also create a reset button, reset. So that way, if I refresh this and it asks me if I want to create a form submission, resubmit the form, it's fine. If I click on the reset button, it will remove everything and set everything back to normal. So that's the way it works. Let us take a look at what is CSS. So CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. CSS is an acronym, just like HTML. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. While HTML is used for structuring content, CSS is used for styling it. So if you're trying to style some content, CSS is a great tool for choice. Using CSS, we can define the styles, including color, positioning, etc. Now, whenever you look at an HTML page, if you create the same content across multiple pages, then they all look the same. However, if you want to make them look different, such as change the colors, background colors, borders, positioning, size, there's a lot you can do with the styling aspect of it, and where they are laid out, you can use CSS for that. CSS allows you to target each specific element and then change the styling of that. You use cascading style sheet to do that exactly. And you change the colors, you change the positions, you can change a lot of different things about a particular element. CSS can control the layout of multiple pages. Depending on how you're using CSS, you can control the layout of a single element or all the elements on a single page, or all the elements of all the web pages available in your domain. Basically, you need to be able to control the layout of a page. You use CSS for that. You want to change how a button looks, you use CSS for that as well. So that's how CSS works in general. Why would you want to use CSS? Now, when no CSS is used, browsers apply their default styling rules to an HTML page. If you create two HTML pages with the same markup, then that markup will be styled based on the default styling rules of an HTML page that is applied by the browser. It is to be noted that the same HTML page might not look the same on different browsers because different browsers apply different styling rules to different elements. Nevertheless, if the same HTML page with the same content or markup is opened up inside the same browser, then it's going to give you the same result. Even if there are two different HTML pages. Now, if you want to customize the look and feel of these, then CSS is what is used for that. These rules may vary slightly different browsers and may make your user experience inconsistent. So for instance, if you are using a Firefox web browser and somebody else is using a Google Chrome web browser and someone else is using Internet Explorer, all of these browsers may render things differently if you don't take care of the styling of the things. Now, because of this, we take care of the styling of all of our elements and the layout using CSS to make it look a bit more consistent across all the pages. Now, these default styles do not suit our needs for many organizations when they are building the websites. Now, this may be the case that when you're building a website, your organization has a particular color scheme, they want certain elements to be displayed in a certain way. You get a web design from a designer and you want your application to look like that. In any of these cases, using the default styling that is provided by the HTML is not going to help you out. You're going to need to have to do this all on your own. Now, CSS helps in addressing these issues by applying style rules to different HTML elements of the page. You can apply the styles on your own. You can choose which styles to apply where, and this will work exactly the way you would suppose it to work. You would have to firstly create style sheets, then write the styles that you want to write for the elements that you're targeting, and change the colors, layouts, positions, etc. to make it look as close to the design that you've gotten as possible. CSS allows us to define styles to make our web pages look different from other web pages. Even if two web pages have the same content, CSS can make them look entirely different based on not just based on the content but based on the style. You can change the layout, make some element appear first and second the other element appear later. You can change the colors used to display those elements. You can change the border, the width, the size, the position. There's a lot of things that you can change. CSS also takes care of making the user experience consistent across multiple browsers, as it defines styles that are applied all over the browsers uniformly. So it takes care of making your browsing experience or the user's browsing experience across multiple browsers, across multiple devices, and across multiple screen sizes. And we'll take a look at how you do that in a moment.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Right guys, now let's take a look at how you can use CSS in HTML. So since CSS has been around for a long time, there are several ways of using it inside a web page. Now you can use this inside a web page for many reasons, but there are several ways because it's been around for a long time. People have figured out several ways of using it. Out of these ways, the one you choose has to depend on the scope of the elements which you want the styles to be applied to. So for instance, if you want the style that you want to be applied to is going to be applied to only one element, let's say a button, paragraph, a div tag, then you can use it there. In case you're trying to attach your styles to multiple elements, such as two buttons, multiple paragraphs, multiple div tags on the same page, then there's another one that you can use. And if you are going to apply the same styles across your all websites in different web pages, then there is a different way. It only depends on the scope that you need these styles to be applied to. You can also use one or many of the ways available in the same project. It is a common practice in CSS to apply or use these styles and mix and match them.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Although don't mix and match them without understanding why they are being used the way they are used. You should mix and match them only when the need is there. For instance, there are some styles that you want to be applied consistently throughout your website on all web pages. Some styles only need to be something that appears on just one web page. In that case, the one kind of style is fine. And in other cases, if you have a style that only needs to be applied to one element on one web page, then there's another option. So don't mix and match them just because they are available there, because this could cause a lot of headaches, and differences in understanding on how this works could cause a lot of problems in the teams and the understanding of why certain style was used over the other. So these are the different ways: inline CSS, style tag, and CSS files. All of them have their own advantages and disadvantages. Let's take a look at inline CSS and try and understand what that is. So inline CSS is probably the easiest to understand out of all the ways. There are several ways of doing it. Inline CSS is by far the easiest way of doing it. The reason why is quite easy because it is the most primitive and the least configuration needed way to get started with the CSS. Now to apply the styles using inline CSS, we make use of style property of HTML elements and write the CSS code as its value. To understand it more correctly, as we have discussed, we have tags and attributes. An attribute that is available on all HTML elements that are displayed on the screen is called style. The purpose of the style attribute is to contain CSS code which needs to be applied to only that particular element. This is why it's called inline CSS, because you are inlining the CSS that you're writing. You're writing it in line with the code that you are writing, or in line with the element that needs the style to be applied. Inline CSS, as we have discussed, are quite easy simply because you don't need to configure a lot of things. You don't need to create new tags. You don't need to create new files. You don't need to do a lot of setup and management kind of stuff. You can just set the attributes value to a particular CSS rule, and you have the styles with you. The advantage is that the styles do not affect other elements on the page. So for instance, if you have 10 elements on the page, you don't have to worry about those elements being affected, since the style is only scoped to one particular element if you use the style attribute. Similarly, if you have 3 buttons on 3 different web pages and you want them all to have a different style, if you use the inline CSS way of doing it, then the style that you're using is not going to be affecting the style of other page or other elements on the same page. This is one of the reasons why inline CSS is so popular, because it doesn't lead to a lot of headaches compared to other kind of ways of dealing with CSS. The disadvantage is that if two elements need to have the same style, then we need to copy the styles and make sure that the future changes are applied to both elements. Consider a scenario where you have 2 buttons, both of them need to have the same style. So for instance, both of them need to have a blue border, a black background, and a white foreground or text color. In cases like this, it's not going to be easy for us to write code that's going to work across all the buttons, because if you just copy and paste the style attribute from one button to the other button, some new developer comes along with a new requirement being assigned to him saying that the buttons that are blue in color and blue border, black background, and white foreground need to have a slight change to them. Their background color needs to be changed from blue to dark green. Now the developer looks at the code and figures out that okay, there's a button that has these styles, I'm going to change it. And he or she end up changing them. The issue with that is that there's another button which is far down below the code. Let's say that the HTML page is 500 lines of code. First button appears at the top, second button appears at the bottom. And now you have no way of knowing where are all the buttons that need to have this style. Worse yet, if this style is applied to buttons across the web pages, then it becomes even more difficult. Now you have to rely on search and replace features which may or may not work depending on how the styles are configured, and there could be a lot of issues regarding this. So in cases like this, we can use some of the other styles available. However, if this was just a one-off style rule that only needs to be applied to one element, and then inline style might be a better candidate for that. So let's get started with some hands-ons and see how you can apply inline style to an HTML element. Alright guys, now let's take a look at the style tag. So this is the code that we had previously in our previous hands-on. We created a p tag with the style attribute set to color. We discussed the problem. Let's recreate the problem for those of you who didn't see that. If I were to change this to red color, I want both of them to be consistently with the same style, right? So I change it to this is another p tag. And since I want them to be in the same style, let's just do it this way. So I save this, I'll go back, I'll refresh, and both of them are currently in the same consistent state. Now let's say somebody comes along, looks, and by this time the code has grown. This another p tag is pushed really down the file, and the other one is at the top. Looks at it, says, okay, that this is something that needs to be in the red color. Saves it up, goes back, refreshes, and sees the p tag to be in the red color. He thinks, okay, I've done the job that's needed. unaware that there's another p tag that needs to be changed, that needs its color to be changed. They both need to be in sync, as we have already said. So this is a very common problem, not just in CSS, but in computer programming in general. It's called don't repeat yourself. In which case you don't want to repeat the same styles again and again because they cause duplication, and then keeping the duplication similar and in sync is going to be really difficult. Considering the fact that you might even forget that you had two p tags with the same styles, where same styles need to be applied a few weeks down the road. So in cases like this, what we can use the style tag. Take a look at that. Let me just leave it to be blue in color so that we can compare the syntax. Now the style tag needs to be embedded within the head tag. You write the style tag. Inside it, I'm going to write the style. Now here we have to use selectors, and we may not have understood selectors yet, but I'll show you how we can use it. So I want to style all the p tags. So I choose the selector to be p. I press a space and I create a curly brace. Now inside the curly brace, I'll write the same code that I had written inside the style tag. So I want to change the color. I'll write color and I'll change it to, I save this. Now as you can see that this, and if you take a look at the highlighting feature in Visual Studio Code, these and the thing that I've written inside the style tag is exactly the same. So I can just drop it up, and now if I were to save this, if I were to go back, and if I were to refresh, now both of them are of the same color. I can use different styles for different p tags as well. Let me just show you. If I were to create a class of red inside a p tag, and this is a red p tag. Now if I were to refresh this, right now it's going to be blue in color. But if I were to tackle this to, let's say there are two of these, and want both of them to be red in color, all I have to do is just say, okay, all the p tags with the class of red, and by the way, if this syntax seems a little difficult, don't worry, we'll read more about it later on. I want the color to be red. So the way it will work is this. Now both of them are red. So our HTML parser will take a look at this. We'll see p tags with no classes attached to it. So this is the tag that matches it, changes the color to blue. It's a p tag with the class set to red. So the p tag with the red class is the thing that matches with it. This matches with it as well. However, this is more specific, so it matches better, and it creates the color to be red. So that's how this works. Now, if I were to change the color to from red to some other shade of red, let me just use Visual Studios. Save this. Go back and notice these two colors, right? Right now they're red, and now they are really red and blackish red. So they are a mixture of red and black, but the important thing is that the color has changed for both of them, even if I changed it only for one piece. Now imagine that if this was a really huge page, multiple elements have the same class, and instead of you having to jump through all the pages, change the color to from red to the current color, it would be really difficult. But the style tag makes it really easy. However, great style tag is, it also has the same problem, which is, if let's suppose that this was another HTML page that I had linked to, let's say that this is the home page and I want to go to the about page, and I want the same styles to be applied to about page if the about page has a p tag with a class of red. The issue here is that this is only local to this file. If I have a new page and I write the styles there, it won't work. For instance, let me just show you. If I were to change the syntax highlighting to HTML, copy this code, paste it here, and this style tag is not here. Let's say it's not here, and now I have the same thing. It won't have the styles and it will look completely the same. If I were to change this, however, if I were to copy the styles and then paste it here, and it looks like this, now the color would work, but we run into the same problem that when we change the color here or we change the color here, the new page in which we have copied the styles won't be updated, and we have to go through all the pages, check if the colors exist, and change them. Now to overcome this, we'll come to the next kind of way of using CSS, but this is how the style tag works. So just to recap, you create a style tag in the head of the document. Now it's not necessarily the case that you put it into the head of the document. Let me just show you. If I put it into the body and I go back and I refresh, it still works. But the thing is, body is reserved for things that the user is going to see. SEO parser or any web crawler looks at your code and thinks style tag is embedded within the body of the element and it will get confused. So in cases like this, just leave the style tag in the head tag. It will give you better SEO and better performance. Anyways, after putting the style tag here, we can use selectors and properties and values to set the colors of, to set the properties to certain values. And finally, we can just close the style tag and then use it as we want. Now let's take a look at the third method, CSS file. So we have already discussed style tag and we have discussed inline CSS. Now let's take a look at how we can create the styles and embed them inside a file which can be referenced by multiple HTML pages. Now this is also quite simple. Let's take a look at the previous example that we had. This is what it looks like. Now if I want to create another style, all I have to do is just add the new style. However, if I want the same style to be applied to multiple pages, then I would have to copy and paste it. Or if I were to change the current style, then also the same thing happens. Just to recap, what we did was earlier we had a p tag with inline style. Then we figured out that multiple p tags need the same style, so we upgraded them to be inside the style tag. When that worked out, but now we have multiple pages that need the same style, then style tag doesn't really suit our needs. So in cases like this, if I want multiple pages to have the same style, let me just close this. What I can do is I'll create a new style. Go to the file page. I'll create a file and you can call it anything you want. I'll call it style and make sure that you have the extension set to .css. If I press enter, this is what it looks like. And now if I were to add the same styles here, p of color blue. That's the first style. Now if I were p dot red or ed to have the color of red. Now unfortunately this wouldn't work just now because let me just show you why it wouldn't work. I have this and right now it's not working because if you look at this correctly, we have created a new file in the same directory, but this HTML file has no idea that this CSS file exists. Even though it's in the same directory, we have no idea whether it exists or not. So for that, there's a tag that's used here. It's called the link tag. I'll call it link. And again, this Visual Studio Code provides me with a lot of syntax highlighting features and syntax completion features. So I'll just select this. And since it's style.css, I don't have to do anything. Yeah. So this is how it looks like. I have a link tag with the relation set to style sheet. Now you can omit this if you want, but it's better for the search engine optimizers to or search engine SEOs to look at this and say, okay, fine, it's the style sheet, we don't have to worry about that. Also, the web crawlers take a look at your code and take a look at a link tag and figure out, okay, it's the style sheet, we don't have to worry about that either. However, in the style sheet, we have created these colors and all of that, and we have linked it here. As you can see that I can click on this and follow the link, so it's currently linked as well. Always make sure that you have given the correct name to the file. Sometimes I end up writing styles.css and then I can't find it. So after doing that, I'll go back and now if I refresh, as you can see, it has the same color that we expect. But the advantage here is that if I were to create another file, let me just call it about.html. I'll press enter. About us. I have an h1 tag and it needs to have a class of red. Let me just make the styles a little more generic. So any element with the class of red will have color of red. Right? So if I were to then put red heading, and if I were to save this, now if you can see, this is what the code looks like as of now. So we have created a new page just so that you understand, and we have created the h1 tag, created attached a class of a red to it, and have written about us inside it. Now again, that works. However, it's not something that's going to work as we expect it to work. And the problem is quite similar to what we had faced earlier. So let me just open it up so that you can see. And it's not getting the red color because if you take a look at the source code, let me just zoom in. The link tag is not there, so it's not working. Let me just go back, and again you can link it in the head. Make sure that you link it in the head though. And again, it's style.css. I can save it. I can go back and I can refresh, and now it's red in color. So the great thing about this is that if I go to style.css, instead of it being red, let me just again change it to some other color, a lighter version of red. How about that? I save this, I go back, and if I refresh, take a look at the color here. It changes to a lighter shade, however, the shade isn't too different. Let me just change it more. Now it's very different. Refresh this. Now as you can see that it's more on the black side than red, but if I were to zoom in, you can see that there's a little hint of red in this one. If I were to go back and check this one, this also changes the color. So that's the advantage of using a CSS file, that multiple pages can share the same style and they can be kept in sync. Now the thing to understand here is this. Let me just close this one, close this. We have taken a look at three kinds of ways of doing this: the style tag, the CSS file, and the inline CSS. There's no particular reason to choose one over the other than the scope of the problem that we're trying to tackle. If the style that I'm applying only is applicable to just one particular element, then there's no necessarily that's no need necessarily to create a style tag or CSS file. If, for instance, I'm applying styles and those styles need to be shared among multiple elements on the same page, then a style tag comes in handy because you don't have to create a new file and clutter up your entire directory structure. On the other hand, if you want to apply the same style to multiple pages in the same domain, then maybe a CSS file is more useful. So it completely depends on the problem that you're trying to solve. Now, I would recommend that you start out with this CSS file altogether, mainly because if you have a page and that there are multiple elements and you are given a task of applying a color of pink to a p tag, or let's say color of blue to a p tag. So you just create a p tag, create the color, style tag, style attribute, color to be blue, and you type this is a p tag. I save this, I'll go back and I'll refresh. So as you can see, both of them have the same styles. Now the issue here is this. Since the code here, imagine there's a lot of code in between where I've created blank line. Since there is a lot of code in between there, the new developer has no idea that this is already created. He doesn't need to create another style of color of blue. It's going to be exactly the same. But the new developer doesn't know that, so that's going to be a problem. However, had this been inside a CSS file, the developer would have opened up the file, gone through all the styles, and taken a look at a p tag, or he could have just searched p here, and this is what he would have found, that the color is already blue, so he does not need to change anything. Goes back, refreshes, okay, the color is already blue, he has no reason to change it, and it works. So again, depends on the problem you're trying to solve. If you're confident that this is only a one-time thing, then maybe use inline style. If you're not confident that it's a one-time thing and you think the style needs to be shared among multiple elements, use style tag, and use CSS files if you think that the CSS files are needed and the style needs to be shared across multiple pages. In either case, just make sure that you're using the right tool for the job. A little more complicated than your normal inline CSS. The reason being that in the style tags, you have to apply the styles to multiple elements on a page. And applying that could be a little more typical than your inline CSS, in which you just use the style attribute on any HTML element. Now, we use style tag by nesting it inside the head tag of the HTML document. So if you remember in the previous ways where we have in the previous hands-ons in the previous modules, we had used the style tag before. In the head element after the title, we had put the style tag there. Now it's not necessary that you put it there, but it's a good practice because this is not something that needs to be shown to the user in the body. So just to make the meaning more clear, we put it into the head tag. So the styles get applied first and then the elements load, and that way our HTML elements know how to be displayed rather than being displayed first and then the styles being applied to them. Now we write the styles of the HTML page inside the style tag. We can use all the methods and ways that we'll discuss in later videos about how to do that. But in basic sense, we create a style tag inside the head tag. Inside the style tag, we write all the CSS code. Now the advantage is that if we elements without resorting to copying and pasting code, we can. So for instance, in our previous understanding of the inline CSS, we can apply a red border to one button, but if we needed that to be applied to multiple buttons, let's say two buttons, one at the top of the page and one at the bottom of the page, we can use the style tag and just target a button in general. Now using that, if the border is changed from red to blue, that would still work in the style tag case. However, in inline CSS, we would have to change it on both the sides. Now the disadvantage is that these styles cannot be applied to different pages. So we have moved up a bit in the level of abstraction, in the level of scope. However, the problem here is that if we have 3 pages and all of them need to have these buttons with the red border, then we can't really use the style tag, or we'd have to copy and paste the style tag across. And we can copy and paste it. However, this is going to be the same problem that we had with the inline CSS bit. So we need a different solution, and that's where CSS file comes into play. But before that, let's take a look at how you can use the style tag. Okay, now let's take a look at CSS file. So CSS file is the most complicated out of the 3 ways to apply the styles on an HTML page. The reason why we say it's the most complicated is because in this one you would have to create a new file, link it to the current file, and so on and so forth. So the steps are more, but it provides a larger scope for you to apply the styles to. Now to use the CSS file, the first thing we need to do is we need to create a file with any file name that you want to give it. Typically it's styles.css, but you can give it any name that you want. Make sure that you attach the .css extension at the end so that the browser can understand that this is a CSS file and the code inside it is supposed to be read as a style sheet, and I need to apply it to the elements of the page. The file contains the CSS code that needs to be applied to all the elements of all the pages in the website. So think of it this way: wherever this file is attached, in whichever HTML documents this file is attached, its style are going to be applied to that. Whichever elements match whichever styles that we have applied to them, they'll get applied. So for instance, if I create a button with a class of red border and I want that button to be usable across all my web pages, wherever I create a button with the style of red border, I want that button to get a red border. I can create a CSS file, create a style for that, and then link that file to all my web pages. Now it's going to work exactly the way we expect it to work. Now that file is then linked to each HTML page using the link tag in the head. Earlier we were using the style tag to create some page specific styles. However, we could use the link tag, and inside the link tag we can give the URL or the location of where our CSS file is stored. It is to be noted that in the link tag we can also give URLs to external style sheets such as CSS frameworks or external CSS files that someone else has created but we wish to use. All of that is possible using the CSS files link tag in the head of the document. Now the advantage is that you can have a single place where we keep all the styles, and these styles can be applied uniformly throughout our website. Many HTML elements can have the same style and across our entire website as long as they have the style sheet linked on there in the head of the document. The disadvantage, however, is that if not careful, this file can grow very large and become difficult to navigate and debug. So we have to sort of figure out how we're going to deal with the CSS files getting large and big. It's not really necessary for us to think about it right at the beginning, but as the files start growing, as the applications start going, we start adding more pages and we have more styles that we need to apply. You can see how it can quickly go out of hand. So you need to be aware of how you can use it. Now you can use different styles, different kinds of these styles applications, such as we can use inline CSS for some elements, style tags for some elements, and CSS files for some elements. I would recommend that you choose the appropriate method for the appropriate problem and then use that for your solution. Take a look at CSS selectors. Now a CSS selector allows us to target and select an HTML element to apply styles to them. So if I want to select a particular button, I can use CSS selectors. If I want to select all the buttons, I can use CSS selectors for those, so on and so forth. So CSS selectors allow us to define what is the element I want the mentioned styles applied to. Now there are 5 categories of CSS selectors. These are simple selectors, combinator selectors, pseudo classes, pseudo elements, and attribute selectors. Let's take a look at these one by one. The first ones are simple selectors. Now, simple selectors are selectors that can select element based on their either the element name, such as P, H1, or whatever, ID, the ID attribute, or the value of the ID attribute, and the class attribute. So these are called simple selectors because these are the simplest formats of selectors that you can use, and they are the most popular ones as well. Now, to select an element using name, you can simply use the name of the element as selector, as shown in the code example below. We have a p tag and we have changed the size of the font to be 15 pixels. Now, if I wanted to use an h1 tag, I can just use the h1 tag. If I wanted to use the form tag, button tag, input tag, whatever I want, I could just use the tag name and it will work exactly the way it should. Now, if I don't want to select all the form tags, all the p tags, etc. on the page, then I would have to specify class. Now, class, as we all know, or I hope we remember, that a class is used to target multiple elements on a page. So if you have multiple elements with the same class on a page and you want the same styles applied to all these multiple subsets of an element, let's say I have 5 p tags and I want 3 of them to be red in color or green in color, then I can apply the green class on 3 of those and leave the others as unaffected. So for that, I'll just use the dot green, which means a class of green. That's the syntax. That's how syntax works. And inside it, I've defined the style of color being green. So that's how I can specify more styles in it as well. So that's how it works. Finally, we can select a single element using an ID. Now, IDs, as we all remember, that not a single page. A single page cannot have more than one element with the same ID, and one element cannot have more than one ID. So if I want an element with the ID of green to have a color of green, I have to change the period in the previous class syntax to a hash. Hash specifies an ID, period, or full stop or dot, whatever you call it, specifies a class. So hash followed by the ID name, and then inside curly braces, I define the styles that I want to be applied. So this is how that. Now let's take a look at simple CSS selector. So far we have discussed 3 kinds of selectors: the tag selector, ID selector, and class selector. Let's take a look at these in action. So I have the previous code here. I'll just close this one out and I'll just remove everything else. So I go up here and let me just clear this one out. We start from blank slate and we want the simple selectors. Now if I were to create a h1 tag and I were to say green h1, that's why I think you have seen how you can use style tags or inline tags or whatever, but I'll use the style tag. Now, make sure that you understand that if you're using inline styles, you don't need to use the selectors because you are already embedding the styles in the element that you need to be styled. So for instance, if I wanted to style the h1 tag, all I had to do is put the style tag here and I don't have to use any kind of selector whatsoever. But if I'm using a style tag or a CSS file for creating a style, then that requires me to use selector. Simple way to do this is if I want all the h1s to be of green color, I can create an h1 tag, change the color property to be green, and we're done with it. I can go back, fresh, and it's a green h1 tag. Let me just zoom in. This is what it looks like. Let me just zoom out again. Yeah. Now this is for a simple CSS selector. However, that's not the only simple CSS selector that we have. We also have a selector that can help us select elements based on class. So let's say I have two different elements, but with the same class. Let's say that the class needs to be, let's say P has a class of red P or red P tag, and let's say a B tag has the same class attached, red B tag. Now if I were to go back and refresh, both of them have the same color, although one of them is bold because we have used the B tag instead of the P tag. If I want to attach the red color to both of them, since I have provided the same class to them, I can just create a red color. Now it doesn't have to be this way. You can be more specific here as well. For instance, if I want the p tag to have this color, then I can say p red, and then I can also say b red and have the color to be red. But I don't have to do that because both of them have the same class and I don't need to be that specific.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does CSS stands for? A. Current style sheets. B. Current sheet style. C. Cascading style sheets. D. Cascading sheet style. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
If I go back and refresh, as you can see, the color has changed. I don't think the B tag changed its color. Let me see why. Class is red. Oh, sorry. Let's save this. Go back, refresh. Now the B tag has changed its color, so has the B tag. So that's how the class selector works. Just to give you a quick recap, whenever you want to specify a class, you attach a period at the beginning. You prefix it with a period or a full stop or a dot, whatever you call it, and then followed by the name of the class. So here it is. Now let's say I want to use an ID instead of a class. So I create an ID of, let's say that the ID is big, or let's say heading. I'll put it at the top, and it has to be an H1. I hope you guys remember that I had told you that you should not use the H1 to H6 tags to make the make an element or some text look big or small. You do that with CSS, right? Just do that. Big heading, and with the class of heading, I can change the font size here to be, let's say, 100 pixels, which is surely more than the current H1 tag. And I think it's less. Let me just change it to 400. It should be 4 times its current size right now. Okay, it didn't change. Let's see why. Oh, because it's an ID. So for the ID, you have to put the heading here like this. Let me just change it to 100 pixels. So for the heading ID, I have to use the hash symbol instead of a dot symbol. Dot symbol is useful for classes, and hash symbol is useful for ID. Now if I go back and refresh, as you can see, it's much bigger than the original H1 tag. If I want to make it smaller, I can do so as well. Let's say it's 10 pixels. It's quite small. It might not even be readable. I might have to zoom in. It's quite small, right? If I were to zoom in, this is what it looks like. So this is what we get when we are trying to use the H1 tags and P tags and B tags. And this is how you use the headings with the class or with the ID of heading, P and B with the class of red, and H1 tag as it is. So this is the simple selector. This is the class selector, and this is the ID selector. Now, one thing to notice here is that I have used it inside a style tag. It's not something that you use, the selectors are not something that you use inside a style attribute, which is the inline style. But if you are using a style.css file and linking it to this, you would just copy and paste or cut and paste the exact same code in this and remove the style tag, of course. So this code, if I were to place it inside the style.css, let me just show you. Here is style.css, paste it, close it, and now I have to just link it, style.css, save, go back and refresh, and as you can see, it's the same thing that we would have expected it. So that's how it works. That's how the styles, tags, and all of that work. And this is how the selectors, simple selectors work. Let's take a look at other selectors and understand how they work. Now we come to combinator selectors. Now, if you have already used simple selectors, you may notice that if you want to apply some style based on the hierarchical rules inside an HTML page, then that could be a little difficult. For instance, you only want to apply the red color to a p tag if it is inside a div tag. Now that might be a little difficult. For that, you might have to hunt down all the p tags inside the div tags and give them a class and then use this. However, CSS provides us with selectors that allow us to define relationships between multiple selectors. For example, if I want a p or a span, will select any span nested inside a p tag. So if I were to just as in the example below, I have used div space p as the selector. That means any p tag which is a child element of a div tag will get the color of green. That's how the combinator selector works. Now there are several different kinds of combinator selectors. You can take a look at those. If you want to have the same style applied to multiple elements, you can separate them using commas. And there are multiple ways to use the combinator selectors. You can use multiple combinator selectors as well, and that would work as well, which we'll cover in a hands-on now. Alright guys, now let's take a look at combinator selectors. So combinator selectors allow us to essentially tackle objects or gain access to HTML elements using some relationship between them. So let's take a look at them one by one. Here I have the code. Let me just remove this one. And this is the output. As you can see, nothing's being outputted here because nothing is inside the code. Now let's say I have a div tag with a p tag inside it. Add p tag and black p tag. Now I want this one to be red. I want this one to be black. Both of them are p tags. Neither one of them have a class attached to them. So how are we going to do this? Well, the method that we have learned thus far is that firstly, let me just create a style tag. Inside it, I can create a class of red, give it a color of red, and then attach the same class to this one. Style, sorry, not style, class red. Now I can save it, I can go back, and if I refresh the page, one is red and one is black. But if I don't want to use classes to muddle up my HTML, I want it to be clean and simple. Another thing I can do, if you notice, there's a difference between this p tag and this p tag, and that is that this p tag is nested inside a div tag. This p tag is not nested inside a div tag, it's nested inside just a body tag. So if I were to change this from red class to div with p, if I were to save this, go back, refresh, now it's showing with the p tag as red. There are several other combinator selectors as well. Let's say that I had another p tag, right? I call it red p tag, and this one is nested inside, let's say another div. Let's say it's not a p tag that's nested inside a div. Let's say that this is a p tag that is nested inside an h1 tag. Although that's not semantically correct because you don't have a paragraph inside a heading, but let's say that that's the case. If I refresh this, now you can see that both of them have red color. This is because although this one is a p tag nested inside a div tag and this one is a p tag nested inside an h1 tag, this h1 tag is nested inside the div tag. So eventually when we walk up the parent chain or the ancestor chain, we reach the div tag and we change the color. But if I were to change it to this, and then go save it, go back and refresh. Now as you can see, only the direct children of the div tags that are p tags are getting the red color. Now this may be a desired behavior if you want it to be. If you want only the div tags that are nested one level deep to have the red color, then you can use the p tag. And if you want all the p tags, no, it doesn't matter how closely they are nested or how much nested they are. If they are having a parent child or ancestor of div tag, then just change it to this, and this would work as well. Similarly, there are many other tags available. There are several combinator selectors available. We won't be covering all of them, but that's the way it works as of now. You can take a look at other combinator selectors as well, but these are the basics and the most popular ones. Let's take a look at other kind of selectors as well. Now let's take a look at pseudo classes. So the way pseudo classes or pseudo selectors work is basically you have an element in a special state. That special state can be one of many states. For example, let's say that you have a div with a user's mouse hovering over it. When that kind of state is reached, That's called a special state. And a pseudo class allows us to apply special styles to an element when its state changes. To give an example, let's say that you have a div tag with a green border and you want its border to be turned black whenever a user hovers over it. In cases like this, the pseudo selectors can come in really handy. Had there been no pseudo selectors, then we would have had to use JavaScript to figure out when the user has hovered over it and change the styles dynamically or programmatically. However, CSS has these abilities for us to do that, so we can have pseudo selectors or pseudo classes to do it for us. Now let's take a look at pseudo classes. So we'll try and understand what a pseudo class is, and then we'll apply it to one of the elements that we create. So currently our code looks like this, and we have just some code. Let me just remove that, and I'll remove the style class from here as well. Go to here, use remove the style class, and everything works fine. I'll just change the name to pseudo classes. Now let's say that I have a h1 tag with the hover over me text written inside it. If I refresh it, I get the same text. It's black in color right now. Now let's say I want it to be blue in color. So again, in the head tag, I'll create a style tag. I'll check the h1. I'll change the color. It should all be familiar to you by now. And I use the blue color. I refresh this. I go back and I refresh here. And here it is. It's blue in color. Now what I want is when I hover over it, it should turn red and it should have an underline as well. Now to change it to that, I have to again go back, and here's where pseudo classes come into play. So I can just determine, okay, I want the hover pseudo class, right? So now whenever I'm hovering over h1, I want the color to be red as described. Color to be red, and it should have an underline. For that, I use the text decoration property and set the property's value to underline. I save this, go back, refresh. As soon as this goes over and I hover over it, and I'm not getting the output. Whenever you want to debug something in CSS, just go over here, select the button over here that selects the element, click on the button, and you can take a look at the styles that are applied here. Okay, so the color is blue, and when h1 is hovered over, let me just save this, go back, refresh, and now it's working. So there was a syntax error. So if I were to hover over it now, you can see its color immediately changes to red and an underline is put here. Now, if I were to do this in any other way, I would have to use JavaScript. But right now, since JavaScript is needed, I am working without JavaScript and it works fine. So that's how pseudo classes work. Let's take a look at how the other selector methods work.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Alright guys, now let's take a look at pseudo elements. Now a pseudo element is used to specify a specific part of an element, such as the first letter, the last line, etc. Instead of you having to wrap a particular element inside, or a particular part of an element inside a span tag to tackle or gain access to it, you can just use pseudo elements. These pseudo elements basically allow you to basically change styles of either the first element, the last element, the first few elements, the last few elements, all the odd elements, all the even elements, and so on and so forth. Pseudo selectors are really helpful when building out user interface and layouts. For instance, let's say you have a table and in which you want all the alternate rows to have a darker color and all the even rows to have lighter color. You can do that. Or you want all the last 5 columns to have a particular font style and all the other rows should have the same font style. Now all of that can be done using pseudo elements. So you can have a lot of power when using pseudo elements. Now let's take a look at pseudo elements. Now to work with pseudo elements, all you have to do is firstly create this. I'll just change the title here, pseudo elements, and save this. I'll go back and I'll refresh. As you can see, the title has changed, so we are in the correct file. Now let me just show you how it would work. So I'll create a p tag and I'll say this is a p, save this, go back, refresh, and I get a p tag. I've zoomed in so that you can see, as you can see here, zoomed out version is quite small. So let me just zoom back in again. This is what a p tag looks like. Now if I want to change the color of p tag, there are many options I have. I can change the color to be red. Save this, go back, and the color is red. But what if I want to change the color of just the first letter? Now this is easier for us to do now. I can just change the, and I just have to embed this text here and then just work its way up. So if I save this now, if I refresh this, it's still red in color, but I'm just trying to see this. And if I want to just change the pen, no, this is what it looks like. So that's one way of doing it. However, it's a lot more code and I have to muddle up my HTML and add unnecessary span tags. So I'll just close this one out. And now I have a p tag. If I want the first letter to be this one, I can use the pseudo elements. Save this, go back, refresh, and the first letter is still red in color. I can even use other techniques like first line. I have the same line here, so it's not going to work that way. Add a bit more text here. Now let's see if it works. As you can see, the first line is clearly red in color. If I were to zoom out, as you can see, as many things get on the first line, this is updating automatically. I don't have to do anything. If only this content is coming on the first line, then only that one is colored red. So that's the power of using this. Let me just close this out. And that's how p tags work. And this is how the pseudo element selectors work. You can do it the other ways as well, but in that you would have to use a lot of different technologies and that would be really difficult. Easier ways are available, so we recommend that you use those. Now let's take a look at attribute selectors. Suppose you want to target all the A tags with the target set to underscore blank. If the target attribute of an A tag is set to underscore blank, that means that when that link is clicked, it will open up in a new tab. Now, if you want to tackle all of these elements and you want to change their color to green, the code below shows how you do that. So you can basically gain access to elements based on their attribute properties. If an attribute of a particular element is set to a particular value, then you can use this attribute selector to gain access to it and change its styles. Attribute selectors can be really helpful when you want to check whether an input tag is required or not, whether it has a no validate property, and there can be many use cases for that as well. Guys, now let's take a look at attribute selectors. Now, again, for the attribute selectors to work, I have this code that is not showing anything in the body tag. Let me just change the title so that we understand attribute select. And now let me just show you how it works. So I have changed the A tag to be nothing. And in the A tag, I can type in anything. So let's say this is a link. I can again change an A tag and with the target property set to underscore blank. This is another link. After saving both of these, all I can do is inside the style tag, I can change the A with the target property set to underscore blank, and here I want to change the color to be, instead of it being blue, it has to be red. So if we go back and if we refresh, now as you can see, these are the two links, but one of them is colored red, other one of them is colored blue. If I were to click on this, it opens up in a new tab. That's what the underscore blank attribute does to the target element. And that's how you can create attribute selectors. Different attributes can be used. For instance, if I wanted to use href is set to this, then I go back and if I refresh, both of them have the same thing. So that's how it works. Different attributes can be used, different selectors can be used, depends really on how you wish to choose it. So that's how attribute selectors work. Let's take a look at what else we can learn. So the background property in CSS allows us to manipulate the background of an HTML page. You can also manipulate the background of an HTML element, but that does apply to the page as well. Now the background property can be set either to a color or an image. That really depends on the choice that you're going for. You can even have an image of a particular color. However, images are usually rasterized, which basically means when you zoom into a particular color, if it's set to an image, then it's going to pixelate. But if you're using a color, then it's not going to pixelate, it's going to look the same. Now to set the background color of an image, we use the background dash color property and set it to a color. Now this color can either be represented as a hexadecimal code, as you can see in the blue background example here, where we have set the class of blue background, we have set the color to be hash 0000FF, which is a hexadecimal value, or you can use RGBA values, in which R stands for red, G stands for green, B stands for blue, and A stands for alpha. Alpha stands for the opacity of the entire color, and RGB stands for how much green, how much blue, and how much red from 0 to 255. This is how you can make colors in your HTML code. It could be in either one of those formats. It doesn't really matter. It would work exactly the same way. However, it is to be noted that hexadecimal is the one just usually preferred, unless you want to add some opacity to your color. In cases like this, RGBA is the one that's used. The alpha value specifies the opacity. If it's 0, then it's completely transparent, and if it's 1, then it's completely opaque. Now to set the background property of an image or to an image, we use the background image property and set it to the URL of an image. Now that URL can either be relative or absolute, as with the links, as with any link that we can see on the internet. The relative URL will be the URL on your own website, and the absolute URL will be URL on some other website, and you can use images on other websites as well. The background image property to a URL use the syntax background-image colon URL, and inside the URL you create a parenthesis, and inside the parenthesis you create double quotations. Inside the double quotations you write the URL to the image. Now here we have created an image to the URL to the background image, but you may name it anything that you want. Just make sure that the URL is correct and it's reachable from your browser. Alright guys, now let's take a look at CSS background. So the way CSS backgrounds work is we can either set it to a color or an image. Let's take a look at how we can do that. Firstly, I'll just remove the previous code. Let's change this and this one as well. Save this, go back. Let me just zoom out for the clarity. Refresh it, and nothing's there. I'll just change the title as well. CSS Background. Now the way it works is the first thing we have to do is we will create a div tag, and that's all I would do right now. Let me just style it a bit so that you can understand. Now the div tag needs to have a height of let's say 500 pixels, a width of 500 pixels as well, and now let me just create the background here. So the first property I will show you is background color. Save it, go back and refresh, and this is what it looks like. So a div tag is created, a box is created on my screen with 500 by 500 pixels of height and width, and the color is set to be red. Now the red color I've set is basically just a string of color, but I can choose a more advanced bit of color as well. I can make it hexadecimal as well. If I go back, refresh, it stays the same. If I want to change the opacity of the color, then I would have to use something like an RGBA function. Inside it, I want completely red, no green, no blue, and the alpha color, let's make it to be 1 right now. I save it, go back, when I refresh, and it's the same. However, if I change the value of the alpha here, then I might get a different result. Let me just show you how that works. So I'm using Google Chrome's Chrome tools, but you can do it in the code as well. So it's here. If I change it to 0, then it becomes completely transparent. 1 is opaque. And if I want to change it to just a tiny little bit, okay, 0.9, 0.8, 0.7, 0.6. As you can see, as I am moving it down from 0 to 1, so from 1 to 0, it's becoming more and more light, or you can say transparent. Right now it's 50% opaque, 50% transparent. I keep going down, and eventually it disappears. So that's the way RGBA works. If you want to change the opacity of some element with background color, use the RGBA format, and it works quite well. Now let me just show you what else you can do. So that was just for the background color. And background color can be set to, as we have discussed, it can be set the red color, the green color, the blue color in either the hexadecimal format or the RGBA format or whichever format that you prefer. All of these formats work completely well, but the way we will do the other bit is we change its background to an image. So to do that, you can do background image, and here I can just change it to be a URL. In the URL, I'll pass in the URL to the image of Google. Refresh this, and as you can see, the image is there. Now it may not be something that you were expecting because the background is bigger than the image that we have. The image is repeating. I can change the background images repeat for property to background repeat, right? VAC. And as you can see, background repeat property I can set to no repeat. And now the image won't be repeating itself. It will just be there. There you have it. So you have just one image here, and you can change the position, you can set how it's supposed to look and so on and so forth, but that's the way it's supposed to work. All right, so that's how background properties work. Let's see what else we can learn. Now let's take a look at CSS borders. Borders are again one of the things that can affect your layout quite well. So we can understand how you can set borders on your HTML elements. Now the border property allows you to specify the style, width and color of an element border. To do that, firstly, you just need to set the border property. Now that can have multiple things. You can specify it in the order of size, the style, and the color. So size is going to be the width, color is going to be whatever you want it to be, and the style is going to be either it's solid, it's dashed, it's dotted, whatever. Now there are several types of borders available for you, such as solid, dotted, dashed. Transparent borders are also available, however they are not very useful, so on and so forth. You can use it like this. As the example shown below, we have created a class of the borders and we have applied the style of border of 1 pixel, solid and black. This could be different. You can change the width of the border, you can change the style, and you can change the color as well. The color could be, it's here, it's just the color's name, which is black, but you can apply a hexadecimal color, an RGBA color, or whatever other different kind of colors you have available for you to use. If the browser supports it, then it's going to work completely fine here as well. Now let's take a look at margin and paddings. So using CSS, we can define a margin and padding for an HTML element. As you can see in the image below, margin and padding becomes quite apparent as to what they are. Just to make it a little more clearer, margin is the additional space around the elements outside the border. So you have some content, there's some space around it, then there's border, and outside that border, if you apply some additional space, that's called margin. On the other hand, padding is additional space around the elements inside the border. So you have the border and you have the content. If you put some space between the border of the element that you're targeting and other elements, that's a margin. If you put the space between the border of the element and the content of the element, that's padding. So you have margins and paddings available for us to use. Now, setting margins and padding on any document or any HTML element is not very difficult. What you have to do is you can choose the margin and padding, either margin or padding, and just change the size of the margins and paddings available for a particular element by targeting it. Here we are targeting a class with white box and changing the margins to be 10 pixels and padding to be 10 pixels. It is to be noted that you can, for instance, change the margins on the top, left, right, and bottom side of the element. You can also change the padding on the top, left, bottom, and right side of the element separately. It's entirely up to you how you wish to do it. Usually people like to just keep the margins and paddings same across all sides, but it's your choice if you want to do it differently. Let's take a look at a hands-on and figure out how we can do that.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Guys, now let's take a look at margin and padding. So for margin and padding, I'll just refresh this. This is the previous code. I'll just change the color here. Margins and paddings. Now if I go back and if I refresh, you can see nothing's there. So in order to use margins and paddings, let me first just create a div tag. This will have a p tag if you want it to have a p tag, and that p tag will have some color. Refresh, and this is what it looks like. Now I can change the style here. Let me just show you how I'm going to do that. Firstly, I'm going to change the p tag. P tag is going to have a border of 5 pixels solid blue. Save this, go back and refresh. And similarly, the div tag is going to have the same thing, but the border's color is going to be red, so that we can differentiate where one element starts and the other element ends. So both of them have the same thing. Now, sorry, it's not supposed to be p, it's supposed to be div. Now it's working. So as you can see, already there's some margins around it or padding around it. Let me just tell you how it works. So if I were to click on the p tag here, as you can see, by default, there's some margin of 1 ems applied. If I can just set the margins to be 0, both of them will collapse onto each other. So that's how margins and paddings work. Let's just see how they work in a moment. I'll change the background color of P to be a little different so that, let's see which, yeah, this would get it blue. I refresh this, and now it looks like this. And I'll change the color to be white and refresh this. Now it looks like that. So everything's visible now. Let's see how margins and paddings work. Firstly, let me just show you how padding would work. So on the p tag, if I add padding of 25 pixels, notice the change in the text here. As you can see, it shifted 25 pixels down, 25 pixels left, and outside the text we have 25 pixels of padding. If you want to take a look at how the padding is looking like, open up your Chrome DevTools, click on this, and it will show you how the padding is. Now I scroll down, padding is 25 pixels and it's highlighted here. Another thing to note here is that if I want to just set the padding to be on the top and bottom and not on the left and right, I can do so as well just about here. So top and bottom should be this, and 0 pixels should be left and right. So as you can see, the pixels, the padding has changed now. If I were to click on this, go back, the border is there, margins 16 pixels by default, and on the left and right side there are no padding, and on the top and bottom is 25 pixels of padding. Another thing I can do, if I want to specify the margins and paddings on all of these, then I can just say 25 pixels, 15 pixels, 10 pixels, 0 pixels, and you'll see how that works in a moment. If I refresh this, the padding is quite wonky, but let's see. If I were to click on this now, it will show me how the padding has been applied. So the 25 pixels padding is applied to the top, then the 15 pixels is applied to the right hand side, then 5 pixels to the bottom, and the 5 pixels again is applied on the left hand side. So that's how it's working right now. No, sorry, 0 pixels is applied on the right hand side, yeah, left hand side. So the way it works is clockwise. So it goes to top, then right, then bottom, and then left. Now again, if you want to just specify padding for one part of the box, for instance, I just want padding at the top. Instead of going instead of filling all the numbers to be 0 and just top with 25 pixels, I can just type padding top 25 pixels. And this works the same way. All the other paddings are removed, and only there's only a padding from the top of the element to the bottom. So that's how that works. Let's say I want to add margin. So to add the margin, firstly let me just change the width so that I can show you some cool things. Width is going to be 150 pixels. Go back, refresh, and now it's, instead of spanning the entire section, it's going to span only 150 pixels. And Now, if I were to change the margin to be 0 pixels and go back, you'll see it collapses. And if I were to change the second part of it to be auto margin, it is pushed at the middle. This happens because I have specified the margin to from top and bottom to be 0 pixels, and on left and right it's auto, which means take the available space, put my content in the middle, and the margin on the left and margin on the right should be exactly the same. So if I were to go here and check it, here you go. This is the border, this is the div tag, and here's the margins. So 675 is the margin right now. If I were to essentially zoom it out or do something else with it, it might change. So for instance, as you can see, as I'm zooming it, the margin is automatically updating. You can take a look at here. So this is how margins affect our work, and margins and paddings work exactly the same way. The only difference is outside the content, but inside the border, if you need space between the content and the border, use padding. If you need space between the border of the element and outside elements, then use margins. Now again, the same way I had applied the margins with there, I can apply it here as well. So it could be 0 pixels, auto, top, right, and then 0 pixels and auto. Go back, refresh, and it's the same thing. Another thing, I have the same properties of margin top, margin bottom, margin left, margin right, if I want to use them. Right now I don't have to, so I'll just put it this way. And that's the way it works. Now let's take a look at what else we have to learn. Now let's take a look at CSS box model. We can consider each HTML element being displayed as a box and is often termed box model. Usually when we're trying to style any div or any HTML element, we can consider it as being a box, and all the sizes that are related to that box are considered in the CSS box model. Now these boxes are used when we are styling and designing our web pages using CSS. So box model is a really important concept, especially when you're trying to apply styles to an HTML page. As you can see, inside the content, we have some content, and inside the box that we're showing, we have some content. That's the element. That element has some padding. Outside the padding, we have some border, and outside the border, we have the margin. All of this is considered as part of the box model. All of this is considered as the height and the width of the entire HTML element, with the content, padding, border, and margin one after the other. So we need to be able to take care of all of these if we want to lay out the element correctly. If, for instance, we want the element to be of height 40 pixels, however, we add the margins of 20 pixels on both sides and then padding of 10 pixels on both sides, the height of the element becomes 40 plus 20, which becomes 60 pixels, which is 20 pixels more. So we need to be able to guess what these styles are going to be. Now, CSS box model essentially consists of margins, borders, paddings, and content. Content is what we are providing, and the styles define the margins, borders, and paddings of the content. Now, while creating the layout of a web page in the CSS, we need to consider margins, borders, paddings, and the content of an element in order to understand how big the entire HTML element is going to be, and how we're going to lay it out on a particular page. In case we specify the size of an element to be 60 pixels, but the room for accommodation is only 40 pixels, then we have essentially either going to create a scroll bar, or we are going to drop the current element to a new line, in which either case the layout is not going to look as the user has intended it to look. So you need to be able to take care of that. Alright guys, now let's take a look at CSS link state. Using CSS, we can style links differently depending on the states that they are in. So for example, let's say that you had a link that was being hovered over by a person. Now you want the link to being displayed differently when someone hovers over it. Maybe you want an underline, maybe you want to remove the underline that is already there, maybe you want to highlight it, change the color. It really depends on your taste and your preferences. However, doing this could be a bit difficult. Had CSS not supported link state, you would have had to written a lot of JavaScript code in which you have to firstly hunt down the elements using the JavaScript DOM elements. After getting that, you have to attach an event handler, figure out when the user is hovering over it, and then change the styles accordingly, either by adding a class or by changing them directly in JavaScript. All of that is a lot of work. However, CSS link state make it a really easy thing to do. Now, a link can be in one of the 4 described states. The states are link, visited, hover, and active. Now the link state refers to an unvisited link. This is the default state. Whenever you open up a browser and it's a link that you have already clicked, you will see that it has a different color. Sometimes it's a purplish blue kind of a color, while usually links display as a blue color. So that's the difference. The link that has not been visited is in blue color. So that's the link that has not been clicked yet by your browser. Now the second link state is visited state. Now this is the state when you have already clicked on the link and have followed the link to the page that it wants to redirect you to. When that happens, your browser looks at it and determines that whether it should be in the link state or visited state. The third state is the hover state. This is the state that is used most often because the users hover over a link more often than they click it. So that's the state that that's used more often than not, and that's how you can essentially use it. When you hover over it, if you want to change the color to red, you just basically gain access to that link element using whichever selector you want. Maybe it's a combinator selector, maybe it's an attribute selector, and you attach a golden hover to the element on it, and then you change the color to red. Finally, you have the active state. The active state refers to the link that is being clicked by the user. Now, this state doesn't last for very long because it basically means that user is clicking on the link. So when I'm clicking on the link, its color should change momentarily, and then the page navigates to other direction. When I'm hovering over it, it's a different color. When I have not visited the link, it's a different color. And once I've clicked it, visited the link and went back, the link is in a different color. So these are all the ways that you can change the link. These are all the link states. Usually hover is used the most because hovering over a link should make it seem like you are hovering over a link, or it should have some sort of a visual feedback that tells you that this is a link and you are hovering over it and you can click it to follow it to some page if you want. So these are all the link states. Now let's take a look at an example and see how that works. Now let's take a look at CSS link states. Now just to take a look at the code that we have, there's a link here, and if I were to refresh this, this is what a link looks like by default, a blue colored link with a blue underline on it. Now I have already written some CSS code so that you don't have to see me type it all out. I'll explain what that means. The link state, which is the default state, should be red. So by default, this link should display as red. Visited state, which means when I have clicked on the link, it should look green. As I'm hovering over it, it should have a color of hot pink so that it's discernible from other colors. And when I have clicked over it, but I'm not let go, it's an active state, in which case it should be blue in color. Let's see that in action. If I refresh this, this is red by default, unvisited link. Hover over it, it's pink. Let me just, yeah, now it's hot pink, the color changes. If I click on this, you are being shown a blue color. And if once I've clicked on this, this is what it looks like, red in color. So as you can see that all of this is working, and these colors are really useful for us to figure out what the state of the link is. And there are other ways of using this as well, but we recommend that you take a look at this and figure out how it works. So once we have taken a look at all these, let's take a look at the link states. I have opened it up in an unincognito mode as well. So now, as you can see, it's green in color because it's capturing that the link is visited. In incognito mode, that will not work. So I will just close this up now and I'll go back. This is what the color looks like. I have an A tag with an href that's pointing nowhere, and we have a link. In it, we have a red color, green color, hot pink, and blue color. All of these work exactly the way we would expect it. Alright guys, now let's take a look at CSS positioning. Positioning is an important aspect of any CSS layout. Let's take a look at what options we have available for positioning elements and how CSS positioning works in real life. So to understand this, firstly let's understand how you can use positions in CSS. To use positions in CSS, you use the position property in CSS that specifies the type of positioning method that we are going to be using for a particular HTML element. Now there are several different kinds of positioning methods that are available, and we'll take a look at all of them one by one. So these are the 5 options that are available for you to use to position an element: static, relative, fixed, absolute, and sticky. All of them provide different behavior, and depending on how you're laying out your entire element relative to other elements, you can use one of the following. Let's discuss them one by one. The first is static. Now, all the HTML elements have the static position on by default. So if you have defined an HTML element, by default, it's positioned using static positioning. So you don't have to change the property to static in any way, shape, or form. It will be done automatically. Now, static positioning leads to an element being positioned according to the normal flow of the page. So how it would have been normally is how it is displayed. It's the default. So for instance, if there are two block elements, then they both will appear one on one line after the other. If there are two inline elements, they will appear one after the next if the space allows it to be that way. And if the content takes up the entire width of the screen, then the next inline element will appear on the next line. That's how it's supposed to work normally, and that's how it functions in static position. Now, elements that have their position attribute set to relative are positioned relative to their normal position. So, for instance, if I have a relatively positioned element, or what I can do is that when I have a normally positioned element, I can specify, okay, from this position, move 10 pixels left, 10 pixels down. That way, relative to my original position where the document would have been shown because of the static property, it would move according to that, keeping that as a frame of reference. Now, to define an element's relative position, we make use of the top, right, bottom, and left properties. These define that how it should move from the top, from the right, from the left, from the bottom. So if you were to give an element property of relative display, and then we change its top property to 0, that means it should, at the top level, it should be exactly where it is. So it should be exactly where it is on the y-axis. Now on the right property, move this much from right and move this much from left. Left is going to be the left and right property, and the bottom property defines how much it should move from bottom to upwards. So these are the properties that we can make use of. Now another property that is useful is the fixed property. And the fixed property allows us to essentially just put an element in a fixed position. Whether the viewport moves or not, that's a different story. An element with a position attribute set to fixed will be positioned relative to the viewport. So if you have a viewport and it can be positioned relative to that. So if I have a browser opened up and I say, okay, it needs to be fixed and it needs to be on the bottom right corner, it should be exactly attached to the bottom right corner. Then I can set the bottom and right properties to 0, meaning it should be 0 pixels away from the bottom and 0 pixels away from the right. So it completely attaches itself. Now, even if I were to scroll my browser, it would stay exactly in that position. Now, it stays in the same place even if the page is scrolled. That's the advantage of using fixed position. Now, the thing is, if you are using it to display some notifications, like for instance, some social networking site, and in the social networking site, somebody follows you and you have sent that notification to the front end receives that notification and now it's job to display it. The way it happens is that it creates a position fixed attribute notification, and in this it fills up the text that so and so followed you, and that way everything works. So even if you were to scroll up and down, it will still stay there. You can dismiss it by clicking on the close button. That's completely your choice, or it would disappear in a few seconds. An element with position attribute set to absolute is positioned relative to the nearest positioned ancestor. So to give you an example, let's say that I have a relative and absolute positioned element. What happens is when I set the position to be absolute, it's not positioned relative to itself, it's positioned relative to its parent element that has the position attribute set to relative. So it is positioned to some other element. That's the way it works with absolute positioning. Now, a positioned element is an element that has its position attribute set to anything except static. Usually it is relative, but it could be difficult to say. So if an element is positioned absolute and has no positioned ancestors, then it is using the document body and moves along the page with scrolling. So that's the way it works. Now, it's completely your choice if you want to use absolute or relative. Usually, absolute positioning is used when you want to make sure that the relatively positioned element inside which we have nested another element and we want the nested element to be positioned according to the relatively positioned element, then we can use the absolute position. And finally, we move on to the sticky positioning. An element with position set to a sticky position is based upon the user's scroll position. Well, let's take a look at what that means. As long as the element is in its original position and it's in a viewport, it acts as a relatively positioned element, which means that it moves away from its original position. And when you scroll it, it will scroll up and down, it won't stay in the same position. However, when the element's original position is scrolled out of the viewport, it becomes sticky and sticks in the plane. Which is to say, as soon as it reaches the end of a page, either at the top or the bottom, then it stops functioning as a relatively positioned attribute and just sticks to that end of the page. So, for instance, if you have a lot of text and you have a position sticky element in the middle, if you were to scroll up, the elements will scroll up, and as soon as it reaches the top of your viewport, it will stick there. It won't scroll out of the viewport. Similarly, the same thing will happen if you scroll down. So if you scroll down, then the same thing happens as well. We must also specify at least one of the top, right, bottom, or left for the sticky positioning to work. If we don't do that, then the sticky position may not work. So with that, now let's take a look at how we can make use of the CSS positioning attributes using a hands-off. Now let's take a look at CSS positioning. We have covered a lot of ground when we come to talk about CSS positioning. Let's take a look at them one by one. So here's the code. Now let me just go to the body tag, go back, and as you can see, there's nothing in it right now. Now let's add some code and figure out how the positioning systems work. So by default, it's statically positioned. So I don't think we have to explain it that way. If you want to change the positioning to static, which won't be something that works because it's already there. So all you would have to do is change to position to, and that change to be something other than this. We can change it to static, and that would work. But it's by default, so we won't be changing that. Now let me show you how the relative positioning works. So I'll create a p tag, and it would have a text p tag. Inside the style tag, I'll change the border to be 5 pixels solid black. Save this, go back and refresh. This is what it looks like by default, right? If I were to change the top property to let's say 50 pixels and the left property to 50 pixels, the left property to 50 pixels, and if I go back and if I refresh, it has no change on it. But if I were to change the position to relative, save this, go back and refresh, now as you can see, it has moved from its original position 50 pixels to from the left and 50 pixels from the top. And that's the way it's supposed to work in position relative terms. Now that works with relative, but how about absolute position? To display absolute positioning, if I were to change it to absolute, save this, refresh, this is what it looks like. Now it works exactly the same way. The only thing is the width has changed, but that's fine. Otherwise, the position has been the same. Now, if I were to, for instance, wrap it inside a div, put it here. The div tag is here, and the position of div tag is supposed to be relative, and it needs to be from top 50 pixels, left 50 pixels, and let me just change the border of this as well. Instead of having black, it will be red. Now if I go back and if I refresh, this is what it looks like. So we have a div tag and a p tag. Let me just show you how this is looking about. Yeah. This is the div tag. Since it has no content, we have moved it 50 pixels from the top and 50 pixels from the right. Now if I were to change this, as you can see, both of these are moving. So the top property of the div tag is being changed and both the properties are moving. The reason this works is because the absolute positioning looks up the parent chain and figures out which element has any other display property, position property other than static. So in the last case, there was no parent, P was nested inside div, so body, and body has no, it has display static. So it had no option but to look at that as the point of reference. Now what happens is we have a div tag that has a position of relative which is other than static, and it's 50 pixels moved from top and 50 pixels from left. This p tag which is nested inside the div tag moves itself relative to that. So that's how position relative and absolute work. Now let's take a look at position fixed. I'll just change this border from black to green. Position is fixed. And I'll change it to bottom right. Save this, go back, refresh, and this is what it looks like here. I can also change it a little bit more. I can add a padding of 50 pixels. I'll go back and I refresh, and this is what it looks like. This is something like a notification. If I don't want it to be 50 pixels from top, then I can make it like this. Now it looks something like this. This is something like a notification. And if I were to add some content here, let's say, I'll just move it here, and I have a p tag, and it has some content, and I'll just copy and paste the p tag multiple times, more than 70 times, so that it allows me to scroll around. And okay, problem. I think we have p tags here, so p dot notification. Now if I were to go back, now as you can see, even if I scroll it out of the text, it remains in the same position as it is. So that's the position static. Now the difference here is that if I were to change it from position fixed to position sticky, and change it from top right, bottom right to top right, you'll see a little bit of a change here. Let me just see where the element has gone. Okay, so it's here. Oh, so position is sticky, top is this, and I can change it from here. And now all I have to do is move it to the top. Save this. Now if I go back, and this is what it looks like. So as you can see, it's sticking to its position. Even if I scroll it out of the position, it looks like it's stuck to where it was. So there are several different ways that you can configure these. As you can see, notification properties can be applied to this one, and there are many other things that you can do. You can think of a lot of other things as well. Right now we looked at all the kinds of positions that we can, and all of them have their own properties, and we can understand that. So let's take a look at how we can use the sticky property a little better. Right now it looks like this. So in order to make it work correctly, let me just try this out. Instead of it being p notification, div with the class of sticky, and I'll close the div here. Then I'll close this one here, remove this one here, scroll to the end, and I will just yeah, now it works. So I have this
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Now it's working. So for that sticky tag, let me just clear this one out. I'll change the div with the border of 5 pixels, solid. Position is sticky. Let's say top is 0 pixels, and right is, let's say left is 50, left. Now if I were to go back and refresh, this is what it looks like. And as you can see that this is, let me just change it a little bit from top, let it be 10 pixels. It should look fine now, right? So it's 10 pixels away. As you can see, notice this distance. As I scroll it, I try to scroll it out, it will stay exactly where it is. Now, if I were to change it to 0 pixels and move it a little down, let's say here, then refresh it, this is what it looks like. But if I were to scroll it out of the view, it still sticks to the top. This is what the sticky property makes it. So that's how all the positioning attributes work. Hopefully this has been informative. Let's take a look at what else we can learn.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does CSS stands for? A. Current style sheets. B. Current sheet style. C. Cascading style sheets. D. Cascading sheet style. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now let us take a look at what is JavaScript. It is important to understand what JavaScript is and how it can benefit us, mainly because JavaScript's meaning has evolved from time to time. Before the current versions of JavaScript rolled out, JavaScript was only used for web browsers, but now it can be used in different ways. So let us take a look at what it actually means. JavaScript is a high-level, object-oriented scripting language. It was created by Bernard Ike in Netscape in 1995. So JavaScript was originally created in 1995. Now, high-level object-oriented and scripting language are sometimes considered to be a bit more jargonistic than they need to be. Let us discuss them one by one. First thing is high-level. So a high-level programming language is basically a programming language that does not deal with the low-level memory management stuff that other programs might have to deal with. This is because JavaScript has a runtime environment, and what it does is that it takes a look at the code that you have written, takes a look at the memory that it will need, allocates that memory and continuously at regular intervals of time keeps checking if there is some memory that can be freed up. And if it can be, then it frees up that memory, and all of the variables that were assigned in that memory are going to be completely wiped off. So it will allocate and deallocate memory on its own. That doesn't necessarily mean that you have just no control over how things are happening behind the scenes and how you that you don't need to care about memory management at all. But at smaller level to medium level applications, you don't really have to worry about how applications are being built and how they are going to be used. At a large scale application such as a large scale JavaScript application such as Gmail or Google Drive, you have to worry about how memory is being used and you have to be very efficient about it. There are certain things that you can do in order to affect how the memory management is going to take place and if it's effective or not. So you can talk about this and discuss about this at length, but that's basically what high level means, that at the beginning you don't need to worry about how to allocate and deallocate memory. Whereas in programming languages like C++, you would have to do the memory management stuff on your own. You would have to allocate a chunk of memory to your program. When that program or that piece of program that executes is done, you need to then deallocate that memory. If you do not, then that memory is going to be reserved and is not going to be used by your program or by any other program because the compiler has not freed up the memory. So just keep that in mind. It's also object-oriented. Object orientation is basically a paradigm of programming in which you write code so that your code can reflect real-world objects and scenarios such as people, person, events, things like that. This is really important because in enterprise-level applications, when you're building applications for companies, the common language that you use are going to be to describe these things. In programming, however, these things are not really something that people consider. So you can create your own objects, you can create your own nomenclatures and translate them into code. This is what object-oriented programming allows us to do. And it's a scripting language because it was developed in order to write and to be written and be executed by the browser. Scripting languages are executed by some other programs, not by the operating system itself. So if you are trying to write JavaScript in the browser, then it's a script, not a program. However, it's very important to understand that JavaScript has now evolved and now it can be used to build other kinds of applications as well. So when it started out, JavaScript was a very simple scripting language that was developed in order to for the sole purpose of manipulating web pages, adding content, removing content, animating things into the frame, animating things out of the frame, changing the styles and whatever. Nowadays, because JavaScript is so popular and so easy to pick up, many of the programming languages are many of the paradigms and platforms support JavaScript. You can build JavaScript. You can use JavaScript to build mobile applications, servers, program web servers. Web applications are already being developed using JavaScript, and there are many other kinds of things as well, such as native Windows applications and all. So you can use JavaScript to build different kinds of applications. It has been supported on multiple platforms and will continue to expand its support. So with that, we have a clear picture of what JavaScript is. Now let us take a look at how you can use JavaScript. In this presentation, we'll be taking a look at how you can use JavaScript in a web browser. There are multiple ways of doing so. However, JavaScript, as we have discussed, can be used to build different kinds of applications, and we won't be discussing it here. With that out of the way, let's take a look at how you can use JavaScript. So there are three ways to use JavaScript, especially in the browser. So in the browser, you are supposed to write the JavaScript code in the HTML file or some other file and embed it. But how do you do that? Let's get started and see how you can do that. The first thing you have to understand is that the reason why there are so many ways of writing JavaScript depends on what kind of code are you writing. And in the hands-on for this topic, we'll discuss what that actually means. So the first thing is that it can be inline. Basically suggests that the code that you're writing is completely embedded in the HTML. So if you have a button, it is right next to the button and it's only regarding that button that the code is going to run. So that's one way of doing it. The reason why inline code was invented was that if you had some small bit of code that only needs to run on a particular time or at a particular time, or when it is associated to a particular HTML element, then you can just write it there. Instead of polluting your HTML with different kinds of things, you can just write it there. Then there's script tag. So script tag basically means that there, just as in HTML, there's a style tag in which you can write CSS. Script tags allow you to write JavaScript code. When the browser sees the script tag, it will take anything written inside the script tag, which is the opening and closing tag, and consider it to be, depending on the version of your browser and what kind of support it provides. So in scenarios like this, earlier we would have to write some kind of a text that describes what kind of script we are writing inside the tags, such as text/JavaScript or whatever. Nowadays, it is considered that by default, you're going to be writing JavaScript in the script tag. So you don't have to worry about that at all. Then comes script files. Similarly to script tag, you can write your script inside a file, give it the .js extension, which is the JavaScript file, and you can embed it inside your browser. So you are going to say, okay, after you're done loading the HTML page, load this file as well. This file contains some HTML code, and this file contains some JavaScript code that needs to be embedded in the HTML file. Now, the reasons for the different kinds of script files is something we'll see in the hands-on, but basically it depends on how much of the entire HTML page is going to be affected by the JavaScript. So let's take a look at the hands-on and understand how that works. How you can write the JavaScript code. We'll be printing something on the console. I'll explain what a console is, but first let's see our setup. I have a file, I've called it index.html, and I have opened it in a code editor. I'm using Visual Studio Code. You can use any code editor or text editor that you wish to use. Open that file inside a web browser. My file is located in the E drive and it's called index.html, but you can call it anything that you want to. It's just a convention. Now let's take a look at the different ways that we have discussed using which we can create our JavaScript code and embed it inside our HTML. The first thing we have to do is we have to write some HTML code. Now in Visual Studio Code, I have a snippet that will automatically write most of the HTML that we need in order to get started. So just press this bang symbol and press tab. This will only work in Visual Studio Code. If you're using any other programming environment, this may or may not be available there. So just make sure that you know that it is there. I'll call the title to be JS tutorial I will save it. And now if I go back to the browser and if I refresh, if you take a look at the title right now, it's index.html. Refresh it. Now it's called JS tutorial. So in case you're not familiar with HTML that much, I would recommend that you first understand HTML because JavaScript builds on top of HTML. So if you don't know HTML, then this is not going to work. Now let's take a look at the different ways through which we can use the JavaScript code. So there are different ways. Firstly, that's the inline code. So how do you write code that executes inline? Well, let's say there's a button. I call it log button. And what I want is when this button is clicked, I want to print something on the console. Now, what is the console? Different programming languages such as JavaScript and C++ have a console. Now, a console is basically just a terminal or a command window which will show the output of the code that you're writing. You can also put the output inside a file or inside some server, but basically this is where the output can be seen. Now, in a web browser, it's a little difficult. So what every web browser has is a JavaScript console. Right click on the web browser and click on the inspect button or press Ctrl Shift I. Nowadays, every web browser has this. When this opens, you can see that it has a console button here. I go up to that and I can execute my JavaScript here as well. To print something on the console, you can just execute some JavaScript code here as well. I can write console.log and I'm using Google Chrome, but you can use any web browser such as Firefox or the Edge browser using Microsoft and it will work just fine. And you can write hello world. Semicolons are not required, but it is a good practice to write them. You press enter and this is what it prints. Hello world. Forget about this undefined right now, that doesn't really matter. Now what I want is I want this to be a little more interactive. To do that, I want to have a button which has the keyword log inside it. So if I refresh this, you can see there's a button, but nothing happens when I click on it. So that's a problem. Now I want to execute the same code that I have written in the console, but I want it to happen when I click on the button. So don't worry about the syntax right now. I'll explain what that means in a moment. Just write this JavaScript, hello world. And I can put the semicolon here as well. I go back. If I click, nothing will happen. This is because our browser has the old version of our index.html. We have to refresh it so that we can fetch the new version. To take a look at the current code, right click on the page and press view page source. As you can see that the button now has console.log because it has refreshed. If I refresh this, now everything will work. If I press log now, it prints hello world onto the code. Now, as I've already discussed, the reason why there are multiple ways of doing this is because I only want to run this code when a person clicks the button. Suppose that there are multiple buttons on my page. It's a huge page. There's like thousands of lines of code. And somewhere down the line, or like 1157 line, I write button and I want the same code here. One thing I can do is copy and paste it here, such as this. But this violates an important principle in programming, which suggests that you should never copy and paste the code. So console.log, console.log. It does work, but there's a problem here that you may or may not see. Suppose that this is like, again, as I've said, it's on 1000 line. Multiple people are working on this because this is such a huge file. Somebody comes along and says, okay, the message that we want to print is hello world, but we want an exclamation mark here as well. I put the exclamation mark, I save it, go back to my HTML page, refresh it so that I can see, press on the log button, and okay, it's showing the exclamation mark. So our code works, but the problem is now that the part where we copied the code, it's showing the old version because we didn't update it there. So now we have to go down again and press this, and this is only for two buttons. Suppose there are millions of buttons on a page. Suppose there are buttons and forms and we want to perform these tasks, multiple tasks, and synchronize them together. This could be really difficult. Right now it's working, but it's going to be really difficult. There are other ways of doing this, of course, and we will take a look at those one by one. But to overcome these issues, let me just close this up. Yeah, so I'll just put an h1 tag, look inside console. Now let me just show you what a script tag looks like. So after this, I can write script tag, and here I can write my JavaScript code and it will work just fine. This time it won't work when I'm pressing a button. That was just for the inline version. Here I can just write some code that will be automatically used. So as you can see, as soon as my browser starts looking at the code, it takes a look at the code, creates the h1 tag, displays it on the screen, then takes a look at the script tag. What it does is that it prints everything that needs to be printed on the screen and then closes the script tag. So everything after this needs to be interpreted as HTML, and that happens. So this is why when we look at this, this gets printed and then this gets printed in the console. So that's one way of doing this. Another thing to understand is that this isn't the only way that you can do this, but this is a good way to get started. Another way to do this is going to be if you can create a script file. So now script files are basically just files that you can use in order to write your code inside them. So you don't want to mismatch your HTML and JavaScript code. What you can do is you can just use script.js. Now to show you how that works, all I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a script.js file that I have already written. I'll write console.log. I'll print hello world. It's the same code that I have written thus far, but it works. Now I write it here, copy, paste, save. If I remove this now and I'll just keep it here. Now do you think it will work? Not exactly, because our HTML page has no idea that the script tag exists. So inside the script tag, I have to write another attribute called source, and the source file is going to have a name of script.js. Save this, run this again, and now it works. So now what happens is it takes a look at the entire web page, takes a look at the h1 tag, displays it on the screen, takes a look at the script file, opens up the script file, executes the code inside it, comes back, closes the script tag, closes the body, closes the HTML, and is done with it. Now the reason the script files were invented so that because we may have multiple web pages. So it's not that we only use one page. We could have about.html and many different kinds of files, and we want some file to have access to all these pages. So in cases like this, if I have an about.html, I can just copy and paste this script tag, and that code will be available inside that file as well. So when that file is loaded, it will be logged on the console as well. And if it's like 10 different files, all I have to do is just change it here. If I want to make another change like this, and all of this will be reflected in all the files. So that's the reason why we do it this way. Now again, this is not the only way to do it. As we have discussed, three ways you can work them out and understand how to use them. Very much like CSS, in which you have inline styles, file level styles, and then external styles in which you can create your own CSS files. Script tags works the same. In other versions, because script files could be so heavy, let's say that you have 7 different script files, then it could be possible to just merge them all into a single file. This is called a build step, and you don't need to worry about it right now. But basically, in cases like this, all of the JavaScript code that you write is taken and merged into a single file by a program called a build system that you can configure yourself. And then it creates that single file so that when an HTTP request is sent, only one file is sent over the wire and multiple requests are not done. So you can take a look at that as well. But these are the ways that you can configure a JavaScript file to work with your HTML page. Again, you need to know HTML in order to work with JavaScript, because that's how it was created. So that's how you can get started with it. Alright guys, now let's take a look at what can you build with JavaScript. So we have discussed thus far what are the different ways that you can use JavaScript and what JavaScript is. But now let's take a look at what it can be used to build. So using JavaScript to build different kinds of applications has been the norm. Many different companies use JavaScript for different kinds of applications that they build and use. Let's take a look at what these are. So JavaScript can be used different kinds of applications. These are web applications, web servers, native mobile applications, and hybrid mobile applications. All of these have different ways of being used, and different JavaScript code can be used to use it. So let's take a look at them one by one and demystify how these things work. So the first thing is web applications. Using JavaScript to build web applications has been the norm. We have been building web applications using JavaScript since the invention of JavaScript. Now, the reason why it's so popular nowadays is because there are multiple ways of building a web application using JavaScript. The easiest and the most fundamental way is the way that we have discussed thus far, in which you create an HTML page, write the HTML code, embed some JavaScript in it, either using inline JavaScript or script tags or script files, and then that code is going to be used to manipulate the JavaScript, manipulate the HTML page using the JavaScript in some way or the other. Now, this manipulation can be of several ways. Either you add some element on the node, remove some element on the node, get some data from a web server, and after getting that data, populate the entire HTML page with some new content that is available, let the user know that some new content is available, and many different kinds of things. Now, that is important and very, very useful, but that's not the only way that you can do it. The other way is using something called single page applications, in which there's just one HTML page, which is used to just give the basic scaffolding and the shell of a page. Outside that, we have a JavaScript page that takes care of everything else. So if you've heard of frameworks such as Angular, Vue, React, they work on the similar premise. What happens is your HTML code is very minimalistic, and it is a big fat JavaScript file that is transferred over the internet. Once the user's browser has that JavaScript, it tries to execute it. When it's executing it's creating multiple HTML nodes using JavaScript, putting it inside the HTML page, and then JavaScript takes care of everything else. Navigation, HTTP calls, manipulation of the DOM, any kind of thing that a web application is supposed to do, JavaScript will take care of it. These applications are really JavaScript rich, and HTML is really used as a skeleton. Not much of HTML is used. CSS is used throughout, and it will be continued to use throughout, but that's the way it works. So because of this fundamental shift in how web applications work, the responsibilities of web servers have changed. So let's take a look at how you can use JavaScript to build web servers. Now, what used to happen before we had platforms like NodeJS, which we can use to build web servers, which we'll also cover in this tutorial. But the reason why web servers were a little difficult, especially for front-end developers to understand, is because of the language barrier. So in JavaScript, in the front-end web applications, we'll be using JavaScript all the way. And since that was the only language that we would use to manipulate the web applications and its structure, but in web servers, you can build a web server using different kinds of technologies. JavaScript was not one of them. So the way you would use it would be using technologies such as PHP, which is still by far the most popular server-side scripting language. Then there's Java, which is very popular in the enterprise world. So is C# and the .NET platform. There are other languages such as Ruby and Python that were used, but JavaScript was not really a big player in that regard. So what happened afterwards is that we had the introduction of the Node.js platform that allows us to write JavaScript code so that front-end developers can sort of port their expertise to the backend. Now, it's important to understand that just because you can write JavaScript code on the web server or write the code to create a web server, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can just copy and paste your entire JavaScript file from the web browser to the web server and it will work exactly fine. Mainly because these are two different environments. In the browser, you will have elements such as a button, you will have elements such as a form, list, and whatever. It's a very visual environment. In servers, you don't have that. You have number crunching and different kinds of things such as accessing databases, caching data, serving up data, and whatever. So these are two different environments, although you can use the same JavaScript syntax, for loops, console logging, promises, and all the features. But you can't just port the code from here to there, just copy and paste, and it will work. So that's something to keep in mind. Now, in web servers, we use Node.js. Node.js has come a long way. We have Express.js, which is one of the most popular frameworks out there. Node.js is really popular among enterprise as well. And any kind of application that you want to build using backend development, Node.js is very much likely a good option to do that. Then comes native mobile applications. Now, the reason why we are making a distinction here between native and hybrid mobile application is something that we'll discuss in a moment. But the reason why we are saying that we can build native mobile applications is because before this, if you wanted to build an application that your customers could use, you had multiple platforms that you needed to tackle. Platforms such as Android, iOS, Windows Phone, and some other platforms as well. This was a bit problematic because then that means that if you want your application to be accessed by a large number of users, you need to write code for both Android platform as well as iOS platform. These two platforms have different programming language, different programming structure, different skill sets, and different environments in which you can develop applications. Android is open source, so you can build Android applications in both Mac and Windows. However, Apple doesn't allow you to build iOS applications on a Windows laptop. So you need to have a developer account, you need to have a Macintosh laptop, you need to have developer tools installed, you need to have an iPhone to test your applications. There's just a lot of upfront capital required there. In Android, you have the emulator, you have the open source tools and everything. But still, the languages are different. JavaScript is not really the language that they use, but they use Java in Android. And in iOS, the new language that is being used is Swift. And in Android, the new language that is being used is Kotlin. And the previous language in iOS was Objective-C. None of these languages are easy to pick up. And because JavaScript is so easy to pick up, more people know JavaScript than they know Java or Swift or Kotlin or whatever. Now, this is a problem mainly because the web applications that people build almost exactly mimic the features that we would want in an application, in a native mobile application. Now, there are ways through which you can use your current web application and have it work as sort of a substitute application inside your mobile applications. But the problem is that at the end of the day is using the web browser. So what happens is your web page is loaded into a web browser and it takes care of everything using JavaScript. Your application has no access to all the underlying features such as the camera, the machine learning features that have been developed, the Bluetooth, speakers, OS, internal hardwares, voice recorders. You have no access to them at all. So if you're trying to build a camera application, you can't do it using JavaScript, or you couldn't have done it. Nowadays, there are frameworks such as React Native, NativeScript, and many other kinds of platforms available where you can use your JavaScript skills in order to build native mobile applications. Again, it's not as simple as just copying your JavaScript code from your web application or your server application into a native mobile application. However, it is very similar to not learning a new language, but understanding the ins and outs of a platform and then adding your skill set on top of it. These applications are really native mobile applications, and the great part is that when you write the code, that code will get converted to both an iOS application and the Android application. You would still need to have the developer account, and for testing purposes, you would need to have access to an emulator or a Macintosh OS in iOS's case or whatever. But you can still have an application that will work. So that's the great part here. So this is what native mobile applications do, but still it needs a lot of configuration and understanding of the platform before you can even start building an application for the platform. On the other hand, we have hybrid mobile applications. Now this is a solution that has been available for a long time. What it allows you to do is it allows you to write JavaScript, and that JavaScript will then get converted into native OS calls, but this is a little slower than native mobile applications. If you're building applications that are just there to deliver content, such as an application that is there to tell people about the new concerts that a band is going to have, new conferences available, new videos available on a video store or whatever, then hybrid mobile applications are good. Native mobile applications, on the other hand, if you want to access the native features such as camera, browser features, voice recorder, Bluetooth, gyrometer, sensors, infrared, whatever your application has to, whatever your mobile has to offer. So hybrid mobile applications use platforms such as Apache's Cordova, and many other new platforms are available as well. You can take a look at these platforms and build these applications yourself. It's not very difficult to learn how to build these applications, but these are really helpful for us to use, and they're very easy to use as well. So these are some of the platforms that can be used. You can also build native Windows applications. You can also build native desktop applications using a platform called Electron, which was developed by GitHub. And there are many others as well. It is too much to count. But these are the platforms that are used. As you can see, JavaScript has evolved from a very simple programming or scripting language that was used to manipulate web pages to a full-fledged application programming language in which you can build applications of multiple kinds. Kind of like Python, but a little different. You can also write machine learning and AI code, but that's a whole different topic on its own. So that's how you can build applications. These are the kinds of applications you can build using JavaScript. This is exactly why JavaScript is one of the most popular job positions right nowadays. JavaScript developers are in high demand because they can use their skills or already existing skills and learn some new skills in order to build many kinds of applications.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So with that in mind, let's see what else we can learn. Now we'll take a look at the basics of JavaScript. JavaScript as a language has several features that we can learn in order to get started with the basic concepts of programming. If you've never learned how to code, then you can follow along with us. This section is going to be really hands-on focused. So we'll have a lots of hands-on. We'll discuss a lot of caveats that you can learn when trying to learn a programming language. If you have already learned some basics of some programming language such as Python, C++, Java, it's going to be useful for you to follow along with us so that you can understand what are the features and differences between JavaScript and the language that you have learned. So firstly, we need to get comfortable with the JavaScript syntax and language features. So how does JavaScript work? What are the features that a JavaScript program would have, and how you can write programs on your own? The topics mentioned below are the topics that we'll be covering one by one. We'll have a hands-on for each one of those, and we would like for you to follow along with us. You don't need much of setup. All you need is a web browser, a code editor, or a text editor of any sort, such as Notepad if you don't have any, or Visual Studio Code, or you can use other code editors such as Sublime Text, Atom, Brackets, and any other kind of text editor that you prefer. And for that, we'll go through each of the topics one by one, and we'll cover as much ground as we possibly can. So let's get started with this. The first thing is variables. Now, in case you have programmed before, you already know what a variable is. But if you don't know, let me just clarify this for you. A variable is basically a name given to a memory location in which we can hold some data. That's basically all that is. So if you want to get as an input a user's username and password, you can store them inside a variable. That variable is then going to take care of everything that you store inside it. So we have a container. That container has a name. That name is then going to be used to reference to whatever value we put inside it. Think of it like a bucket inside a memory. Think of a memory as this empty room. We have a bucket. We put it with a name on that bucket. We put it inside the room. And in the room, inside the bucket, we put some information, something. Let's say that I want the username. So I create a bucket named username, put it inside the memory, and now whenever I want to use a person's username, I would first ask them, okay, enter a username. That person will enter the username. That username that the user entered will be put inside the bucket. And now whenever I want to access or remember what the username that the user had entered was, we'll take a look at that. So that's how variables work. Variables allow us to store data. Now it's called a variable because the data inside it can change at any time. It's variable depending on what is the last bit of information you put inside it. So that's the way it works. It allows us to store and remember data that we would need in a future computation or a future process. Now, variables store data in computer's memory or your system's memory. That means that they are volatile. So in case your program accidentally closes, anything that was stored inside a variable will be lost. If you don't want to lose it, then there are ways that you can store it inside a file or whatever. We're not going to be covering that, but that's how variables work. The data that you have inside a variable can then be stored inside a file, on a web server, on other data storage platforms as well. But as of now, when you're using a variable, we're talking about data inside a memory that was given a name so that it can be accessed later. The data inside the memory location can change. That's why it's called a variable. All right. So now let's take a look at a hands-on in which we'll be learning variables. So we would very much like you to follow along with us in this hands-on, and we will cover variables in this hands-on. Again, you don't need much. All you need is a code editor. I'll be using Visual Studio Code, and you need a web browser. In the web browser, just any web browser that you use the same setup that we had earlier, in which we had created an index.html file. open that up in the web browser and in the code editor, so that when you make changes to the code, you can refresh the browser and see the changes being reflected here. Open up the console as well, because this is where we'll be using the web browser. This is what we'll be using inside the web browser as of now. So again, I will just use the script tag so that I can just embed my code here. But the basic understanding here is quite simple. The code that we're writing is JavaScript, and we want some input from the user. Now, I will tell you how you can get input from the user in a moment. Right now, let's take a look at how you can declare a variable. So in a variable, there are multiple ways of doing with things. First thing I'd like to show you is how you can write a comment. Comment is basically something that you write that you want the person who's reading the code to be able to understand, but you don't want your browser to interpret that code. You're basically saying this is something that is not code, that is just something that a person who's reading the code is supposed to get. You don't have to worry about it. Don't interpret it. This is not code. Just move along and skip this line. So there are two ways of writing a comment. One is you can use 2 forward slashes or the division symbol, and that is a single line comment. So single line comment. Let me just change the theme so that it's a little more apparent. Yeah, hopefully this is visible now. So I have a single line comment, and now I can have a multi-line comment as well. This is what happens when you have a divide symbol followed by an asterisk or a multiplication symbol, and this closes when you have a multiplication symbol and a division symbol. So start and the end. So the way you start it is this. You basically just create this symbol, and then you write the code that you want, or write the thing that you want to write. So this code is using a variable, and I can write it in a new line. Variables are being used, or whatever you wish to write. This is to explain the code so that the person who's looking at the code can understand what it is doing. Now, a single line comment is good if you just have a single line description. If you have a multi-line description, then you can have a multi-line comment, right? So now let's show you about the 3 things that we need. So there are 3 things that we need to understand. First is declaration, and second is after declaring the variable, we use the variable, or you can also call it initialization, and the third one is using the variable. So the way it works is this. To declare a variable in JavaScript, you are likely to use a keyword called var, var. Var is a keyword that was developed in JavaScript so that you can use variable of any kind. If you come with other programming languages, then you would have to use the keywords such as int, string, or whatever to describe the type of language. Here you just need to use the var. And now I need the name of the variable. Let's say user name. And this is what is called a declaration. I'm saying, okay, I'm going to be using this variable. Now, JavaScript to a certain degree is a very relaxed language. So even if I were to not use the var keyword and say hello, and then console.log the username, it will still work. It might throw an error, but it will still work. So it doesn't even throw an error. Now that is a problem that when you're writing the code, there are certain tricks that you can use. One of these is something called use strict, which will work in a JavaScript file. I don't know if it works here or not, but that way it will be very strict in checking whether or not a variable is there. So it says, okay, the username is not defined and you're using it, and it will return an error. So that's one way. Now, if you want to use the username, just use the var keyword. Now it's defined, and if you want to initialize it immediately, initialization basically means assigning a value to the variable. As soon as you're creating a bucket, you're filling the bucket. So you can do it this way. I have it here. I refresh and it works. Even if I were to instruct the browser that be strict and don't allow any problems in my code, it will still work. So that's one way of doing it. Now that's called initialization. That's the second part. Now declaration is this. You just create a variable and you say, okay, I need this bucket. I'll use it later on in my code. I don't need it anywhere else. I just need it right now. Now, how you can take the input of the user, there are various ways. One way is using prompt. Now, this is only available in web browsers, and this is not used commonly because in web browsers, you're not allowed to take users' input like this, or you don't usually do. But if you want, you can just prompt the user and say, enter username. And whatever username is entered, you can just put it inside username. save it, and then you can print it. So if I go ahead, refresh this, it says enter username. I call it John, press enter, and this is how I can get a user's input in JavaScript. Now again, you don't really need to use it, but you can if you wish to. So that's what declaration and initialization is. And then using a variable is again the simplest thing that you can do is just print it. Now printing is not the only thing you can do. There are several operations which we'll discuss when we're discussing operators. But basically, when you're trying to learn a new language, understanding how variables work is really crucial. I can declare multiple variables as well, such as username, and another would be using password. Now I can declare them on the same line if I wish to, or I can declare them on multiple lines like this, so that I use the var keyword again and again, or I can just put it like this. And again, if I had another variable name, I could do the same thing again. But it doesn't matter how you do it. What matters is you're describing some type. We would always recommend that when you start a JavaScript file, you use the use strict declaration, so that when you are using a variable that is not declared, it doesn't become a headache to understand how it works and where things happen and how things happen. So always use this if possible. If you are new and you don't want the safety and instructions, then you can leave it, but we recommend that you keep it here. Now again, if you're coming with from different programming languages, you would think that you would need to describe the kind of data that is going to be stored inside it, but such as a string, integer, or something like that. But that's not really the case. This is called a loosely typed language or dynamically typed language, in which the type of the data is just something that the language figures out automatically. Data types are still available, and we'll discuss them now, but the reason why they are not available in the same way in other languages is because in JavaScript everything is loosely typed. So if you have data in one language, one type, and you want to convert it to other type, you can do so quite easily. Let's discuss this now. Let me just save this up, and let's see what else we get.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Alright guys, now let's take a look at data types. So as we discussed that there is a way for us to get data from the users and put that data inside a variable. That variable is something that we can use later on. So for instance, we took a user's username as some information using the prompt function. Now that's not the only way that you can take data. In fact, in a web browser, you usually don't take data like that. You use a form that the user will submit, and you will then get that data and put it inside your web browser's memory, and that's where you use it. Now the real issue here is that something we haven't quite touched on thus far, which is data types. So as you can see, that data is of different type. One, the username, that could be a long string of text, long line of characters, one after the other. The other is numeric data. So you're asking for a person's age, their salary, their height. All of this is numeric information. Then there are other kinds of things such as true or false. So if you're asking a person if they are above the age of 18 or not, if they are senior citizens, you can get this information simply by taking a look at their age and determining if it's above certain threshold. But there are certain instances where you don't want that information. You just want to know if they are above the age, if they are senior citizens in their own country. That's another way. And so many different kinds of data. So what does that tell us about the languages that we use? Well, one thing to understand is that different data have different operations available to them. So if I have a number and I say, okay, I have 5, multiply it by 10. That makes perfect sense because multiplication is an operation that can be performed on numbers. Now, if I were to take a look at some other kind of information, such as if I were to say, okay, I have a username, multiply it by 10. You're not going to make any sense of that because it doesn't make sense of multiplying a name by some number. It makes no sense to do that. So your browser is going to complain, your program is going to complain saying, I don't know what you're asking me to do because this is not how this works. Now, how does the browser or the language know what kind of data is stored inside a variable? Is it a number? Is it a long text? Is it some binary information such as true or false or something like that. This is done using data types. Now, data types are of many types. We'll discuss them when we're looking at the hands-on. In JavaScript, there are many kinds of data types, and in many other languages also there are many kinds of data types available as well. So this is the way we use the data types that we have. Data types allow the compiler or the interpreter, when it's interpreting the code, to understand if a particular operation is legal or not. This is the most important aspect when we're learning something. So let's take a look at a hands-on and figure out how this works. Now let's have a hands-on in which we'll discuss the different kinds of data types that are available for us. So for that, all you would have to do is just follow along with us. Open up a web browser, same as before, and open up the text editor. You might also not need the text editor right now because we'll just be writing it in the console, but it's a good practice. So I want to declare a variable x is equals to 1. Now, this is obviously a number, but if you want to take a look at the data type of a number, you can use the type of keyword and type the name of a variable that is available next. So x, it will give you number. So it indicates that it contains a number. Now, even if I would just write the value here, it will work just fine. Even if it was a fraction, this would work. Any other kind of value would work. So that's a number. Numbers are quite self-explanatory. These are just values that you can use. Similarly in mathematics, the same way that works in mathematics, they will work here. Now we also have the username. Let's enter the username of John. Press enter. If I were to now, let's take a look at the value. Its username is John. And now if I were to take a look at the type of the data, it is string. So string is nothing but just data enclosed within quotes. So even if I were to write one inside quotes, it will be a string. So if I were to do it this way, this is a string. So one thing to understand is that it doesn't necessarily have to be double quotes. As you can see here, let me just expand this up. It doesn't have to be double quotes like this. They can also be single quotes like this. And this is also a string. Here you go. Empty double quotes and empty single quotes are string. Anything within a double quote is a string. Anything within a single quotes is a string. So if I want 1, 2, 5, 7, 6, 1, 5, 4, 8, these are numbers, but these are strings. If I were to remove this, then this becomes a number. Now, the other thing to understand is that even if we have strings like this, the important aspect of the strings is that they are just a collection of characters. So that's the way it works. But if you want to add some sort of a text inside it, such as, let me just show you. Now, if I were to write, okay, John said, let me just, John said, and now if I want to quote it, I can't use double quotes, as you can see here. This will give me an incorrect syntax and I'll get an error. So if you have started a string with double quotes, if you want to add more quotes inside it, you can use single quotes. So just this, John said he's not coming. So that's a single quote, or he is not coming. You can write it this way, and this is still work. Now, if I were to do it the other way around, if this was a single quote, then also this would not work. So I would have to create a double quote and this will work. So as you can see, these are how the quotes work. Now this is called a string. What about values where you just have values such as true or false? So if I want to check, well, if a user enters a username, and if I want to check, well, is the username the same as John? So in cases like this, you get the values such as true or false. These are two values that are used inside JavaScript and many other languages, and it's of type Boolean, type of true, and it's Boolean. So as you can see, this is considered to be Boolean. Now there's another type, undefined. This basically means that the value does not exist. It's not defined. We don't know what the value is. If I were to create a variable, let's say bad, and if I were to type bad, it has no value assigned to it. So right now it's undefined. If I were to check the type of bad, it's undefined. So I can't perform any operations. Now it comes time for operations, and we'll take a look at more of these operations when we're covering operators. But just to give you a quick overview, for x, we have a variable of 1, right? So I can perform for operations such as x plus 1. 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. So what happens is our compiler or our interpreter will take a look at x, see if it already has a variable named x assigned some value to it. It has a variable named x and the value assigned is 1, so it will substitute it for 1. 1 plus 1 equals 2. That works. Now for username, I have John. If I add username plus 1, I'll get this gibberish value in which it just concatenates the word John and 1. So that works. Now if I were to get the bad variable which has no value and I were to press 1, it gives me another return that says not a number. So depending on the kind of value that you have, you will get different output. That's one way. And if I were to use true plus 1 and get enter, you will get 2 because underneath true is represented as 1 and false is represented as 1 as well. So these are the kinds of values that we have, and this is because we have a simple dynamically typed language in JavaScript. It doesn't really matter what kind of variable it is. JavaScript will try to force one variable into another. But if I were to take username and plus undefined, you can see this is what I'm getting. If I were to get variable and press true, this is what I'll get. So this is the problem that we'll face. I will think that I have a number, let's say it's 1, but it's a string. I assign it here and I say x plus y, and let's say y is equal to true. If I don't know the type of the data inside it, I expect it to be this and I get this. Or if I would go x plus 12, instead of getting 2, I'll get 112 in string. That's a real problem. That's how we can understand how this works. And this is why data types are important. Our operations, what operations we can perform is going to be shown here. Similarly, if I had username multiplied by 2, I will get not a number because this makes no sense. I don't know what you're doing. So I'm giving you a result that is not a number. If I were to use not a number and take its, this is really complicated web of how things work. Don't worry about if you don't get it right now. Just understand that there are different kinds of data. Different operations are allowed on different data. So if you have two variables, you're trying to add them, x plus y, but you're getting not a number. That's basically because you have data types of two different types, or you're trying to multiply it and you're getting some other kind of value. Let's say you do this, then you get 0. So this is what happens. If you are finding it a little difficult to wrap your head around, don't worry. Just take a look at the different kinds of data that is available. Now, other kinds of data that is available is arrays and objects, and we'll discuss both of them in a moment. These are containers. They can contain multiple values of different data types, and they can contain the same containers inside them as well. And we'll take a look at that now. So let's take a look at those. Now that we have taken a look at data types and have had a hands-on to understand what different kinds of data types are available, namely string, numbers, boolean, and undefined, let's take a look at what else we can cover. So now we'll cover operators. Operators are basically used to manipulate data available in memory. As we've discussed in the previous hands-on, when you want to add two numbers, you use the plus symbol. That is an operator. Operators are of multiple kinds to perform multiple operations depending on the data type and the data available in them. So we'll take a look at them one by one. But the important bit to understand is that operators need some data. Now you can have operators that are unary, binary, and ternary. Unary operators operate on only one variable or one operand. Operators operate on variables, and those variables or data sets are called operands. So if you only have one variable that can be manipulated with an operator, that's called an unary operator. It only needs one variable to work. We'll take a look at the specific examples of these one by one. Then there's binary operators, which take two operands, and you can use these two operands to use these two operands in order to perform some operation using the operators. Finally, there's the ternary operator, in which you use few symbols in order to operate something. We'll take a look at a ternary operator after we have discussed conditionals, and we'll try and explain what that means so that it's a little clearer for you, because these two things are related. But these are the things that an operator is. So we need to understand what an operator is, which is basically just some symbols that we use in order to manipulate some data that we have available in memory, basically variables. Although these values could also be just the literal values that we see and not some data that we get from the user and store inside a variable. However, that depends on how you wish to use it. So now let's take a look at how you can use operators for your benefit. Now let's take a look at a hands-on in which we'll be taking a look at the different kinds of operators that are available and how you can use those operators in order to work with the data that we have available. So open up the web browser and open up the console so we can just write the code and see it work. Now for this, you don't really need any kind of different environment. You just need a web browser. Let me just create a variable, call it number, and I'll assign a value of 0. The first kind of operator that we'd like to discuss is a unary operator. This operator allows you to increment the value of a number. So if I have a number and I want to increment its value by 1, what I can do is num plus plus. Right now the value of number is 0. I do this, press num, and now the value is 1. This is called a unary operator because I only need one variable for this to work with this operator. Now it doesn't necessarily mean that I just have to write the plus plus operator right at the end. I can also write it at the beginning, and you'll see a difference here. So earlier the value inside number was 0. I used the plus plus operator. I pressed enter and I got a value of 0 here. Then when I take a look at the numbers, the value inside number, it became 1. Right now the value inside number is 1. I use the increment operator right at the beginning instead of the end, and I press enter. Now I get 2. And now if I take a look at this, I get 2. So what exactly changed here? What happens is if I want to first access the value of a variable and then increment it, so I will use the plus plus operator at the end. This is called the increment operator. So this is called a postfix because I am using the increment operator after the variable name. So if I wanted to print it and then increment it, so let's say I was going to go like this, console.log, number is currently 2 plus plus, press enter. So I print 2, but now if I take a look at the value, it's 3. Similarly, if I would have gone plus plus num, right now the current value is 3 and it should print 4. So it increments the value and then prints it, and in this case it prints it here, the current value, and then increments it, which is this. So that's the unary operator. You don't really have to worry about it because it's not just increment, you can also decrement it like this. So now we have number 3 here, but if I were to do this, I have 2, and the same thing, the same logic applies here as well. So now that we understand unary operator, let's take a look at a few binary operators as well. This is what we can do in arithmetic. So if you want to perform arithmetic operations such as addition, multiplication, division, even subtraction, and there's a modulo operator as well, and we'll take a look at them now. So if I have two values, let's say var x is equals to 10 and y is equals to 5, and if I want to check x plus y, I can just use the arithmetic operators. As you can see that this requires two values, one on the left hand side, one on the right hand side. This is why it's called a binary operator. Binary means 2. So I get this. Similarly, if I want to subtract 5 from 10, x minus y is going to work. If I want to multiply these two values, I can do that. If I want to divide them, I can do the same here as well. One thing that you can notice is that if I wanted to take a look at the remainder that we get after we divide x and y, we don't get it here. But if I want to get that, I use the modulo operator, which is the percentage symbol. It means divide x and y, whatever remainder is remaining, print it here. Since 5 is perfectly able to divide 10, that means that you don't get any remainder. But if I were to divide 12 by 5, if I were to do that, 12 divided by 5, I'll get 2.4, which means it doesn't perfectly divide 5 and the remainder is 2. That's the way it works. So that's one way of understanding binary operators. These are the arithmetic operators that have been available to us or for us to use in JavaScript. JavaScript doesn't necessarily have just the arithmetic operators. It also has other operators which we'll take a look at now. But it's important to understand that there are these operators are important, and there's operator precedence as well, such as BODMAS. So you can take a look at that if you wish to as well. Then there's the assignment operator, which we have been using so far. So if I have a variable named Z and I assign it 45, this variable or this is an operator, this symbol, that's the equal to symbol. This is called an assignment operator. Now, if I want to assign a new value, I can just use the assignment operator, and this works as well. So that's the assignment operator. Again, it needs two values, so it's a binary operator. And then we have addition and multiplication, which is something we have already taken a look at. Increment and decrement is also something that we have taken a look at. But one thing that we can also take a look at is a shorthand example. So if you are using a variable, let's say x, I will assign a value of 1 here. And what you want to do is you want to increment it by 10. Now x plus plus is only going to increment it by 1. But if you want to add 10 to it, then you have to assign it again. So you have to go, the current value of x should be whatever the value of x is plus 10. So I have 1, which will be substituted here, and plus 10, which is 11. That's one way. but it's a little cumbersome to write X again and again. Now let's say that the name, the value was user's age is 10. So I would have to type the user's age equals to user's age plus 10. It's a little annoying. So another way you can do it is something called a shorthand. You can just use plus equals 10. That says that whatever the value of user is, add 10 to it and then assign it to user's age variable. And that now the user's age is 20. Had I just written user's age plus 10, I would get the new value, but inside the variable, I will still have 20. So because I'm not assigned it, I just calculated it and threw away the variable's new value. So that's the shorthand operators. It works with all the operators that we have taken a look at so far, which is the multiplication, division, addition, subtraction, and modulus operators as well. So that works. Another thing is, if I were to do this, this will raise it to a power. This is called double multiplication. So if I have a value, let's say I have 2 raised to the power 10, it's 1024. So you can take a look at that as well. And this also works in the operators. So with that, now we can also take a look at comparison operators. Comparison operators are really important to understand because this will form the foundation of the next topic that we'll understand, which is conditionals. So let's say that I have a user's age. Let's say I asked a user to provide their age. They say it's 15. Now I want my application to be used only by people who are above the age of 40. So I want to check something which is whether the user's age is above the age of 40. Not 40, above the age of 40, which is 41 and anything above 41. So to do this, all I have to do is type in X is greater than 40. Since current age is 15, it's not equal to 40, I get false. This is a value that I can use later on. I'll show you how I will do that in conditionals, but right now you need to understand that this is what's telling us whether or not a particular statement is true or false. User's age is greater than 40. The compiler is telling us no, it's not. The user's age is 15 and it is less than 40. So we get the output as such. Now different kinds of comparisons are available, such as less than, which is this, greater than, which is this, equal to. So if I want to check if user's age is equal to 15, I can just use this. In JavaScript, there's triple equals also available. Since JavaScript is a dynamically typed language, if you want to compare 15 to be equal to 15, you will get true here. Because what JavaScript will try to do is it will either convert string to number or this number to string, and it will check whether or not those two values are the same. But if I use triple equal, that means strict equality. That basically says, okay, whatever the value is, it needs to be of the same data type and the same value as well. Don't juggle the types for me. Just tell me if it's the same. And here it's false. So that's another operator. So we have taken a look at less than, greater than, and equality operators. What about not equals? So I want anyone to be able to enter this application who is not the age of 44. For some reason, I don't want anyone to be of the age of 44 to enter this application. Right now, age is 15. It is not equal to 44. This exclamation point simply means that it's not. So that works. Now, the other operator that is available for us, apart from a equality and not equality, is something called greater than and equal to. So let's say I have the age to be 20.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does CSS stands for? A. Current style sheets. B. Current sheet style. C. Cascading style sheets. D. Cascading sheet style. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And I want to check if anyone who enters the application is of the age 20 or above. This is true. If I remove the equality symbol, that means that age is not greater than 20, it is equal to 20, so it's not going to be true. This checks both whether or not a person's age is greater than 20 and equal to 20. Similarly, if you want to take a look at less than and equal to 20, this will also work. It's equal to 20, but if it's not less than. And again, if you want to take a look at whether they are equal, that's true as well. So these are the comparison operators that we have available. Now we have logical operators as well. Now logical operators allow us to bunch together the different comparison operators. Let's say that I have the age of a person to be 18 and their monthly income, let's just variable age is 18 and income is equals to 15,000. Let's say I'm trying to create an application where person whose age is 18 and income is 15,000 are allowed to enter. So anything above that can be used. So how can I check two conditions? Basically, is the age equal to 18? That is true. Is the age equal to 15,000? Oh, sorry, not the age, it's the income. That's also true. But how do you check these two things right at the same time? So this is where the AND operator comes. So age is equal to 18 and income is equal to 15. This works. This basically means this statement is only true when both the conditions are true. So this is equal to 18 and this is equal to 15,000 as well. If both of them are true, then it's true. And you can also add other things as well, such as if the age is less than 19, which is going to be true because 18 is less than 19, so it's going to be true. But this is just to show you, and you can add more conditions like this as well. Now, what if you want to check only one of these conditions is true? So either the income is equal to, let's say, the age should be 20, but if the age is not 20, but the income is equal to 15,000, then they can enter. This is where you use the OR operator, which is these two pipe symbols, and that's where you can do that. Doesn't necessarily mean that that's the only way. You can mix and match these operators. You want to check two things and multiple things as well, you can do that here as well. But these are the basic comparison of basic logical operators that you can use. The last logical operator would be not. So if I want to check, okay, is age equal to 50, but I want to check if the age is not equal to 50. So I can just and age is not greater than 40. So if I want to just make sure that whatever the answer of this is going to be, I want to just invert it. If it's true, make it false. If it's false, then make it true. Then use the not operator, which is the exclamation point, and this will work. This will flip the result on its head. So these are the three operators that are available for us there. Now we have the bitwise operator, which you can use. Bitwise operators are only useful when you're working with binary data. So let me just show you the binary data that you have in order to check whether or not the binary data is going to be worthful for you. Binary data is useful because underneath the hood, it will always take a look at the binary representation of the data. We write the code, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the code that we are writing is going to be written in binary. So one way to think about it is this. Let's say that I have a number 5, right? Now that number, if I want to take a look at the binary representation of it, I can just write toString. It will convert it. This is the toString. And so this is basically something that will work if I just type it. Variable x is equals to 5, x dot toString 2, and this is the binary representation. The reason why we have to write 2 here is binary is something that needs 2 as its base. So the normal decimal number system that we use, which has numbers from 0 to 9 being used throughout, in binary you only have 1 and 0. So underneath the hood, your computer can only understand ones and zeros. So that's why binary numbers are so important in computer. Now let's say we have this, and we can perform different kinds of operations here. So x is 101 and 2.toString to y is equals to 2. And if you have y, you can take a look at 1 0. So we have 1 0 1 and we have 0 1 0. This 0 is just padded at the end so that these three variables come in line. So now if I want to perform some binary operation such as AND, or not, in case you're not familiar with this, don't worry about them. But if you are, you're working with some low level techniques, then you can just use X and Y. And then what you can do is you can just Z equals to X and Y. So it returns the value of 0. We check the binary representation of this as well, and we get 0. The reason why is because if you remember, we have 1 0 1 and 1 0. So what happens is it takes a look at the 1 0 1 and 0 1 0 numbers, and it takes a look at the adjacent pairs. So these are the two numbers that are right next to each other. So if they are both 1, then only the output will have 1 in that place. So 0 and 1 will return 0. 1 and 0 and 0 and 1 is also going to return 0. But in case I had done this, now I have 7. And if I want to check Y, I can just reach Z. If either of the number is 1, then we're going to get 1. And 1 1 1 in binary will convert to 7 in decimal. And there are many other operators available as well, such as 11, 2, shifting the numbers by 2 and something like that. So 11 by 1 is 22, and if I were to shift 11 to the left side by 1, it's also this. So that's the way binary operators work. There are many other binary operators available for you to use as well, but that's one of the ways you can do it. So these are all the operators available for us to use. In many programming languages, multiple operators are available for you to use. If you have already worked with any programming language, these operators may seem familiar. The binary operators are operators that you would not have to use unless you are working with some binary data and you want to manipulate it underneath the hood, which is quite rare. Other than that, you can use any of the operators that we have discussed. All right, let's see what else we can take a look at. All right, guys, now let's take a look at conditional statements. So conditionals or conditional statements are used to make decisions in a program. As we have taken a look into operators, and we determined how we can use conditional or logical operators in order to figure out if something is true or false. Based on these values, we can then define how we want our code to perform. So for instance, if we have some code, and in that code, what happens is you want to get the user's input and then determine whether or not a person's input, the input that the person gave, which is the person's age, is less than 18. If it is less than 18, then they cannot access your website. Let's say that it's a voting portal and above the age of 18 is the person that can vote in your country. So that's the threshold that you have determined. So that's the way it's supposed to happen. Now you can check using the operators that we have discussed, but how do you determine what code to run when a particular condition evaluates to true? This is where conditionals come into play. Now in conditionals, we have multiple ways of dealing with things. We have if, we have else, we have switch statements, we have if else, nested else if statements, and there are many other kinds of operators that are many other kinds of conditional statements, which we'll take a look at. Also, we'll take a look at ternary statements. Now, ternary operator is an operator that we didn't really take a look into when we are discussing operators, but we did allude to it mainly because the ternary operator is a substitution for a simple if statement. So if you have an if statement that's really simple and don't want to write that much lines of code, you just want to write a single line of code that will explain it all. Ternary operators are really useful in that. It's called ternary operator because we have already discussed unary and binary operators. In a ternary operator, we have 3 operands. So in unary operator, we had one operand, which was the increment and decrement operator and the variable that whose value we were incrementing or decrementing. Then we had binary operators such as addition, multiplication, and division operators, and other operators as well, such as assignments and all. And now we have ternary operators. So these are the things that we'll discuss in the hands-on. So let's take a look at that next. Now let's take a look at loops. Loops are used to run multiple times until a specific condition is met. So let's say that you have some code that you want to run multiple times until a specific condition gets met. Let's say that you want to print the multiplication table of a number that the user enters. Now for that, you could write 10 console.log statements, in each of which what you will do is you will increment the number from which you're multiplying that number from. So let's say the user enters 3. So you write 3 multiplied by 1 is equals to 3. 3 multiplied by 2 is equals to 6 and then you keep going on like that. That would be useful. However, since there's a lot of repetition of code and only the variable, only the counter is changing from 1 to 10, we want to automate this process. This is where loops come into play. Now, this is not the only place where you use it. In fact, loops are so fundamental and core to programming that they are used multiple times. So basically what we're doing here is we're saying, okay, we want to execute some bit of code. However, we want it to be executed for n number of times. This comes in handy when you have container objects such as arrays and objects, which we'll discuss after loops. But this is also helpful when you're trying to just go through something for n number of times. In cases like this, loops are really helpful. Loops are of 3 types: for, while, and do while. We'll cover all of those in the hands-on, which we'll take a look at. Alright guys, so now let's take a look at a hands-on using loops. Again, the setup is going to be the same. We have some code. Let me just zoom out a little bit so that it's really easier for you to see. And I have the same code editor. Now let's write some code to make sure that we understand. Let's say that we are getting some number from the user. Let's say for num is equals to pass integer prompt and a number. Now I want to print the multiplication table of a number. Now multiple ways I can do that. One way would be to use this syntax. And now we can just do it again and again for 10 times. Let me just start from the beginning so that you can see. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 8, 9. So if I were to save this, it would work if I just named the work console correctly. Now that's done, I'll save it, go back, refresh, 5, press enter, and 5 multiplied by 3 is equals to 15. It's just a little, now it's going to be visible intact. I think there's an extra space between multiplication and equals to, so let me just correct that, save this, go back, refresh this, 5, enter, and now the code is correct. So 5 multiplied by 1 is 5, multiplied by 2 is 15. Oh, that's not correct. Again, as you can see, the mistakes that we are making even when we're manually trying to recreate some code. It's 5, press enter, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so it's correct. Now the issue is that let's say that the person says, okay, I don't want it just to be there just till 10. I want it to be there till 20. So 5 multiplied by 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20 till there. So now again we have to write the same code and we have to make the same changes. This is very tiresome. So in order to overcome this, if we take a look at the code, the only thing that is changing is this number, right? Here and here. So we can change that. And here where loops come into play. So for variable I is equal to 0, I will be the number that we will multiply it for. I is just a common variable name that we use for loops. I is equal to 0, I is less than, let's say, 10, but we want it to start from 1, less than equal to 10, and I++. Now all I need is just one line of code. The rest all can be put aside. So number plus I, save this, go back, refresh, 5, enter. So 5 multiplied by 1, 2, 3, 4, and 8 works. So what just happened is, so this is the piece of code that's different. So let us explain this one by one. So it has 3 parts. The initialization phase, in which we initialize a variable with the initial value. Here we have initialized a variable named I with 1. The condition phase, where we check if the condition is true. If this condition ever evaluates to false, that means we have met the condition we wanted to meet and we want to quit the loop. And this is the change phase in which we increment. So the way it works is our JavaScript interpreter takes a look at the loop, creates a variable, assigns value 1, then checks if 1 is less than or equal to 10. This condition evaluates to true, so this code gets executed, and then we increment 1, so it becomes 2. So we check again, if 2 less than or equal to 10, it is, go back, put number plus, and we create the string where number multiplied by 2, which is the current value of I, is equals to number multiplied by 2. Then we increment, it's 3, and the same way we keep going till we reach 10. We check if number is less than or equal to 10. 10 is equal to 10, not less than. So we execute the code. Incremented by 1, it's 11, and now this condition evaluates to false. So we just come out of the loop. Nothing left to execute, so we just end our code. So that's the way for loops work. For loops are the oldest loops. They are used in many programming languages. Any programming language that you wish to use, you can use. Now, if I were to show you the same problem that we had earlier, let's say that the person says, I want the program to show me the multiplication table till 20. Run this, and it's showing till 20. You can even go further to 30, 40, 50, whatever you want, but now it's just a number changer. So as you can see, it allows us to not repeat ourselves, allows us to not errors, and allows us to write code that doesn't contain any error because most of it is automated by the computer. So that's just one kind of loop. There are many kinds of loop available, and we'll take a look at them one by one. Now, instead of getting the input from the user because it's a little tiresome and a little difficult, I'll just assign it right now. Fine. So this is one kind of loop. Let me just comment it out so that it stays here, but it doesn't get executed. So this is none. Now I'll show you while loop. So this is what it looks like, but here some things are going to be different. So the initialization phase, I is equals to 0, I is less than equal to 10. Then we are going to use the same thing that we had written earlier, and I plus plus. So as you can see, we have the same 3 bits, but their position has changed. Earlier, we had them all written in the same place. Here we have I, which is the index variable, and it is at the top. We can declare it anywhere we want. It doesn't necessarily have to be here. Similarly, if we had declared it earlier some places, we can just drop the var keyword and it will work just fine. Now, we have I equals to 0. Now we check if the number is less than equal to 10. As long as this condition is evaluating to true, we will continue printing whatever it is inside the code, and we will check again. So we check it, we print, we increment, check, print, increment, check, print, increment, check, and we keep doing it again and again. If I go back, refresh, I get the same thing. However, this time it's starting from 0, and that is because I had my variable set to 0 where it should have been set to 1. Although 0 works, but still it's the way it works. And now we have that. So this was a while loop, and this works as well. Again, let me comment it out so that you can see. And now let me just show you the do while loop. This is what it looks like. So we just need a condition here, and it's going to work exactly the same. Variable is equals to this. This is the code that we want to execute, and the while loop is going to be just if the I is less than or equal to 10. And finally, we have to increment it as well. Again, this is going to work exactly the same. If I go back, refresh, it works. But there's a bit of an issue here, or not an issue, but the difference between while loop and do while loop is not just semantics, because they look exactly the same. But what happens here is, let me just remove this. Yeah. So now it's going to print it, then going to print it again. What happens is, if I were to change this variable to be 11, and if I were to change this variable to be 11 as well, what happens is, if I go back and refresh, 5 multiplied by 11 is equals to 55. So what's going on here is, in the do while loop, we have the variable set to be 11. We print whatever we wanted to print, then we increment the value by 1, and then we check the condition. In the while loop, we check the condition and then we print something. So that's the whole difference. It's called the entry controlled versus exit controlled loops. In entry controlled loops, before the loop starts, we take a look at the condition. If it evaluates to false, nothing gets executed. In exit controlled loops, at least once the code gets executed. But if the condition evaluates to true after the execution of the code, then we get this. Even then, we will still print something. So for instance, if this code is printed, that means that this condition, even if it didn't evaluate to true, we will still print it once. Then it increments, so 11 becomes 12, and we check if 12 less than or equal to 10. It's not. It is not equal to or less than 10. It is greater than 10, so the loop exits. So that's loops in a nutshell. That's how loops work in JavaScript and in many other languages. These are the three kinds of loops. There are other kinds of loops as well, which we'll discuss once we are done with arrays and objects, because those kinds of loops are used there. So we'll take a look at that in the arrays section. So let's take a look at the arrays now. Arrays. So an array is a container type. A container type is used to store variables or values of different types. So arrays are used to store multiple data points or multiple fragments of data in a single variable. To give you an example, let's say that you want to store the marks of a particular student and you want to store all the marks in one variable. If you were trying to store the marks of a person in English, Hindi, Maths, Science, Geography, these 5 subjects, you can create variables with these names and you can store the data inside them. However, if you want to store them all inside a single variable, then you can use arrays. Arrays have 2 parts to them, indexes and values. Indexes are you can think of them as roll numbers. So they start from 0 and then there's the marks of the student. So whatever you insert at the beginning will go at the 0th index, then the first index, then the second index. In JavaScript, arrays are dynamically sized, so you don't have to worry about running out of space, or you don't have to worry about declaring an array of a fixed size, because they size dynamically, so you can store as much information as you want. In other languages such as C++ and Java, you would have to declare an array of a specific size and then use that array only. You can't use multiple arrays. So that's the difference between the arrays in JavaScript and other languages. Also, in strongly typed languages such as C++, Java, you would have an array that can only store value of one type. So if you want to store integer values, you can only store integer values, only store string values or other kinds of values. On the other hand, here we can store values of multiple types in an array. So we can store a variable that is of type integer, then string, then boolean, then again integer, then again boolean, then again integer, and many different kinds of data in any format that we want, as long as it's supported by the language, they can be stored inside an array. In fact, we can store an array inside another array, and that also works.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
So that's how this works. Let's take a look at a hands-on and figure out how arrays can be used in JavaScript. So again, to follow along, just as we had done earlier, just need to have an index.html page, open up the console and open up the code file. So here's what we have. We have used the useString. Now we'll take a look at multiple operations that we can perform on arrays. But first thing we have to understand is how you can create an array. To create an array, it's quite simple. I'll use the var keyword. I want a new array. So I want an array of the marks of a student. I'll call it marks and I'll assign it to this. This is an empty bracket. I save it, go back, refresh. Now if I take a look at marks, it's an empty array. Also, there's an array constructor as well. So if I just use the new array function, this will return the same thing as well. But we don't need to get ahead of ourselves. This is how we can create an array. Now, creating an array is quite easy. You can just create an array, but how do you initialize it? So this is an empty array. If I want to add some values to it, let's say that the student has 88, 56, 55, 44, 55. These are the 4 marks. Go back, refresh marks, and these are the 4 marks. If I expand this here, we'll take a look at this. This is the index, which is corresponding to the variable. Since this was the variable I inserted at the beginning, or this is the data that I inserted at the beginning, it got the number 0 associated to it. Similarly, 1 was associated to 66, 2 was associated to 44, and 3 was associated to 55. And I have a property length, which tells us the length of the entire array. So basically, if I were to take a look at marks.length, it will show me the number of elements inside an array. That's one way. If I want to access certain values, let's say I want to access the value at the beginning, there you go. So I can just use this 0, 1, 2, 3 to get the values. So 1 would give me 66, 2 would give me 44, and 3 would give me 55. Now what about 4? Well, it will give me undefined, mainly because these indexes don't exist, so they are not available for us to use. So if I go back, this is what it looks like. Now, as we know that we use indexes, and indexes are sequential, so 0, 1, 2, 3. They are assigned on the basis of arrival of the data. Now, if I want to go over these and print all of those one by one, what I can do is I can use a loop for variable I is equal to 0, I is less than, and here's where the marks come into play. Marks.length and I plus plus. So it will go from 0, 1, 2, 3. As soon as I becomes 4, it will exit out of the loop. So we'll only get 0, 1, 2, and 3, which are the valid indexes. And I want to print marks of I. Save this, go back, refresh, and here you get the numbers. Now, this is where a simple for loop works. But another thing we can do is, instead of using this because it is a lot of values, what I can do is for variable x in marks, and if I print x, go back, refresh, here's where you get 0, 1, 2, and 3. So you get the indexes and you can do it there as well. And there's a for off loop available as well that you can take a look at. You refresh and here which you get values. So if you want to take a look at the indexes, you can just go for x in and it will get you that. If you were to go for off, this is how it would work. So this is how these variables work. In other languages, you would have to do something like this, especially in Java, but here it doesn't work like that. So that's the way you can loop over an entire array. But how about you have an empty array and you want to enter some values into it? The easiest way here is if I go back to my code, I'll just show it to you here. Let's say ARR is equal to a new array. Now if I want to add new data into it, all I have to do is ARR, this is empty right now, dot push. Push is allowing me to insert some values. The F here means I have to put these brackets here. This means it's a function. Don't worry if you don't understand functions right now. I'll explain it to you in a moment. But let's say that I want to enter some item. If I want to enter just one number, I can just enter 15, press enter, and now ARR has 15 values. But if I want to enter more numbers, 16, 17, 18.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
All of these will be inserted as well. And there you go. It returns the length of the array. So whenever we insert something, it will get back the length. So since we inserted 3 values after 1, we get 4. And this is what's returned. So we have these 4 values. Now that is done. But let's say I want to remove the element. I can just pop and this will remove things at the end. Now instead of getting 15, 16, 17, 18, I get 15, 16, 17. If you pass in a number in pop, it will remove, it won't make much of a difference. It will still remove the same thing. Similarly, it won't throw an error basically, and you have one value. If I were to pop again and then again, since last value was removed, nothing is here, so you can't have anything. As we discussed, arrays can have values of multiple types. So let's say it's a string 0 true. ARR is equals to this. Now, if I want to find the value, I can find the last index of true. So true was found at the second index. This is easy for me to find things. If I want to find some string but it doesn't exist, it will return me an index of -1. So that's how it works in arrays. Arrays are really complicated in JavaScript. You can have a lot of functions. A few functions that I'd like to show you that are very important. Let's say that I have numbers. This is an array that has 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now suppose I want to create a new array out of this array, and what I want is all of these numbers squared. So 1 multiplied by 1, 2 multiplied by 2, 3 multiplied by 3, 4 multiplied by 4, and 5 multiplied by 5. Simple logic that we have learned so far is use for loops. Go over each value for var x of, and inside it we pass in nums. Let me just show you in the code. So I'll just copy here, paste it here, then var result is equals to an empty array for var x of nums. We get x and result dot push x multiplied by x. Now if I console log the result, save it, go back, refresh, this is what we get. So we get 1, 4, 9, 16, and 16 and 25. This is exactly what we want. Now this works, but as you can see, again, you have to write so much code to get something really simple done. In other way, if you want to do it, I can show it to you right now. Result is going to be equal to, and I take nums, and I'm going to call a method on it called map. This function, it will take another function, and I'll display and show you what that means, but this is called functional programming. We'll discuss more about this when we are discussing functions, but right now just take a look at what happens. I'll just return x multiplied by x, and this is done. I save, go back, refresh, and I get the same output. So as you can see, multiple ways of doing the same thing in JavaScript. Some are more concise, however, it takes a little bit of time to get around those. Some are really easy to use. So we have understood how to declare an array, how to add elements to an array, remove an element from an array, access elements from an array, and loop over the array. These are the basic functionalities. If you want to take a look at the functions available for arrays, just type in nums dot, and you can take a look at all the different kinds of values that are available for you to use. Shift, unshift, slice, reverse, reduce, and many other kinds of functions such as index of and last index of. The difference between the two is that index of will give you the first index that it finds of a number. So let me just display that for a moment. Let's say that array is equal to 1, 1, 2, 2. I want to find the index of 1, I get 0. But if I were to find the last index of, this will give me 1. So if you take a look at this, first time I encounter 1 is at the 0th index, and the last time I do it, it's at 1. If I were to change this variable here and add 1 at the end, now if I were to use index, the value is still the same. But if I were to use the last index of 1, I get 5. So this is the difference between the two. Let's take a look at objects. So objects are the fundamental type in JavaScript. Objects are really important in JavaScript because most of the things that we work with are essentially objects. Objects are container types. Basically, they contain other kinds of data. Objects can contain objects, arrays, and any kind of data that they want. Similar to arrays, they are also heterogeneous, meaning that they don't need to contain only one kind of data. They can contain different kinds of data. The only difference between arrays and objects is that in basic uses is that objects will use key value pairs. Now, key value pairs are really easy to understand. Basically, just like in arrays, we have numeric indexes that are automatically assigned as you add and remove elements. So as soon you create an empty array, there's no elements in it. You add new item to it, it gets the index 0 assigned to it. Then you add another item, index 1 is assigned. Then you add another item, index 2 is assigned. When that element is removed, index 1 is the highest value of indexes there. And then when you add another item, index 2 is assigned again. So as you can see, it's sequential, increases and decreases based on the length of the array. Now the difference here is that in objects, you can, instead of assigning 0, 1, and 2, it's up to you what you assign to the values. So basically, if you are trying to create a table-like structure in which the name of the person is supposed to be the key and the value is going to be their salary, you can do so. Just put their name as the key, salary as the value, and keep doing it for all of those, and it is an object. Objects are also fundamental in JavaScript because they are very synonymous to other kinds of objects, such as if you've ever worked with say object-oriented programming in other languages, and object-oriented programming is something that we'll discuss. But in object-oriented programming, you have classes and objects. Those are slightly different from what we're covering right now. So don't worry if you don't understand them right away. Basic idea behind this is that objects are containers that can contain key value pairs. They are more similar to hash tables or hash maps than they are, or dictionaries if you are in Python. But they are more similar to those than they are to classes and objects in the traditional sense of object-oriented programming. In case you don't know object-oriented programming and hashes and all of that, don't worry about it. We'll take a look at a hands-on in which we'll understand what this actually means. However, if you are familiar with these topics, then you have a nice ground level understanding of what this is. How to use it, however, is something that we'll cover on a hands-on. Alright guys, now let's take a look at a hands-on involving objects. So for this, firstly, you need a web browser opened. You can open it up in any web browser that you want, as long as it has a JavaScript console. To get into the console, just press Ctrl+Shift+I and then click on console. Expand this a little, and yeah, now it looks. So the way you can create an object is very similar to the way you could create an array. So for arrays, you needed to use either this shorthand, which were two brackets open and close, or you can create new array, right? And that would also create an object. Now to create an object, however, it's quite easy to do. All you have to do is either just create a new object, which is exactly the same, or if you take a look at the symbols below, you can do this as well, and you have an object here as well. So let me just show you. If you take a look at type of, it's an object. Also, if you take a look at the type of array, it's an object as well. As I said, object is the fundamental type. Every thing that's not a simple primitive type, such as boolean, string, and all of that, that's an object. So you take a look at that. This is a string, but this is an object. The arrays are also kind of an object. So now, if I want to create an object, I can just assign obj is equals to, and here we have it. So if I create obj now, it's an object. Again, if I wanted to do it the other way, all I had to do was create a new object, and this works as well. It's exactly the same thing, as you can see. Now the object is created. Now it comes time to add things to an object. Now, as I said, objects are key value pairs, right? So one way you could have done this is, if you want to create an object here, you can just add things right here. So let's say that I want to create an object in which the key, I'm trying to store the name and address of a person, or let's say name and salary of a person. So all I have to do is type in name, and the name is supposed to be whatever I want it to be. Let's say John. Then let's say salary, 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 and let's say the salary is going to be 50,000. As you can see, that name is string, salary is not string, it's number. So you can do it this way as well if you want to. It doesn't really matter what kind of value you have for the values. Also, if I wanted to remove these, I can do so as well. JavaScript will automatically convert them into strings, so I have this. It doesn't really matter if I want string or not. I can also have numbers mapping to numbers as well. So let's say 2, 4. This works as well. Now if I create an object, I can take a look at the object in the console. This is what it looks like. 2 will map to 4, name will map to John, and salary will map to 5,000. In a similar fashion of array, I can also access these things by indexing into it. So if I type 2, you have 4. And that's not the only way you can access things though. If you want to access the name, I can first type object.to. This will give me an unexpected error because 2 is a number. But if I access it using the array syntax, it will work. However, if I were to access obj.name, this will give me John. If I were to access obj.salary, this will give me the salary of a person. So this is how you can get the information from the objects. So this is how you can create an object and add data to it right at the same time. But how about if you want to create an object on its own and then add data later on as the user adds it? So again, you can just create an object which is an empty object, and now if I want to add anything, the same thing I would do anywhere. I would just type in obj, and now I can do it in the same syntax that I had done earlier. So I can type in name to be equal to John. Now if I take a look at obj, this is what it looks like. Also, if I want, I can type in name dot salary, salary is equal to 50,000. And now if I take a look at obj, this is what it looks like. So this is how you can add data to an object. This is how you can create an object, how you can initialize an object, add data to an object. Now let's take a look at how you can remove data from an object. So if I take a look at this, it looks like this. If I were to take a look at name, and now if I delete it and then take a look at obj, it only has salary. So this is how you can delete it. Use the delete keyword in front of the object and the key name that you want to delete it, and it will delete everything. Now you have just one property or one key, salary, and one value. This is 50,000. These are the keys, these are the values. So this is how that works. Again, if you want to loop over an object, you can do so as well. Let me just again, yeah. So now we have obj and we have name and salary. Another thing to notice is that it doesn't really matter how you add things into the object. If I add name first and salary first, it doesn't really matter. It's really fast for lookup. Also, if I try to access an element that's not inside the object, let's say not found, it will return undefined. So just be sure to use this. So if I want to check whether or some key exists inside the object, the quickest way to do it is check if it's equal to undefined. So this is going to be equal to undefined. Name is not going to be equal to undefined because we have name equal to John. Now if I want to loop over the objects and print everything inside it, all I have to do is use a for loop for variable key in object console.log key plus, and this is string concatenation, and you press enter and everything is working exactly the way it should be. So the salary mapping to value, name mapping to this value, and this works easily. So this is how you can write code and have it be executed. Now again, another thing I'd like to show you, which I hope I have shown you by now. If I were to remove these curly braces, what do you think will happen? It will still print it. So the difference between the two is, let me just show you. So this is what it should look like without the curly braces, right? If I were to add another line right after this and say next property. So if I press enter, as you can see, first the loop executes this, and then next property. However, I want both of these statements to be executed in the loop. Now for that, I have to open up a curly brace and then close the curly brace. And now if I do this, this is what happens. So what's going on here is if I remove the curly braces, only the first statement gets executed in the loop's body. If I keep the curly braces, then everything inside the curly brace is included in the loop's body. So for instance, if I were to add new code lines to it, they will also get executed. So this is a good trick to remember. So if you have an if statement where you only have one thing to do, so let's say that 1 is equal to 1, then I want to print console.log true and press enter. So it will work. However, if you have multiple statements, then you don't use curly braces. Depends on the code style that you prefer as well. I would recommend that you use curly braces whenever you can, but however, if you take a look at code like this, don't think that it's invalid. It's perfectly valid. So now we have looped over the elements. We have taken a look at everything. Another thing that I can show you is the object function. So functions are not something that we have discussed thus far. We'll discuss them in a moment. But the object is in JavaScript an object itself. So you can take a look at a lot of things that these things have for us. These are the properties and these are the functions that we can use on objects to understand how to use them. You don't have to worry about them right now. This is just to show you that JavaScript has really great inbuilt support for objects. If you ever want to use an object, you want to perform some task with an object, first take a look at the JavaScript documentation on Mozilla Developer Network to see if it's not already developed. If that feature or that function is not already there, then you can implement it on your own. Alright guys, now let's take a look at functions. So functions, as we have already discussed, a function is a named block of code which is used to wrap a few statements that should be executed one after the other and given a name. Think of bits of code that is really important to you. Any bits of code that come one after the other. So for instance, let's say that you want to connect to a database. That needs certain steps to be followed. You need to create the URL, you need to send a connection request, and then you need to handle whether or not the connection is successful or not. This is going to happen every time. These bits of code are going to be executed with each other. This is why we need a named block of code so that we can call it whenever we want to. This is a function. Another thing you can think about is how you can write data to a file. To write data to a file, you need to first open a file. After opening the file, you need to write the data into the file. Then you need to save the file, which is basically closing the file. So these three steps need to be executed one after the other all the time. So this is where functions come into play. You can create a function, call it write data to file, and that will do the same task for you again and again, so that you don't have to do it manually over and over again. This is what functions actually do. Now, when we come to actually understanding what functions are and how to use them, there are several intricacies that we need to be familiarizing ourselves with. Function names, declaration, calling a function, first class functions, which is a special concept in JavaScript, which will take a look at function arguments and returns. So we'll take a look at all of that as we move on to our hands-on. So let's do that now. So again, we would want to have the same setup that we did earlier. Create an index.html, open up the console, open the index.html inside a code editor. I'll be using Visual Studio Code. You can use any code editor you wish to use. And here I have used the use strict declaration so that JavaScript's interpreter doesn't allow for any small mistakes. This will keep our code clean and easier to use. Now, when we're talking about functions, let me just show you what a function is. Suppose I want you to create I want you to greet someone, right? So for instance, to greet someone, firstly, what you need is you need to console log hi, then you need to print hope you are well, and third one would be nice to meet you. Now suppose this is something that you need to use in multiple places in your code. So for instance, this is one thing. Now you want to, let's say your code is spread across multiple files, and now you want to use it in this file as well. This is a separate file. Let me just comment that out. File2.js. This is going to be the file name, and this is file1.js. So this is how it works. Now both of these files will be included and they will get executed. That will work. So if I go back, refresh, and this will be printed 2 times, which is good. Now what happens is someone comes along, takes a look at our code and says, this is fine, but after nice to meet you, put a full stop, just to make it grammatically correct. So after everything, put a full stop. I save this, I go back and I refresh. Now, as you can see that if the person did know that this code was also written by the same person in some other place, if they forget, basically if this code was written, this change was made 2 or 3 months after someone had written it and someone else is making the change, they have no way of knowing whether or not the changes are there. So what happens is this code and this code are now out of sync. Nobody knows that this code is also doing exactly the same thing, but this code was doing the same thing and had some changes applied to it, which this code didn't. So again, that's a bug in your system. So how do you come about doing this? Well, the way you do it is, again, the simple way in programming is that you do not repeat things. So let me just close this out, right? And now I can create a function for this. Function will allow me to give a name to this entire block of code, and that name is going to be referenced in other places. Any change I make to this function's definition is going to be changed in other places as well. To create a function, it's quite simple. Use the function keyword, function, function, give the function a name. I'll call it greeting. Then use these are called parentheses. I'll show you what they are and why they're useful in a moment. And then we define the function body the same way that we had defined the bodies of loops and if statements. And this is where we are. Now, this is the function that we want to use. Let's say that this is in its own file right after use strict. And now if I want to call this, I'll just call greeting here, and I'll call greeting here. Whenever I want to call a function, that basically means, okay, this is a function, execute the code inside it. These parentheses are going to take a look at the function and execute everything inside it. So whenever you put a parenthesis after it, it basically means that this is a function and I want to execute it. I want to run everything that is inside the body of this function. So I save this, I go back, refresh, we get the same result. But now if I were to make a change that I had earlier done here, here, and here, save this, go back, refresh again. As you can see, the changes are reflected in both places. And this is a trivial example, it's in both places. In real world scenarios, this can be referenced in multiple places. So that's the difference we're trying to avoid. So that's one way. This is how you can create a function. This is called declaring a function or creating a function. Declaration. And this is what's called using a function or calling a function. Call. Now that these two things are done, let's just return and see what else we can do. Suppose you want to perform some complicated mathematical operations, right? Let's say that you want to, I'll just call it calculate, right? A person enters a number to your program, and what you want to do is you want to take that number and square it, then add 2 to it, and then divide it by 2. So for instance, you take, let's say the number is 10, right? So you want to firstly square it, which is basically, you can either do it this way or multiply the number by itself. So number is equals to number multiplied by number. That's the first thing. Then you want to add 2 to it. So number is plus equals 2. And finally, number should be divided by 2. You can either do it number divided by 2, or the same way that we had done with the addition, you can do it this way. So that works. Now, thing is, this will only work with 10. So if I call this function, this will work with 10, calculate everything, but it won't do anything with it. Refresh, nothing happens. So what goes on at the end is that it creates a number in memory, performs these calculations, and then forgets about it because we're not printing it, we're not doing anything about it. So the way to deal with this is, firstly, we want to accept some input into our function. Now, either you can just call a prompt and say, okay, give me the user input. But this creates a problem that whenever you are using the prompt function, you're tying yourself to the browser because, let me just look, because prompt is only a function that is available in the browser. What if the user was to send the request via an HTTP request, and you are writing this code on a web browser? Instead of writing it here, you are writing it in a web server. That becomes a problem. So I just want access to a number. I don't care how I get it. So this is where parameters come into play. So I want a number, I put it here. So now whatever number user enters, I'm just going to square it, add 2 to it, divide it, and now I want to return the result. This is also quite easy. Returning a result basically means whatever I have calculated, give the result back to the user who called the function. Now I'll call number, save it. And now if I were to console log, and this will take a number. So if I enter 10, so go back, refresh, and this is the output. Let's check. 10 multiplied by 10 will be 100. 100 plus 2 is equals to 102, and 102 divided by 2 is equals to 51. So this is exactly what's happening. Now, it doesn't necessarily matter that I only need to have 2 parameters. I can have multiple parameters as well. So instead of number, I can also say value. And now, instead of 2, it could be 3, it could be 4, it could be anything, depending on your use cases. So I can here pass in 2, save this, go back, refresh, and it's the same thing. But if I want to make changes, I can just go 11 and save this, go back, refresh, and this is what you get. So as you can see that this works really well. Now, what is a function? It is basically a name given to a block of code. It can accept some parameters, perform some operation on it, and can return the output. These two things are optional. The function body, if it's not there, then it's basically just an empty thing. It's not doing anything. It's just a name for no code at all. So you can do that as well. Another thing that you might want to consider is that functions are first-class citizens in JavaScript. This is quite similar to other kinds of languages. However, most languages don't implement these kinds of things. So what that basically means is that instead of using functions as a high-level concept, it can basically be assigned to a variable. So let me give an example. Let's say I want to create let's say I want to create first action is going to be, I can create a function without giving it a name. It accepts some value and returns that value multiplied by itself. That's it. And put a semicolon at it. Right? So this is the first action. Second action is going to be, it takes in a value and returns the value multiplied by 2. So now if I want to create a function, let's say I want function calculate. This will accept some actions and it will accept a value. So now what I want is for, and I can just go over each of the actions. So I just go for variable I is equals to 0, I is less than actions dot length I plus plus. Now all I need is to go to the actions, extract that function, pass in the value that was passed in, and I can just create a result. Result is going to be an array that will be passed in, and I'll show you what that means. Result dot push. Now I just have to return the result. So what's going to happen here is this. Now I'll call the calculate function, pass in the actions, which is going to be an array of first and second, and finally I pass in 2. If I go to console.log this, save this, go back, refresh, as you can see, this is what the output is, 4 and 4. Now again, if I were to change the number, let's say it's 4, so I should get 16 and 8, and this is what I'm getting. This is the output. Now what's happening is, since I can assign functions to variables, I have created 2 operations on my own. Now what I want is the calculate function to accept a number of operations and a number itself, and perform these operations and return the result respectively. So it creates a result array, goes through all the actions, which is basically me trying to square and double it. I can also change the name here. SQ square and double. These are going to be the 2 operations I want to be performed on this number. So I send it to the calculate function. It extracts each of the functions, performs the actions, put the result into the action array, and returns it back. So that's what it means. Now there's another thing that you can take a look at, which is early returns. And this is really where the entire functional calls shine up. So let's say that I get an age. Earlier what we would have to do is, I wanted to check if age is greater than 18, greater than or equal to 18, then I would have to create another if statement inside it and do the same thing. Here I can do something else. So I can just check if age is less than 18, or income, which is something I need to accept as a parameter. Income is less than 50,000. Then I'll just use the word return. This basically means that, okay, if this is true, if either age is less than 18 or income is less than 50,000, then just return from the function. Don't perform any of the steps that I'm mentioning here, other than you can just write valid. That's it. So that's what you can do. Now your code is much simpler to read. It's easier to understand. Basically what it's doing is, if this is an invalid input, don't do anything, just return. Don't perform any function. So if I were to go console.log, I don't have to console.log as well. I just have to use the calculate function. Pass in the age. Let's say it's 18 and income is 50,000. Save this, go back, refresh, it prints valid. Now if either one of those turn out to be true, or and other one turns out to be false, it's not going to do anything. It's just going to move on. So this is how you can write code. So this is how functions work. We have taken a look at how to declare a function, how to call a function, how to compose functional callbacks, how you can do all of these things. One other thing that I'd like to show you that I didn't show you when arrays were being used is something called map, filter, and reduce. These are the three functions that are the most important ones in JavaScript when you're using arrays. Suppose you want to use an array. Let's say that I create an array of numbers.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does CSS stands for? A. Current style sheets. B. Current sheet style. C. Cascading style sheets. D. Cascading sheet style. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Right? And I get numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, I want to create a new array squared, which will be these numbers squared. So the way to do this would be, in normal terms, I would have to create an array, then I would have to write a for loop in which I'll perform these things. Here, what I can do is just type in the word numbers, and I used a function called map. Map is a function that takes in another function, just as the one we had created when we were creating squared and double functions. This function takes in a number, single number, not all the numbers. And now I want to perform my action and return the output. So I will return the number multiplied by itself. Now if I were to console log squared, this is what I will get. 1, 4, 9, 16, 25. So this is what we are getting. So what's happening is the numbers.map function is going to take this array, and what it's going to do is, in this function, it's going to pass each of these values one by one. So for instance, let's say this function is called, this is the function that is called. The first thing they will pass in 1, then it will pass in 2, 3, 4, and 5. And these values, when they are called, they will return. 1 will return 1, 2 will return 4, 3 will return 9, 4 will return 16, and 5 will return 25. So this is how mapping works. Basically, I want to create a new array out of a previous array. This is why functions are so important in JavaScript, and this is why they're called first-class citizens, because you can pass them around in other functions and nest them and do whatever you wish to do with them. This is why functions can be a little challenging when you're trying to work with them. So this was map. This is also part of functional programming. If I forget to return it, then I'm going to get this, which is undefined, because I forgot to return it. So what happens is, I take the number, make the calculation, but I don't return the result that I want to be included in the resulted array. So if I return it, only then would it work. Now you might be wondering, okay, this is a lot of code to write just to perform this task, right? And this is true, but when we move on to ES6 and its features, we'll understand how to overcome this as well. Now this is called mapping. If I wanted to filter it, let's say filtering would be something that we take a look at when we are trying to reduce the number of members. So for instance, if I want to only include even numbers, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I want to only return values. I want to only include values inside this array if the numbers are valid. So I want to check if the number mod 2 is equal to 0. Basically, if I divide this number by 2, if it doesn't leave any remainder, which is basically the definition of an even number, include that number in even. So 1 goes in, 1 mod 2 is 1, so it doesn't get included. 2 mod 2 is 0, this gets included. This doesn't, this does, and this doesn't. So now if I take a look at even, save it, go back, refresh, 2 and 4 are the numbers. So this is how filter works. So these are the kind of things that you would have to do and understand how to perform when you're trying to build a JavaScript application. We'll make heavy use of this when we're trying to build some other kind of application, but it's important to understand what it actually is. Finally, we can have a reduce function as well. Reduce function basically takes in initial and accumulated and return I plus accumulated and print, save it, go back, refresh, and you get 15. So what it does is that it passes in, let me just pass in 0 here as well. Now I refresh this. Yeah. So what it's trying to do is it is taking this array, passing it these values. So it's passing in 0 and 1. So 0 plus 1 will equal 1. Next it will pass 1 and 2. 1 and 2 will equal 3. Next it will pass 3 plus 3 and 3. So 3 plus 3 will equal 6. Then it will pass in 6 plus 6 and 4, which will return 10. And finally it will pass in 10 and 5, which will return 15. Yeah, so this is what it's doing. Basically, we pass in the 0 as the initial value, and we're saying, okay, for each of the numbers, pass them here and create the next result out of those. So if we try to reduce the entire array into one by performing some function, this is how we do it. So that's basically it for the functions. Some of the important functions I have already mentioned. There are many functions available on many objects that you can take a look at. Too much for me to cover. I covered these functions that are map, filter, and reduce because these are the most important functions when it comes to writing JavaScript. They greatly simplify your code, and we'll learn in future videos how we can even specify better functional parameters to make it work even better. So let's take a look at what else we can learn. Alright, so now let's take a look at object-oriented programming in JavaScript. Object-oriented programming is a programming paradigm based on the cohesive units of code called objects and the descriptions that are called classes. So a class is basically a blueprint in which we describe the kind of data we want, the kind of functions we want, and what the class's name is what the entity is supposed to be. So to give you an example, if you're trying to build a painting application in which you want the user to be able to draw shapes, the kind of objects that you would have there would be circles, squares, rectangles. The kind of properties that they would have would be the length, width, radius, depending on the kind of shape you're having. And then the kind of functions that it will have would be draw, fill, and things like that. So these are the kinds of functions and data that we're trying to use. Now, why is object-oriented programming important? Object-oriented programming is basically a programming paradigm. It's a way to write code. Other paradigms include functional programming and procedural programming or imperative programming. This is exactly what we've been doing. Procedural or imperative programming basically means you write one code statement after the other and let that execute itself. On the other hand, in object-oriented programming, instead of code being just one statement after the other, we create small groups of code.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Called objects. These objects are belonging to a specific entity and map onto that entity into the real world. So if you're trying to create a employee management system, one of the objects that you will create, one of the classes you will create is employee, then you can create managers and many kinds of things. Now, object-oriented programming is a really complicated topic. It can warrant an entire video on its own. Do mention in the comments if you would like for us to cover object-oriented programming in more detail, and we'll get on to it if you guys want that. On the other hand, here we have the object-oriented programming paradigm for us. JavaScript supports object-oriented programming, functional programming, and imperative programming all the same. But the way JavaScript supports, or the way that it has historically supported object-oriented programming, is a little different than the way other languages have. So other languages have keywords such as class, which you can use to define the classes. You have constructors and many other kinds of things. In object-oriented programming, it's a little different. And in the hands-on, we'll see how it's different and how it works. So let's take a look at that now. So we'll try and create classes and objects. For this, I'll use the text editor. Again, the setup is the same. We just have removed some previous bits of code and brought it to its original state. Now, to use classes, you don't really in JavaScript, you don't really create the word class there. We'll use the function keyword. That keyword will create a new class. Let's say I call it person. Okay, this person accepts two things: the name and age. Now I want this dot name to be equal to name, and I'll explain what this means in a moment. And this dot age equals to age. This is done. Now what I can do now is also, if I want to do something else, is I can just create a function, this dot say name is equals to a function which will console log the name. So you can do it this way, or another way of doing it would be to go here, use the person keyword, person.prototype.say name is going to be equal to a function, and you're going to print the name. Similarly, if you wanted to create an age, let me just do it here. This dot say age function and type in console.log this dot age. Here it's the same. Instead of using name, I'll use this dot name. So what does the keyword this mean in this scenario? We'll take a look at that in a moment. Now I'll create a person, let's say John is equals to, and now create a new object using new person. It's the same thing that we have been doing thus far with the new array or new object constructor functions. And I'll pass in the name to be John and the age to be 35. Then I'll use John dot, and here I can use it to say its name or say its age. I can call say age function and then say name. Save this, go back to the code, create, open up the, and here you have it. So it prints the name, it prints the age. Now again, you can do it either way. Unfortunately, whatever way you prefer is the way that you should use it. I like doing it this way because it separates my my data with my functions or my methods. Method is basically a function that is tagged into a class. So what is going on? This is a constructor function. Constructor function. This is the prototype function or the method that we are assigning. So methods. So what happens is prototype is a property that the class takes a look at. So whenever we create an object, the first thing that happens is it takes a look at all the method names that we're calling. So we say, okay, I'm calling say age. The object will take a look at itself. Do I have a function named say age? No. Then it takes a look at its prototype. Does my prototype have a say age function? If it does, then I'll call that. If not, then I'll throw it. So that's how this works. So these are the two things. Again, it's a little difficult to wrap your head around at first, but it works. Now let's come back to the keyword this. This, what does this mean? Let me just create a new function, person.prototype.print this function, console log this, save this, and now I'll just call it here. Print this. And now if I go back, if I refresh, as you can see, this returns the object. So basically this is a keyword that is used to refer to the current object. Similarly, if I were to console log this here, which is outside the class, outside an object, outside a function, I will get window. So the way JavaScript works in the browser, it at the end everything is attached to window. Window is an object that is on the JavaScript browser. It is managed by the browser. You are supposed to add things or remove things. So if I create a variable here, var name is equals to Peter, and save this, and if I go back, refresh, if I type in Peter, okay, maybe I should type in name. So if I type in name, this is what I get. If I type in window.name, this is what I get. So this is what it means. Now, if you take a look at the keyword this, it is used to refer to the current object. So here, when I use the keyword this, it basically transforms this call into john.name. So to avoid confusion, it's called the this keyword or the context. Basically what we're doing here is we're saying, okay, for this object, the current object that I'm trying to create, whatever value I have assigned to the name and the age, print those. So this dot name means John's name, print that. This dot age means John's age, print that. And here this basically means print the entire John object. Don't print individual properties, just print it entirely. So this is what happens. If I go back again and I show you something, refresh, this is what it has. These are the two properties. Open it up. This is the prototype. Open this up, and it has these three functions: print this, say age, say name. And this is the constructor function that takes in the name and the age. So this is how JavaScript works underneath the hood. Now in ES6, there are new ways of creating a class, but this is how it works here. So you can create a class, these are the objects. Now you might be wondering, how is it different from creating a new object? Let's say I call it John, make it equal to this, put name equals to John, age equals to 35, and then I add these two functions. Let's say name function and the similar thing. Just think about it this way. So how is it different? Well, the main difference here is, let me just go back here. Instead of John, I'll just Johnny. Save this, go back, refresh, JOHNY, and this is here. Now, so the main difference is this is something that you can't reuse. Once you created the variable Johnny, that's it. Now, if I want to create another person with the same structure, here all I have to do with John, I will create Johnny, and his age is 40. So now it has all the properties that a person class has, which is this, which is the name and the age. It also has the name assigned to be Johnny, it has the age assigned to be 40, and it has these functions automatically. So I didn't have to create a new object, copy and paste the code. As we want to reduce the amount of code we write, we do it this way. So use these object literals, these ones that we create like this. You can use them, but use them when you want to create just one-time thing. If you want to create something that needs to be accessed and change the data of multiple times, then these functions are important. This is how you can do it. Also, these data is also called, in case you ever come across this, it's also called properties, and this is how it works. So this is how you can create a class in JavaScript. This is the old school way. There are new ways of doing it, and we'll discuss this when we're discussing ES6. But right now, this is how you can create a class. It will work with all kinds of functions. JavaScript had a difficult start with object-oriented programming. It was earlier not designed to be an object-oriented language. Then object-oriented programming came into being, and now it's like this. So this is how you can do it. This is why functions were repurposed to be classes and objects. So you can do it this way. There are other ways which we'll discuss in later sections, but right now you can understand how you can do this. Right? Let's take a look at what next we can do. Finally, take a look at JSON. JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. It is a popular data transfer format which uses syntax similar to JavaScript object, which can be serialized and from and deserialized too. So basically what happens is, when you're trying to exchange information between two programs, and these two programs may be of different language, you need to agree upon some common format in which you will be exchanging data, so that when you create that format, put the data in and send it to the user can then take data out of that format and understand what you have written inside it. This is where JSON comes into play. Similar to JSON, there are other alternatives available, such as XML and YAML, or YAML as it's called. However, XML is quite old, it's quite verbose. YAML is quite new, but it's not very useful. JSON has turned out to be one of the most popular data exchange formats. It is based strictly on JavaScript object notation, which is basically how you create objects in JavaScript, with a few notable exceptions, although it's quite similar. We don't add functions and all, but we'll discuss those in the hands-on. Basically, JSON allows us to add data to an object, convert that object into a string, send it back to the user, which may be a Python program, which could be an Android application, could be anything. Usually it happens in client-server communication, but other programs do that as well. Once that data is sent, that data will then be passed and converted into an object that programming language can understand. And once that's done, you can then extract data from that object and use it however you wish to. Basically, JSON allows us to create a stringified version of our objects and parse a string in order to understand how to extract objects out of it. So let's take a look at how that works in the hands-on. So if you open up your browser, open up the console, and now let's take a look at how JSON works. Now again, JSON is like everything else in JavaScript, is a object in JavaScript. So let me just show you. And it contains a lot of functions that we can use for our purposes. In our case, it's parse and stringify. These are important functions, but first let's take a look at the syntax. So whenever you're trying to create an object, let's say that I am trying to make an object, I'll just create variable data equals to, and I'm sending back the information about the user. Let's say the ID of a user is 1, name is John, age is 56. So if I take a look at the data now, it looks like this. Now this is fine, JavaScript can understand this and it can parse it. But if I were to transfer this data to some other language or some other program such as Python, C++, Java over the internet, this will not work. Firstly, it will just be sending over a bunch of bytes that JavaScript can understand but other languages can't. So we have to convert this into a string. Now, to convert this into a string, we can't just wrap it inside this. For instance, we can't just do it this way because that makes no sense. Because let's say that if I have some double quotes in there and this is a long file, then this I have to go through the entire system. So the other way of doing it would be to use JSON.stringify. Inside it, I'll just pass in the data, and as you can see that this has done it for us. It has double quoted the entire property, double quoted these things that we need, the properties that are strings, and it takes care of all of that. So this is what the data is. Now if I want to send it to a user, I can send it. If I'm creating a web server, I can just pass it to the user. They will get this data. Let's say that I am that user, I get the data now. So I'll just get const string is equals to, not const, but variable string is equals to this. So now if I take a look at the stringified data, this is what it looks like. But if I want to parse it, I can just go json.parse the string and we get back the object out of it exactly the way we want. So this is what JSON allows us to do. Now suppose I'm creating a web server, I get the data from a database and I want to send it to the user. So sending it over the internet, I need to convert it into a string, which I do using this. So json.stringify.data, this is what gets sent to the user. Now let's say I'm creating a front-end application, I get the data and I want to convert it into the JavaScript objects that I can use. Just use json.parse on the data that you receive and it will work exactly the way you wish for it to work. So now this is how this works. There are other ways of dealing with data with JSON as well, but they are quite complicated and not very useful because they are really difficult to implement. Basically, you will be re-implementing the stringify and parsing functions yourself. That's not very useful, so we recommend that you do it this way. So with that, now let's take a look at what else we can do. Alright guys, now let's take a look at ES6 features. So JavaScript has been around for a while and new features have been added to JavaScript in its 2015 version. That was a major revamp of the language and it was called ES6. ES stands for ECMAScript. ECMA or ECMA is a standardization committee which takes care of standardizing JavaScript features across the browsers. So in 2015, JavaScript had a major revision called the ECMAScript 6 or ES6. It added new features and new syntax to make our code more concise. So this is basically syntactic sugar. New features were added in order to make our code easier to read, easier to understand, and easier to write. So these are some of the features, some of the most important features we need. So we'll be discussing those now. So let's take a look at them one by one. First thing is declaration. Now for declaration, what we need to do is we need to find out new ways of declaring a variable. We have already understood that there is a way of declaring a variable using the var keyword, var. However, two new keywords were introduced called let and const. And these were variables that were introduced because var had specific drawbacks, which we'll discuss. And then we'll take a look at how to use let and const instead of var. So to understand this, first we have to understand what exactly are the drawbacks. Then we'll move on to how these drawbacks are solved using this keyword. So let and const will take care of the problems that were created using var. Now let's take a look at the hands-on for declarations. So for this, we'll have to use the let and const keywords. So again, we'll go back to the same code. Now, this var keyword is what we use to declare a variable, right? So if I create a variable named name, put John inside it, save it. Everything works, and it doesn't really take away from the fact that it's going to work just fine. So if I take name, print it, it's the same thing. However, notice what happens here. So if I create if name is equal to John, then create a, let's say that we create a variable, it's called count, which is equal to 1, and then we print it. Console.log, there are count
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
or there is would be appropriate. So now if I go back, refresh, there is one John. I think I printed 0 here somewhere. Count is 1 and name is there is now, so there is one John. But if I take a look at the count variable, it's also available outside. So this is a problem. This is one of the problems. So what happens here is this: whenever we declare a new variable here, even if it's inside an if statement, it will be available throughout our code. So it will be available here. I can use it in another if statement as well. If true, console log count, and this will work. This is the real problem. It might not seem as such right now, but the problem here is this. Suppose you're working on multiple files and you try to create a new variable. This variable is now called, you create a new variable, you want to get the username. So you get the name, you ask for a user to enter the name, and what you have essentially done now is you have overwritten the value that might be used someplace else. So now if in some other file someone has already declared a variable name and they will use it when user clicks on a button or something, they'll get the name that you have declared instead of getting the name that they have declared. This causes a lot of issues when you're trying to build applications at scale, when there are multiple files that you need to take care of and how to work with them. So in cases like this, what we can do is we use the let keyword. The let keyword won't let the respects the scope of the variable. So if I go back, finally all I have to do is change var to let, save it, go back, and now if I try to use the word count, it says no variable named count is defined. This process of getting the variable from here, which is what happened with var, and putting it at the global scope, this is what's called hoisting. This is a problem in older versions of JavaScript, and this is why the let keyword was created. Now there's another kind of variable called const. This is what const looks like. And contrary to popular belief, const doesn't mean that you will have a new variable that can't be changed. So for instance, let me show you. Const person is equal to, and let's say I call it a person. Now if I were to change this, I can obviously do so. Person is equal to another, and now I can't change it here. So that's the way const will work. It will not allow you to change a variable. However, if I had, let me declare another one. John is equals to, and John's name will be John. Now if I were to change John.name is equals to Jane, this is allowed because I'm not changing the reference of the variable, I'm just changing data inside it. So if But if I were to apply this, then it's going to get, because you can't reassign a variable that is declared using const. Had it been declared using let, so let's say let x is equals to x, and now if I want to assign y to it, I can. So this is how const and let work. This is the difference. The problem was variable hoisting. Variable hoisting basically means you get a variable and you assign it in some scope, and you don't want it to be accessible outside it, but it is accessible outside the scope. And that causes a lot of problems. So for instance, if I were to declare a variable here, this will be pulled out here, and then we'll be using it. When the JavaScript runs the code, it takes a look at all the variables, pulls every variable at the top, and now everyone can use this variable. So this would mean that a lot of people will be stepping on each other's toes, and it's going to be really difficult for them to understand what exactly is going wrong, where is this variable declared, and how can I get it to work better. On the other hand, once you're using this, you can use the let keyword, and this will respect the block scoping that we use. And the const keyword is used to declare constant variables. Now, which one should you use when? Basically, the recommendation that many JavaScript developers give is always use let and const. Now go start with using const at the beginning, unless you need to change the variable someplace else. First use the const keyword, assign some value to it. If you need to change it someplace else, then change the const to let. Basically, don't use var, never use var, because better options are available and this could lead to difficult problems. So that's how const and var work. This is what the new ways of declaring a variable is, and you should use them. Most browsers support these new ES6 features since they have been outside for ES 2015. So they have been available for public use since 2015, and most browsers support them. In case you want to convert this code into a code that older browsers can understand as well, there's something called a transpiler. So things like Babel.js, they will take your code written in ES 2015 and convert it into something that older browsers can understand as well. You can take a look at that if you wish to. All right, now let's take a look at what else we can do. Arrow functions. So arrow functions provide a new syntax to create anonymous functions in a very concise way. Since we have already taken a look at functions such as map, filter, and reduce, which take in functions as argument and give back in response the result of those functions, these functions that we pass in are called anonymous functions. They have no names, they are only used once. But it's a little difficult to write the function syntax the same way that we have done earlier. So in order to reduce this, since all we're doing is creating a function that returns some value based on the values passed into it, we can use arrow functions. Arrow functions are available in other languages in the format of a lambda. So if you've ever worked with Python, you can understand that arrow functions are similar to lambdas. Lambdas are also functional expressions that can be passed from one function to another. Similarly, this is what happens here as well. So now with that, let's take a look at a hands-on and understand how that works. So to take a look at arrow functions, I'll just open up this text editor and I'll show you what arrow functions are and how they work. So there's a bit of a variation on arrow functions as well, multiple ways of doing things with it. Let's take a look at them one by one. Suppose I was creating an arrow function, and from now on, instead of using var, I'll be using const. Unless I want to specifically know that this variable that contains data that needs to be changing, I'll use the const keyword, which is the recommended way. Now I'll create a function called f1. This function takes in a variable and it will return x multiplied by x. Very simple, everything that we have been doing thus far. So if I go back, refresh, f1, 2, enter, I get the result back. Now that works. However, this is a lot of code. Most of it is just unnecessary. We just want a function that takes in some value and returns some value out of it. So the way of doing it would be using x as the argument, equals to, and then putting the arrow symbol. This is why it's called an arrow function. And what we want to return is x multiplied by x. This is how this works. Now, if I were to go and call f1 again, it would work exactly the same way. And this is what's doing. Now, here's the thing that you need to understand. First things first, this is the list of parameters. If there's only one argument that you want to pass in, you can also skip the parentheses. It will work exactly the same. Go back, refresh, and use it, and it works. So what's happening is we're saying, okay, there's a function that needs to be assigned to the f1 variable. It takes in one argument, returns that argument multiplied by itself. And since there's only one statement that needs to be executed, I don't need to pass in any return statement, and I don't need to write anything like that. So that works. However, if there was more than that, then I would have to make some adjustments. For instance, if there were two parameters, let's say x and y, then firstly I would have to wrap them inside parentheses. If there was only one, then I could leave off the parentheses and it would work, but right now I can't. Now again, I can just multiply and return x and y, and this would work the same. If I go back, refresh, go up, and do this, it works. But here's the thing. If I want to not just use one single line of code, but multiple lines of code, then I can write it here. So I can just write const z is equals to x multiplied by y. And then I will return z. This works. This works. So if I refresh, go back, run, and this works. So this is the basic function of arrow functions. You create a function, it's anonymous, you don't need to write a lot of code. Now compare and contrast this to a function that we had to create. So previous version was we would have to create a function that takes in x and y as parameters, and then we have to write the curly braces, we have to return the statement x multiplied by y. A lot of code to write just to perform something simple, right? Here we don't have to do that. All we have to do is just pass in x and y and return what we want to return. If there are more than one statements, then we need to wrap them inside curly braces and make sure that we return something if we wish to. If not, then we can just remove the return statement and it will return anything that this evaluates to. On the other hand, if we only have one parameter, then we can just leave off the parentheses as well. Although it is recommended that you use the parentheses if and when you can, because it makes your code more readable. So now where does this help us? Now again, suppose instead of doing it here, I'll do it here. Suppose I have numbers. It's equals to, and I take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? So if I take a look at numbers, this is what it looks like. Now, if I were to use the map function again, this takes in a function. Instead of passing in the function the old way where I use the function keyword, then take in the parameter, then write it here, and then I have to return something, which is this way, x multiplied by x, press enter. This is how it used to be done. Now I can simply write a really concise version of it, if you remember. As you can see, this is just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 keywords that I had to type. Here I have to write this entire line of code. So it's very simple and very easy to use. And since I'm only going to be passing expressions, I can leave off the curly braces and parentheses as well. Let's say I want to filter. So I'll just use filter x and x mod 2 equals to 0. And this returns the even number. If I want the odd numbers, I can just do it this way and I get the odd numbers. Similarly, I can use the same thing for reduce as well. So if I take numbers dot reduce, this takes in the callback function in which I will pass in the initial value and the accumulated value and return initial plus accumulated, and the initial value right at the beginning would be 0, and I get it. So all I had to do was write just a little bit of code to get everything to work as I had expected it to work. So that's how these inline functions or anonymous functions or lambdas, whatever you call them, work. In the newer versions of JavaScript, they have proved to be really helpful. Many new languages have implemented these features itself, such as Java has implemented the functional capabilities in themselves as well. Also, these are really helpful when you're learning new frameworks such as Angular, React, Vue. They make extensive use of these functions because they make the code more readable. With that, let's take a look at what else we have to cover. Let's take a look at destructuring. So arrow functions are quite easy to understand, but destructuring is a little different from arrow functions. Instead of using the same syntax but modifying it a little bit, we'll be using a new construct in destructuring. So when we're destructuring, we can extract values from containers like arrays and objects. in a very concise way. It often happens that we have an array or we have an object and we want to extract some values out of it and assign them to a variable. Now, when we're trying to do that, we want to, in previous versions, we had to index into the arrays or name the use the name of the properties there. But here we can use it ourselves. So in cases like this, we use destructuring. It makes our code really easy to use and really precise to work with. So let's take a look at that in a hands-on. Let's first take a look at the old way of doing things. So we had to create a variable. I will call it, let's say, names. This is going to be an array. And let's say that the array contained 3 values: Jane, John, and Jenny. So this is how you can use it here. But now if let's say I wanted to create 3 variables x and y and z, and I wanted to assign these values to them. To do that, I would have to use names of 0. Similarly, names of 1 and names of 2. And now if I wanted to print the values of x and y, it would be x, y, and z. Save this, go back to the code, open up the console, refresh the page, you get Jane, Johnny, and Jenny. Now this works, and similarly for objects also. Let me just show you how that would work. Instead of names, let's say we had people, and we had an object here in which names corresponded to their age. John was 40 and Jenny was 37. Now again, if I wanted to get the age here instead of the names, I would have to again do something similar. Instead of doing A, B, and C. And now, let's say that I want to extract the name of Jane. Then I would have to use the people.jane. And similarly, I had to do the same thing here, which is for John, people.john. And finally, for Jenny, I had to extract it like this. And now if I wanted to print, I had to print Jane, John, save this, go back, and refresh. And now we have this. I think I have misspelled something, that's why I'm getting for John, the J needs to be capitalized. That is the issue. Save this and this works. Now, if I wanted to, could just do it this way, Jenny. And now here, instead of having those capitalized names, I can just type the smaller letters, and this works as well. As you can see that this is a little tiresome to write. So how can we do it in a better way? Well, let's start with this. Let's keep these 2 things and we'll print these 2 things. But if I want to extract and destructure values out of it for x, y, and z, all I would have to do is this. So I use the array syntax and assign it to the arrays. Now if I were to print it, it should print the exact same thing. So if I refresh this, and it prints the exact same thing. So the way we did it is we created the array syntax and we added x, y, and z. These are the new variables in which I want the values to be assigned. Should be the 0th index should be assigned to x, first index to y, and second index to z. So that's how we do that. Now the same thing we can do here as well. So here, Jane, John, Jenny, all assigned like this. And now if I were to save this, if I were to go back, and if I were to refresh, the output is still the same. So here the name matters. Earlier I could have named it X, Y, Z. I could have named them A, B, C in the array destructuring thing. But here I have to name them correctly. So instead of Jane, I could have just written, if I were to write Jane like this, save this, go back, refresh, and I get Jane is not defined. This, if I were to go here and paste it here, go back, refresh, then I get undefined. This is because the keys are not matching up. So the keys that we have are Jane, John, and Jenny. If I want to create a variable of the same name, then I can just destructure it like this. And that's the way it works. Now, it's not the only way it can work. For instance, if let's say that I have a function, right? And I say, okay, print details. It will expect an object that contains the details of a person. And I want to print the name and age. And I call print details. And I can create an object first. Let's say Jane, in which name is Jane, age is 40. And if I pass the variable here, now if I wanted to print this, I would have to prefix the person, and only then will it work. So if I save this, go back, refresh, it works like this. However, as we've already learned that we can destructure these things, so we'll do that here. So just paste it here and add it inside. So whatever happens is we pass in an object with name and age as keys. This will extract it and create variables out of it, and we can use them here. Now if I go back and refresh, it works exactly the same. So that's the way destructuring in objects works. This is why destructuring is considered so important, and this is why it helps us in writing cleaner and more concise code. Now let's take a look at the classes in ES6. Now let's take a look at the class keyword. So in ES6, we get a new way of defining classes. As we have discussed earlier, in JavaScript, creating classes and objects is a little tricky because unlike other languages, such as Java and Python, they have their own way of creating a class. And if you learn how to create a class and create an object in one language, you can pretty much learn how to do that in other languages as well. The syntax is going to be a little different, but the overall system remains the same, that you declare a class using a class keyword, create a constructor function, add variables to it, add methods to the class, and then you use the new keyword, or perhaps you don't use it in the case of Python, and you instantiate a new object of that class in which you can set the values and create the methods that act on those values and so on. So this is how you would do in other languages. In JavaScript, however, before ES6, what we had to do was, as we have already seen in object-oriented programming section, we have to create a function called the constructor function. That function's name is the name of your class. That function takes in a few values that you can set as properties to your class. And in the prototype of the function, you attach some functions or methods that are part of that class. After that, you can create a new object of that class and can use those functions. Now that works quite easily. However, this is a really weird way of doing it, because you have to, instead of doing it the way you would normally do, which is basically just creating a class, creating an object, and functions and class are two different things in other languages. However, in JavaScript, they're all mismatched together, so it's a little difficult to get started with. However, in ES6, they have changed this. Now we can use the class keyword to create a function. Instead of using a function, you can create a class on its own. Now, what's happening behind the scenes is exactly the same thing that has happened with the function keyword, with adding methods to the prototype and all. But just because the new class keyword was introduced, we have a new way of creating class, which is much more easier than the previous way, and maps on to what other languages allow us to do. So let's take a look at that in the hands-on. For this, I have the same thing here. Now I'll create the same class that I had done earlier, which is the person class. Earlier I had to create function person and had to add some properties using name, age, then this dot name equals to name, and similarly this dot age would also become age. And then I had to add things to the prototype. Now this is doable. However, if I wanted to do this in class, it would be really easy. Just create a class, call it person. Inside it, I would create the constructor function. It is named constructor. It is called, and it allows us to create an object. Constructor functions are called constructor functions because they take in some parameters and create an object and give it back to you. So I'll again use the same thing here. The body is going to be the same. This dot name is equals to name. Similarly, this dot age is going to be equal to age. And now I'll use the same functions, but instead of attaching them to the prototype, all I can do is just create the function. So say name, I don't have to use the function keyword. I can just write it like this and type console.log this.name. Similarly, this.age. And now if I were to create a new person, I have to pass in name, and name could be anything. I'll call it John, age 35. Now John dot say age, and again John dot say name. Now if I were to save this, go back, open up the console, refresh, and you can see if I refresh this, we have John and 35. So as you can see, we are getting the same thing. But now if I were to console log John, you can see that it's exactly the same thing that we had earlier. Age and name are there, and the functions, including the constructor function, is attached to the prototype. So it's just a new way of declaring a class and using a class. It doesn't necessarily mean that that's the only way or that's even necessarily the right way. However, this is the way that many people use functions and classes, and we recommend that you take a look at that as well when you're trying to do it. Which one should you use? Well, the recommendation is that you use the newest features as soon as possible, because it may be possible that JavaScript or newer browsers drop support for the older version of code. However, that doesn't seem very likely, but it could be possible. So in order to avoid that, jump onto the latest version of code as long as it's supported with the supported in the majority of the browsers. And these features are supported, so you can take a look at those in whenever you want. All right, so now let's take a look at JavaScript and DOM. First, we'll understand what a DOM is. So DOM stands for Document Object Model. It is a tree-like structure which represents the HTML document and can be accessed and manipulated using JavaScript. So if you remember, when we were discussing the history of JavaScript, JavaScript was created in order to manipulate HTML pages. And the DOM is the way that it does that. The DOM, or the Document Object Model as it's called, is basically an interface through which JavaScript can interact with the HTML pages. This is implemented by the browser, and what you can do is use the methods on JavaScript so that they can execute the code and manipulate the DOM as you wish it to. Now, these DOM elements are arranged in a tree structure. Just as an HTML page is created with nodes nested inside each other, that's how the tree is formed. It's a hierarchical structure in which each node is either a child node, parent node, or a leaf node. So this is how the HTML document is structured, and then we take a look at the JavaScript. JavaScript can be used to perform different kinds of manipulations on the DOM. Let's take a look at them one by one. So using JavaScript, there are several kinds of operations that we can perform on a DOM element. First one is accessing the DOM elements. So depending on how you want to access the JavaScript DOM element, you can access it in several ways. We'll discuss them in the hands-on, but one of the ways is using an identifier. So if you're creating an HTML page and you want to access it in JavaScript, you can assign an ID to it. Similarly, you can assign a class to it as well. Just as you reference the documents or the elements in CSS, you can reference them in JavaScript as well. And you can use IDs and classes for that. There are other ways as well. You can get the name of, you can get the documents or the DOM elements using the tag names. So if you want all the forms on your entire HTML page, you can do so in JavaScript as well. And there are many other ways as well, which we'll discuss. Then comes adding DOM elements. So what happens is you can create your own DOM elements and then you can attach them to the HTML page as well. Suppose it's an empty page, you want to create a new DOM element. You can do so using the JavaScript's DOM API. What happens is, firstly, you get the DOM elements, you get some data, create a new DOM element, add data to it, and then we can attach it to the DOM. With that, we move on to manipulating the DOM element. Now, manipulating a DOM element is also quite easy. What you have to do there is basically you get the data and then you manipulate it. You get the DOM element, you change its style, change the text contents, you can change different kinds of things about it, and it will work exactly the same way. Manipulating the DOM elements involve you getting access to the DOM element, and then you making changes to it. So you can make changes such as change the order of the elements. remove an element, add an element, which we have already discussed. But also you can change the text content inside each of the HTML page, HTML DOM nodes, and that works as well. Finally, you can take a look at removing the DOM elements. Removing the DOM elements might sound a little difficult to understand, but it's fairly easy. You get the DOM element, you get all the child elements of it, and you remove those child elements, and they will be gone forever. So they are removed from your screen, and then you no longer have access to them. So that's how you can create DOM elements. You can access DOM elements, you can add DOM elements, you can manipulate DOM elements, and you can remove them as well. These are a whole variety of operations that you could ever want to perform on a DOM element in the JavaScript ecosystem. But how do you do that? Well, let's take a look at the DOM operations, and here we can understand that. The first things first, I will open up the page. I'll remove everything from here, and I'll open up this code. Now here I can write the code that I want. So as you can see that the page is empty. Just for the sake of understanding, I'll create an unordered list item, and I'll give it an ID of list. That's about it. First thing we have to understand is how do you get access to a DOM element, which is quite easy. You can just use document.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Firstly, I need a variable name. So you get document dot get element by ID. This will only return one item because on an entire page, it is recommended that you only have one item with the ID assigned to it. So the ID that we had assigned to the list, unordered list, was list. Save this, and we'll console log the list. Save this here, go back, open the console, refresh, and you get the unordered list here. It has nothing inside it thus far, that's why it looks like this. Another thing you can do is use class. You can get access to something using a class. So instead of this, I'll get class. But one thing you'll notice is get elements by class name. Save this, go back, refresh. This is an HTML collection. So as we have already discussed that when you are using classes, multiple elements can have the same class. However, IDs are unique. Each element should have its own ID. So this is where we use that. So if we have some element that is repeating on the screen, let's say you are creating an e-commerce application, and that e-commerce application needs to show a list of products. So each individual product will have a class of product, and to get access to all those products in an array, you can use the document.getElements by class name. Also, if you don't want to use class names, let me just go back and use ID. You can also get elements by tag name, and the tag that we are using here is unordered list. Save this and log it to the console. Again, you get an HTML collection, and you get a list like this. These are the properties of the list. This would look like, and this is the same thing. So this is how you can create an HTML collection by using the tag names. If there are multiple lists, you will get all of those here. Now that we know how to get access to those, another way you can do those is if you're familiar with CSS, you can use CSS like syntax to get access to a particular element. So you can use query selector, run query selector all. Inside query selector, you pass in the query. So I want access to AUL with an ID or list. Save this, go back, refresh, and I get access to this. Similarly, if this was a class, then all I have to do is an unordered list with a class of list. Go back, refresh again, and I get the same access, right? So this is how you can do that. Now query selector all is another method that will select all the elements of the list. So if I'm using class and I have two lists with the same class, I go back and refresh. Now I have a node list of 2. So I have 2 lists, both of the same class, and that match the parameter that I have passed in. So that's how you gain access to a list. Let me just clean this up a little bit so that we can take a look at other features as well. ID is list. So this is how you can gain access to it. Now how you can add items to it is what I'm going to show you. So to add item to a list, all you have to do is firstly you have to gain access to the list. I'll just gain access to the list using document.getElement by ID. Since we only have one list, I'll get access to that. Now I want to add a list item, li, to it. To do this, all I have to do is use this. So list item is equals to document.createElement. The element name is going to be li, and I added here. Now list item dot text content is going to be equal to list item 1. Save this, and now I want to add this to the list. So list dot append child, and I want the list item. I had named it correctly. Go back to the code, refresh, and if I take a look at the console, list item is not defined. Okay, this is because save this, go back, refresh, and now I have a list item. Similarly, if I want, I can create 5 list items using a for loop. It's going to be exactly the same thing. All I have to do is for variable I is equals to 0, I is less than 5, I plus plus.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does CSS stands for? A. Current style sheets. B. Current sheet style. C. Cascading style sheets. D. Cascading sheet style. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And now I will create a new list item whenever the code runs. Create a new list item plus I, and save this. Go back, refresh, and I have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 5 items already attached to it. So that's how you can create a list item. If you take a look at the HTML content, this is what it looks like. I open this up, and this is what it looks like. Now, if I were to open up the source code, as you can see, this has an unordered list with no items added to it. This is why the JavaScript console is so useful. It tells you the current version of your HTML DOM. So as you can see, I have an unordered list. After the file is loaded, HTML is passed, JavaScript is executed, I get 4 more or 5 more items added to my unordered list. So that's how that works. So creating an item we have already discussed, appending the item we have discussed, and accessing the items is also something we have discussed. Now let's take a look at how you can delete an item. So I'll just create an unordered list 3 times. I'll call them list item 1, 2, 3. If you go back to the code, this is what it looks like. Now if I want access to the code, all I have to do, so last item is going to be document.getElements. Firstly, let's take a look at items. Get elements by tag name. We get all the list items here. If I were to log it to the console, this is what it would look like. Go back, and this is the collection. Now I want access to the last list item, so I can just go now I'll get an access to the item, and I want to remove it. Then I can just type item dot remove. Save this, go back, refresh, and this works. Now if I were to not remove this and go back and refresh, it will have the item here, and I can just do it here. So item dot remove, and now it's removed from the list. So that's how you can remove items, add items, manipulate items, and all of that. You can also manipulate the items by getting an access to item and item dot, and you can take a look at the text content. You can do several different things. So if I wanted to document dot create text node, I will add in some text here and new content, and I will just use item.pendChild using document.text. And if I use this, then new element is added into the item. Now, if I want to, can very much easily change the text content to be equal to, but this won't add new content to it. It will just remove the old one and add this one. So if I go back and I refresh, and that's how you can manipulate the item. This is just scratching the surface. DOM manipulation goes way deep into it. You can also take a look at the styles of a particular class. You can take a look at the styles applied to it. You can change the styles on the fly. You can do a lot of different kinds of things using DOM manipulation. This is just barely scratching the surface, but this is to give you an idea of how you can add things, remove things, manipulate items, and create nodes on your own. However, doing this all on your own is going to be a little tricky and can lead to degraded performance. So if you want to use JavaScript to add items and remove items and track changes, React.js is a library that does that for you. So you can take a look at that as well. Now let's take a look at JavaScript events. So JavaScript allows us to use browser events to perform certain tasks when an event occurs in a browser. So there are two parts of an event system. Although JavaScript is a fundamentally event-driven system, you need to understand how to use these events in order to write code that works when the user performs certain actions. These actions could be when the user submits a form, when the user clicks on a DOM element, when the user is moving their mouse, or whatever the reason might be. So the two parts of a JavaScript event system are events and handlers. So let's discuss them one by one. An event is basically a description of what has happened. So an event could be a click event, which basically means some element was clicked on. It could also be a focus event, which means some form field was focused on. It could be a submit event, which means some form was submitted, and so on and so forth. So these are the kinds of events that JavaScript HTML supports, and JavaScript can use these events in order to hook into these events and perform certain bits of code when these kinds of events happen. So for instance, when a user submits a form and you want to send that data to a web server by serializing it, HTML by default doesn't support it, but JavaScript does. So to do this, you need to firstly prevent the default behavior of submitting the form, then getting the data and sending a request to a web server, then processing the request and redirecting the user. All of that is done using JavaScript. Then comes event handlers. Handlers are functions that take care of the code that needs to be run when an event occurs. So we can assign several event handling functions onto a particular JavaScript event, and then when that event happens, all of these functions will be executed. Now let's take a look at a hands-on to understand how that works. We have the code here and we have this HTML page. First thing I'd like to do is I'd like to create a button here. The text click me, and I'll have an ID so that I can get access to it. A button. Save this. Now let's first get access to it using document.getElementById, and inside the ID I will type in the ID that I have just assigned, which is button. To do this, all I have to do is type in button.onClick. This means that whenever the button is clicked, use this function. Now I can use the function syntax, or I can use the arrow function syntax. It can expect an event, and now it doesn't have to return anything. All it has to do is console log clicked. I can also remove this. Save this, go back, refresh, open up the console, click here, and as you can see, it is written here. Now if I were to do it again and go back, refresh, and now if I click again, as you can see, the new handler is being executed. Now this might be a problem in case you are wondering how. Suppose I want to perform two different kinds of functions on the button when the button is clicked. The code that I want to execute is attached into different functions. To do this, I can just use button.add event listener, and I can pass in the listener. Firstly, I'll type in the path. I'll type in the event and then the handler. So this event is going to have console.log. Similarly, second. Now if I go back, refresh, click, as you can see, both of these get executed. You can also type in the, if I were to do it here, you can also get the event listeners here as well. All you can do is you can just add button dot add event listener, pass in the type, let's say I want click, and I'd like to log it to the console, THIRD, third, and now if I click, this works. Now you can pass in anonymous functions, although one way I would recommend is you create a function which will type in here and will write port. The reason why I would recommend doing this is just going to become apparent in a moment. I'll again take the button, add an event listener. It's going to be called click, and I'm going to add F to it, right? Now, one thing to notice is that if I click on the button now, all of these are executed. But if I want to unattach this event listener or remove this event listener, remove event listener, and this will take in the type, which is click event, and the target that I want to remove is this function. If I go back now and if I click it, as you can see, first, second, and third are executed. Now this is something that you can't do in the previous versions. So if I had not assigned a variable named here, I would have no idea how to access the fourth event listener and remove it. This also prevents memory leak. So if this button is destroyed from the memory, then the event listeners will also be destroyed. So that would be helpful there as well. So with that, we have understood how events work. These are not the only kinds of events. You can take a look at different kinds of events that you can take a look at. For instance, you can look at form submissions, checkbox selections, button clicks, which we have already taken a look at, mouse events, cursor events, touch events for mobile browsers, and many other kinds of events. So this is the general idea of how you can access them, add event listeners, remove event listeners, or if you just want one event listener attached, then you can use the on-click or other kinds of functions as well. In this, I'll write the code in the file and then I will open up my console. Let me just refresh this. Okay, now let's take a look at this. So first thing we'll take a look at is callback. Let's take a look at all of these. First thing we'll take a look at is callback. Then we'll move on to take a look at a promise-based system. And then finally, we'll take a look at async await. First, let's take a look at the callbacks. So the best example of callback in JavaScript is the setTimeout function. SetTimeout basically takes in a handler and a timeout. So if I pass in the handler, it will basically be console.log, and the timeout is going to be, let's say, 5000. Now if I go back to my code, refresh, wait for 5 seconds, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this is how it executes. So basically what happens is this code will get executed. It will wait for 5 seconds, and after 5 seconds it will run this code, whatever it may be. I've used arrow functions, but you can use any kind of function that you want here. So this is how you can do a callback. Basically, this is the long running task. Let's say that this was, instead of setting a timeout, let's say that this was a network request. I sent some request to a network or some web API, got back the response, but it took 5 seconds for me to send the request and get back the response. So in cases like this, we can use a callback in which we say, okay, after you have performed the task, call this function, and this function will get the result. Once the result is gotten, all I want is to act on this result. So now I can just console log the result or whatever I want to do, but this is how it worked. So this is very easy to understand, but the problem here is this. Let's say I have a callback. I say, okay, fetch info, right? I will get the information here, let's say that I have to use fetch timeout here. So fetch information and I pass in a callback. Now here, let's say that I get it. The request takes 5 seconds, and after 5 seconds, I will call the callback function and pass in the result. The result is going to be an object with name of John. That's about it. So now if I want to save this, I'll save it. Go back to my code, run it. It says unexpected token on line number 18. Let's take a look at that. Oh yeah, I have to use the function keyword here. Now it works. Yeah, so fetch info, I will call in, I will take the function and I will console log. This function will take in a result and will pass in result. So let's wait for 5 seconds, and after 5 seconds it should print. So it prints John. So suppose this is the response that I was getting back from a web server. So that's how I can do it. I can just pass in a function which will get the result passed into it somehow, and then I operate on those results. This works. However, if there were multiple phases of this, so let's say that I get this response, right? Let me just copy this and come here. So let's say I get this. After getting the result, I want to call another function and then pass in a callback. So let's say fetch more. I pass in the result, fetch more information about this, and then call this function. Now, as you can see, the code is really complicated. Now I have a function nested inside another function, and think about how it could go on. So that could be difficult. So in order to overcome this, we use promises. Now here is where I will be using the promise-based API that ships with browsers. Before browsers supported promises, some people came along and created libraries that used promises on their own. So depending on how you wish to use them, you can either use some old school promise-based library, and you can take a look at those at your own pace. One of the most famous ones is Q and Bluebird. However, you can also create your own. So what I'll do is I'll make an actual network request. If you're connected to the internet, you can just use this. This is an open API that you can hit and get a response from. So I get the response. Right after I get the response, then what I want to do. So I will get the response and I want to convert this response to JSON. So I do that, and then finally I get the data, and I wish to console log the data. Save this, and I can go back and I refresh, and I guess it's an unexpected token at line number 24. Let me see. Yeah, now it should, and we get the response back. So this is what it looks like. Now this works, but suppose I wanted to make another request here. So I had to, after getting the data, I have to make another request using fetch and get the data and then pass it here. So it can get really complicated. It's not really difficult to think how it can go wrong, but it's really easy to understand right now. Another way is going to be async await. Now to do that, I will create a new function. So what I'll do is call it async. Then I'll call the function name. The name of the function is going to be fetch user info. Inside it, all I have to do is use the same thing that I had done earlier. Great thing about it is that async await works with promises. So what I'm doing is I'll write it exactly as I would write any other code. So I'm saying, okay, wait for this to finish. Once it's finished, return it into this. So we get the response. Then data is equals to response.json. Now again, I want you to wait for it to convert to JSON. And finally, console log the data. So as you can see, this is how you would write normally the code, just a bit of async and then await sprinkled around it. Refresh, fetch user info, call this, and you get the response back, and this is what it looks like. So this is the data that we got back, and we can use it whenever we wish to. Also, it says promise pending because if I were to do it, there is another way. I can just await it, and now it won't say promise pending. The reason why is because all async functions return a promise. If I don't return anything, it will automatically return a promise that is pending. It doesn't really matter, but you can take a look at this. If you want to really use it, so you can do it this way. Now, console.log await, and you can await the function, but you don't really need to do it here. So it works this way. Yeah, so this is how you can use async await, callbacks, and promises. Again, these things go really deep into it. You can use multiple promises, you can compose multiple promises and have them all done all at once. It's a really complicated web that we don't have time to navigate right now. You can take a look at the videos that are already available on our channel, or you can take a look at the Mozilla developers documentation. Either way, you can learn a lot about these things. All right, so now let's move on and see what else we have to learn. Now let's take a look at JavaScript and NodeJS. So NodeJS is a backend JavaScript environment that allows developers to run their JavaScript code outside the browser. If you want to build desktop applications, if you want to build web servers, if you want to build any kind of applications that works outside the sandbox of a browser, then you can use Node.js. Node.js basically is a JavaScript wrapper around a C++ API. So what happens is when you write some Node.js code, it gets converted into it. Whenever you call a function in Node.js, the Node.js runtime environment will convert that function call into a C++ function call, and that C++ function call will then interact with the low-level operating system details such as memory allocation, deallocation, and other kinds of things. Node.js was created by Ryan Dahl. He was a Google engineer, and what he did was he took out the V8 compilation engine. V8 is a JavaScript interpreter or the JavaScript engine that is used in Google Chrome, and that was he took the code out of that and then created a Node.js platform in which you can write code and it will be executed outside the browser and it's allowed to run on the server. And you can also build servers, desktop applications, mobile applications, and many other kinds of things. Node.js is by far one of the most popular things in JavaScript right now, mainly because it allows us to expand the subset of technologies that we can tackle using JavaScript. So with that, now let's take a look at a hands-on involving Node.js. So to do that, firstly, you'll have to download and install Node.js on your system. Go to nodejs.org/downloads, or just go to nodejs.org and click on the downloads link here. You have two options here. You have LTS and current. The difference between the two is that the current version will be the latest version available for you to use. It will be, at the time of the recording, it's version 15.4. However, in the LTS mode, you get a slightly older version. In this case, it's 14.15.2. However, the thing that is important here is even though you have the older version, it's a version that will be supported by the Node.js community for a long time. So if you run into some issues, some bugs appear, new patches will be deployed to it. However, in the current version, if you were using version 15, you come into some issues, some bugs are there, you have to upgrade to a newer version. The newer version might not have the same feature set as the previous version. Maybe some API has changed and now you have to change the code. So only use the current version if you want to try out the latest features. For production, LTS is what is recommended. Now, to download it, you can choose the Windows installer, depending on the operating system that you have. I am on Windows, so I can download this. You can download Mac OS installer, or you can download the source code of the entire Node.js project and build it yourself. If you're on Linux, you can download the Linux binaries. They are available here as well. After doing that, you can just install it like any other software, and then you can get started. Now, if you want to use Node.js, first thing you have to make sure that it is installed and it's available in your command prompt. So open up your command prompt in any folder you like. Type node version. Press enter. The version 14.15.1 is the version that I have installed. And you also have to check npm version. We'll see in a bit what npm is and how it works. npm stands for Node Package Manager. It's similar to pip, Maven, or any other package manager in other languages. The version that I have installed is 6.14.9. Also, you have to check npx version. Although if you have installed Node.js and it's showing you the version to be about 12, you don't have to worry about checking npm and npx because they are all installed all at the same time, unless you run into some error. However, it's good to check whether or not you have everything installed correctly. Also make sure that the version of npm and npx match because they both work in tandem. I'll clear the screen and I'll show you how it works here. Now, I have a file named index.js. If I were to go back, take a look at the directory, I only have the same file here. Now, if I want to run this file, I can type node space index.js. Since there's nothing here, I can't run this file, or I have run this file, but there are no instructions in it, so node.js just exits. Also, if you want to perform some small bit of code, you can just write node, press enter, and it will open up a terminal session for you in which you can write the node.js code you want to run. Now again, window is not something that is available, global is. The reason for this is because it is not a browser environment. So things like clear timeout and all of set timeout, all the features that were available in window in browser environments will not be available here because window is not here. So global is what the object is called. After this, what you can do is write some code using Node.js. Simply JavaScript code that uses console log, and here the console is this terminal, so it will print it here. In browsers, it was the browser console. So print hello. You can also type in any other browser code that we want to write. So x is equals to 45.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now x is equals to 4 and we get an error because constant variables cannot be reassigned. So that's it. Let me just exit out of it. So this is how you can run Node.js in terminal session. But what if you want to create a project where you write the code and all of those code files are combined together and they work with each other? In cases like this, firstly you have to create a Node.js file. We'll see how to run a single script. If you're creating a project, the setup is a little different, and we'll take a look at that as well. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to write console.log and I'll write hello. I save this, go back to my code, and I type node space index.js, and here the file gets executed. And then after executing the file, it exits out. Any JavaScript code is valid here as long as you're not referencing the browser specific code, such as document.get elements by ID or window or history or things like that. Any other JavaScript code is valid here. Node.js ships with a few modules on its own so that you can use things like file manipulation, file handling, HTTP requests, and so on. You can read about them at your own pace. Now, let's say I want to create a project in which multiple files are there and I want to be able to share this project with other people. To do this, first thing you have to do is you have to initialize an empty Node.js project in a folder. I'm in a folder named node in my E directory, in my E drive. To initialize a project, I have to write npm init, and it will ask you a series of questions. Now, I don't want to have to answer these questions, so I'll just write --y. Press enter. All of the default values are put for the answers. The questions they would have asked would have been the name of the project, the version, description, and so on. So doing this ends up creating a package.json file. This is what specifies a Node.js project. So any directory that has this file in this format is a Node.js project, or is a valid Node.js project. Now, the reason why npm is used is so that we can use the code created by other developers. We can import libraries to perform tasks without writing the code for them. Suppose I want to build a web application. For that, I want to import a web framework such as Express.js. If you have ever worked with Node.js, Express.js is quite a popular web framework. Let me show you how you can use it here. To do this, type npm install and make sure you're in the same project where you have initialized a package directory. If you have not initialized an empty project, then this command might throw an error or might install something but could lead to some issues. Make sure that you have done that. Now npm install express, press enter. This will install a single package, however multiple packages can be installed. It won't take a lot of time because it's a really small package. After the package gets installed, we open up the same folder and the structure has changed. Now we have a package-lock.json and a node modules folder. The node modules folder contains all the modules that are required for the package that we have installed and the package itself. So the package was called express.js, right? If you take a look at express.js, it's here and all the code in it is available here as well. So if you want to take a look at how it's implemented, you can do so here as well. Now that that's done, let us take a look at how we can use it in our index.js file. So I will just use it here. I'll import express. In Node.js, you use the require keyword, although the import keyword is also something that is supported nowadays. But you should, just for the sake of clarity, use require right now. Now that we have imported Express, I'll create an application of Express.js. Here I can pass some configuration options. I don't want to right now, but I can. App.get. If I get anything for this, I will just write request and response and a response.send. Hello. Save this, and now I have to start the file. So app.listen on port 3000, and after you are done listening, type in listening on port 3000. Save this. Go back to our code and type in node space index.js. I press enter. It shows me that it's listening on port 3000. That means that I can go to my folder localhost 3000, press enter, and this is the response that I get. This is a local web server that is running, and now I can create my HTML files, templates, whatever. So this is how it works. Again, what happens is, the reason why we did all of this is because let's say that now I want to share my code. So what I can do is I can just share this package.json and index.js file. These two files will do it entirely for me. So now when a person opens up this, they will see that, okay, this project depends on Express, and they don't have to install it manually themselves. Just open up the folder where they have these two code files and type npm install. The node package manager will take a look at all the packages your project depends upon. In our case, it's just Express.js, and it will install everything that is listed in this automatically. So you don't have to dispatch the commands on your own. And then this node modules and package.json file is created automatically, and then you can use it. So this is how Node.js works in a nutshell. We are barely scratching the surface here because Node.js is quite deep and it takes a lot of time to understand. So this is just the beginning, and you can take a look at more packages and more ways of doing things in Node.js if you're interested. Now let's take a look at how we can build an application in JavaScript using the technologies and topics that we have heard so far. And we'll try and use as many of these technologies and features that we have learned about JavaScript so far into one single small project. We'll try and build a to-do list application. Now to do that, you can follow along with me. All you need is just a browser, an HTML file, a text editor in which you have opened both the HTML file that is got this code, and it has a reference to a script file. And this is the script file here. Just to make sure everything's working correctly, I'll just type in console.log and I'll just log hello. Save this, go back, refresh, and take a look at the console now. If it has the word hello, that means everything's wired up correctly. And it does, so everything's working fine. Now it's time for us to build our application. Now, the application that we're trying to build is a to-do list application. Basically, what should happen is that there should be a form in which the user can enter some text and a button to add that text into the browser's window. So what to do is, firstly, we have to create a form. Here we'll create a form using HTML. The action I can just leave as hash because I don't want to submit this form anywhere. This is something that the browser needs to take care of on its own. the input of type text, ID is going to be description, because this is going to be the description of the to-do. And finally, what we have to do is create an input of type submit. Save this. Everything's working thus far. If we go back and if we refresh, we have these two things. Now I'll write something for the placeholder so that when the person is taking a look at this, they can understand. The placeholder text is going to be to-do description. Save this, go back, refresh here, and it's showing us the to-do description here. Now if I add something here, let's say to-do submitted, it firstly you can see that it refreshes completely. We need to stop that, and nothing happens here as well. So how to deal with this? Basic formula is, firstly we have to open script.js. First thing we have to do is gain access to the DOM nodes that we want to manipulate. To do this, first thing I'll do is I'll also create an horizontal rule. Then I'll create an h3 that says to-dos, and then I'll create an unordered list with the ID of list, and this is what will house our entire to-do list application. Now again, if I go back and if I refresh, this is what it looks like. So add the to-dos here and they will show up here. You can obviously style things up using CSS, but right now we won't be doing that. So save this, go back to your code, and now here we'll write the code. First thing I have to do is I have to gain access to the form. Now I can gain access to the form quite easily. So I'll create an ID here and call it submit, or I can call it form. To gain access to that, all I have to do is type form, and since we are in the browser environment, I can type in document.getElement by ID. The ID that we assigned to the form was called form. So now if I save this, go back, refresh, log into my console, and since it's on the browser, I can just type in form, press enter, and this is the form that we get, which is exactly the form we want access to.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Now when the form is submitted, I want to do something. So form dot on submit. This is going to take in a function. I'm just going to use an arrow function here, but you can use the normal functions as well if you wish. First thing I have to do is prevent the default behavior, which is it submits the form and it reloads the page. I don't want that to happen. Now what I'll do is I'll console log the event just to show you what it actually looks like. So if I go back, refresh, add to do here, click on submit, this is what we get. This is a submit event. It has a load of properties that we can take a look at: source element, target, timestamp, type, submitter. These are the kinds of events that we get access to. These are constructed by JavaScript itself. We don't have to worry about how that event happens, but we just want to access it and then make sure that everything works. So we get that it tells us, okay, what made it submit, and this is what made it submit, the input submit button. The source element was the form and many other kinds of things. You can take a look at how the HTML path is there. So we have window on which there's a document, on which there's an HTML tag, inside it there's a body tag, inside it there's a form tag with the ID of form. This is what we have right now. And these are all the other properties that you can take a look at if you wish to. Now what we want to do is when the form is submitted, after this, I also want access to input box. So document dot get element by ID. I'll use the ID of input. As far as I'm aware, I've not assigned the ID yet, so I'll go back to the code, and the input box has an ID of description. I can just call this input. That will work as well. Now when we get this what I want is, firstly I want to extract the description to be e dot target, or not the target, sorry, the input text dot text font. Save this, console log the description, save this, go back, refresh, again we'll add a to submit it, and we don't get anything. Now if we take a look at the input here, go back, refresh and submit it, you can take a look at how that shows up. So if I were to go back and say document get element by ID, and if I were to get the input, this is what it would look like, which is exactly the same. But if I then take a look at the properties that are available to me, you can also take a look at that here, or you can take a look at that at your code. So what we want, we have text, content, class, child, or you can also take a look at the node value property. There are many properties that you can take a look at. You can also take a look at the inner text or inner HTML, whichever one you wish to choose. There are many properties that are available for you. In order to gain access to it, you have to use the JavaScript files that you are using. So to gain access to the text inside an input in using JavaScript, the thing that you have to do is use the text property. So input dot inner text. Let's see if that works. So we go back, refresh, to do, submit. It's still not working. So let's take a look at that. And we can also take a look at the value. So now we are getting the output that we want. So here all we have to do is just type it here. After we get the value and the description, we want to add this to our list. Again, we can do this here by getting access to the list. Get element by ID. We named it list. Save this. Here's the list that we have. After getting access to the list, we can do it here, but I think we can create a function here as well. So I'll call it add to list. Inside the list, I have to just pass in the description, and that's about it. Now I can create a function named add to list. This will take in a description. Now what it will do is, firstly, it will create a list item. Document dot create element. This is what we learned in our DOM manipulation text. And here we want to append a child, and for that appending we need document dot create text node, and that would be of type description. After attaching this, all we have to do is use the list and append children element of the list item, and that's about all we have to do that. So if I go back now, refresh this, do submit, and now a new item is added here. So that's how you can do that. It's not very difficult to do. You can do it quite easily. That's the to-do list that you can build. You can add more items to it. There are many other features that you can implement, such as for it to interact with the web server and many other kinds of things that you wish to do. One cool thing that you can do now is, since this is implementing it here, we can just take a look at this. One problem that you might face is that once you're done with this, firstly, this box is not clearing. Secondly, if I click submit, it adds an empty one as well. So here's what we can do. After adding it to the list, we use input dot value to be nothing. That's the first thing. The second thing that we want to do is we want to after extracting the value, check if value dot length is 0, then we just return. Save this, go back, refresh. If I click submit, we get an error, value is not defined. Okay, not value, it's description. Go back, refresh, submit, and now as you can see, we are getting no errors here. There is no input, and if I add it, as you can see, this input gets cleared and new thing is added here. Now again, you can pretty this up using CSS. You can add more data, you can clear up the code a bit, you can wrap it all inside a function and execute that function, whatever you wish to do. Depends on how you think things should go. This is just one way of solving the problem. The reason why we created a function to do this is because this is a chunk of code that is always going to be executed the same. We always are going to create an element, always are going to create a text node appended to the element and then append that to the list. So since it's always going to happen, we're doing it here. Now the reason why we executed these at the top and not in the functions is because we only want to do DOM accesses once, because this could get really performance inducive. So we want to be able to do it once and then gain access to them and then not lose the access, because querying the entire DOM can take a lot of time. So that's why we do this. Now, if you have some other features that you'd like to implement, take this as the starter code and you can implement it there as well. Features such as taking the to-do list application and adding a checkbox. So when the user is done with the to-do, he will click on the checkbox and that to-do will either get deleted or that to-do will have a strike through it. And there's a button right next to it that the user can click to delete the completed to-dos. Depends on how you wish to do this, completely up to you, but that's how you can do it. This is the basics of how you can do it. Also, if you want to save this in the local storage, you can do a lot of things with it.
Well, you might have this question right now, what is web development, or what does a web developer actually do, right? Well, I can give you one very simple, very Spartan answer to that question. Well, a web developer is just a person, or web developers are just people who build and maintain websites, guys. So the keyword that you need to use, you need to check out here is build and maintain, because at the end of the day there'll be the workforce behind building an entire website and the part where they'll be maintaining the entire website as well. So to put it all in one sentence, to term it together, they literally are the people, they create how you actually experience the internet. So by internet, it is pretty much as simple as a website. Websites these days are not simple as we might know it, because probably 10 years ago or say 12 years ago, the internet was a very friendlier place. It was a very simple to use place, and now there is so much more to the internet that it really doesn't feel simple anymore for a couple of people. But hey, all the big companies, all the Fortune 500s, or let's take anyone, even a startup, all these guys are striving to bring you amazing user experience, amazing user interfaces, and they're making sure that you enjoy your time on a website and not just look at something plain and probably that would bore you. So I had this question for all of you viewers right now. So what is the most beautiful looking website that you have seen? So I want you guys to head to the comment section and let us know which is the most beautiful looking website that you have seen. Well, there's so many things that comes into my mind. Well, think about the development of how probably Facebook started out, and then how good, how amazing it looks right now, how user-friendly it is. Probably check out Instagram, Twitter, for example, and not just social media websites, anything else for that matter as well. Something which began as a very simple thing and now it's so complicated as in it's sophisticated in such a good way that it gives us, information in the most simple way possible. And all of this is possible only because of the hard work of good web developers in the companies, guys. And then, at this point of time, what should you know? Well, you need to know that there are three web development specialties, guys. One is the front-end development, second is the back-end development, and third is the full stack development. Well, you might have heard of these terms or you might not have. Well, let me give you a quick short introduction to all three, so you find out what is actually going on in between all of these terms: front-end development, back-end development, and full stack development as well. So what does a front-end developer do? Guys, as you can probably think of it literally, front end and back end, front end is something that you would probably see, back end is something that you would not see, is the most simple way I would put it. Well, in literal terms, front end refers to the things on a website that you see, that you interact with, and so much more. Think about all the menus that you can check out on a website, all the drop downs, or let's say the user experience, how beautiful a mobile website looks like. Let's say you're browsing for the latest mobile, and there are so many companies out there who have amazing websites to sell their mobile products. So you're scrolling on that and you see this amazing transition between each of these concepts and so much more. So all this is basically because of very good front end development. So again, to recap, front end actually refers to all the things on the website that you actually interact with, that you actually see, and you work with at the end of the day. So this brings us to back-end development. Again, backend is still the three-part series of the web development specialty, but then backend is it's a different beast, I would like to say, because backend is like, think of it as the inside of a clock. So I'm pretty sure most of us wear wristwatches, right? So as soon as we look at it, we see the time on the wristwatch, but do you see all the mechanism that goes behind it, all the tiny, tens of gears that pretty much go about showing you the time? Well, sure, maybe some watches you can see that, but in 99% of the watches, I don't think you can see all that functionality. You cannot see the battery and so many things else, right? So the backend is something like that. Think of it as the inside of a clock, and without it, the website cannot function. Because if you have a clock which doesn't run, if you have a watch which doesn't run, it doesn't make sense. So it needs to power itself somehow. So the front end of a website is actually powered by the backend development, guys. So the backend basically deals with all of the servers, all of the web development applications, all the databases, data storage, data warehousing, and so many other concepts, which is basically used and brought to the table by the front-end developers, and they go about talking a lot, guys, the front-end developers and the back-end developers, because this is something which goes hand in hand to create a complete website. And this brings us to the full stack development. So do all front-end developers and back-end developers just talk directly and help each other with their work and bring about a website? Well, you might think of it like, yeah, that might be the case in a lot of startups, in a lot of small companies, but then there are really big companies and there are really big IT firms in this particular decade, we know that, and these guys hire full stack developers directly. So a full stack developer is basically, a person who knows both front-end development and he knows, he or she knows a good amount of back-end development as well. So this is like bridging the gap between the front-end development and the back-end development of a particular web development and website creation scenario, guys. So what do you think about these terms? Front-end development, back-end development, and full-stack development. If you have had any experience regarding these terms, or if you'd like to share anything about this, please head to the comment section. Let's keep it very interactive. I always love talking to you guys, and then pretty much helping you guys through there. And I love seeing your comments as well, guys. So go for it. So now that brings us to the next thing out here, which is the responsibilities of a web developer. So what are the responsibilities if you have to make a good website? Well, the first the biggest responsibility that I can go about thinking is to make sure that you know how to create these websites. Well, that is pretty vague if you're talking about it in a technical term. So to break it down into, to delve deeper into the IT world, you will actually begin writing, a web developer will actually begin writing websites with a combination of markup languages. Markup languages basically, HTML, CSS. There are so many languages which you can learn and use to basically write websites. So this is one of the responsibilities. The other I'm sorry about that. So the other good responsibility is that basically this person needs to have the ability, the web developer needs to have the ability to create very good prototypes, very good mock-ups of what an actual website would look like. Because at the end of it, you're a web developer who, develops really good websites, but then cannot showcase it, cannot pitch it to a client, then you might as well, lose that client or lose that job as well. So if you're good at something, and if a web developer is good at what he says or what she says, then they need to ensure that they can create very good prototypes and create quality mockups as well, guys. So this brings us to the next thing. A responsibility of a web developer also includes building a WordPress site from scratch. I'm sure you guys have heard of WordPress. It is an open source free platform basically, and it's so much more than that actually. But to keep it to the simpleton sense of this particular video, think of it as a blogging channel, for example, or a channel which is a foundation to go about setting up other websites on and working based off on that, guys. So building a website completely from scratch by making use of WordPress is basically one of the very good responsibilities of a web developer as well. And then we have something called a CMS. CMS is basically content management system. So again, at this point of time, you might not know what content management system is, and WordPress is actually a CMS tool that we use. So again, we have HTML, we have CSS, we have JavaScript, and so much more to go about working with as in when you become a web developer. So at this point of time, I want you guys to know that understanding HTML and CMS is one of the responsibilities of a web developer as well. And then this brings us to the next thing, because understanding user interfaces, user experiences are another very big responsibility of a web developer, because with respect to user interface is pretty much your day in day out tasks on a website, how you like to go about interacting with it, and the user experience part of it is a different story as well. I mean, sure, it's linked to user interfaces, but then it gives you this some websites, when you think about it, makes you feel very homely, right? It might be social media websites, it might be news websites, and so much more. It sort of feels like it's tailor-made to you, so it's giving you that user experience there. So making sure that you can reach out to your audience with the correct user interface, with the correct user experience, is a very good thing to have for a web developer, guys. And then next, it's pretty much having the ability to develop websites which are very functional in nature, as in they provide you with lots of options, lots of things someone can do and not be bored on the website, and create appealing websites at the same time. So even if you have lots of things to do but it doesn't look beautiful, it really wouldn't not a lot of users would actually prefer something like that. To bridge these both worlds, where it's functional on one side and it's very appealing to look at on the other side, is another good responsibility of a web developer. Then after providing a website, it is very important for the next step, which is basically to provide maintenance and support. Because at the end of the day, if you're very good at creating a website and you just finished it, but you do not provide any maintenance and any support towards it, then the person who might come after you to take over the website work, or let's say there needs to be further work done, but then you have not documented the work, it would become extremely difficult, because again, at the end of the day, for your client or anyone, for example, even for you, if you're trying to revamp it later, so having very good documentation, providing amazing maintenance and really good support is liked by the world. It would be I'm pretty sure it would be liked by your client, and so much more. So this should, pretty much pop this question into your head. So why should you become a web developer? So could you figure out any good reason? Or I mean, there are millions of reasons of why you should become a web developer. But then if you could pick out any, and where the niche of where you should head towards becoming a web developer, then that's amazing, guys. So basically, the most important thing that you need to know about this particular web development scenario today is that it is an industry which is here to stay. What do we mean here to stay? Well, websites were not, there were not a lot of websites like 20 years ago, but then look at the millions of websites we have today, and there cannot be one single thought which is going to stop this particular exponential growth of content, exponential growth of websites being launched every single day, thousands of websites being launched every single day, and this is not going to stop because there is no reason to stop. The world is being catered to with very good websites, and this industry is pretty much on a rise. And fun fact is that the US Bureau of Labor Statistics pretty much predicted that over 13% growth in web development jobs will occur from now till 2028 and beyond that as well. So pretty much that is when you can think about it, that is like let's say almost 10 years from now, that there is a 13% growth guaranteed there. Well, you might think that 13% is a small amount, but then we're talking about millions and billions of websites out here. So when you think about 13% over 1,000 or over 1,000,000, it is actually a very big number. And you will not just be one developer at this one company among millions in these 13%, if you could figure that out. Well, a company will be hiring for more than one, and there'll be many companies, thousands of companies over these years, and it is 10 years, a really long time. So this is one of the reasons why you should consider becoming a good web developer, guys. And then we already know that it is one of the most one among the best, or I would say most as well, trending technologies for our next year as well. So that brings us to our next reason of why you should become a web developer. Think about this. There are a lot of cities in the world where just the traffic is unbearable, or there are millions of people across the world, when you look at LinkedIn or any other formal social media platforms, where they prefer to work from their home. Well, as a web developer, you have every right, you have pretty much all the tools you would need at your home to actually start out and work from your home or anywhere in the world. Let's say you want to get up, go get a coffee at your coffee shop and just use their Wi-Fi and to begin your work. Well, yes, you can do that. You do not have to punch into work and do this as well. Fun fact is that there are many Fortune 500 companies here in India and the USA who suggest that working from home for a web developer role is actually very good. So that brings us to the next thing, where it's pretty much it gives you all of this ability to work independently as well, because at the end of the day, it is your content, it is your website, and you will have to own it, right? So not many people might like working under bosses, or let's say 99% of the time that's not the case. I'm not trying to put the wrong idea into your head, but when you think about it, it would be amazing to work independent, and knowing that you are the driving force of a company. That is very good as well. So you will have the ability to work independently too. And then this brings us to the next thing, which is basically to helps you fast track into the world of startups and tech industry. We know the amount of startups which are being opened. We know how big the tech industry is, how big the IT world is today. So to exploit it fully, a web development role, when there is a requirement for a web development role, if you have a good certification, you can just run right into a very good startup or into a giant as well. So this is one of the very good reasons you should become a web developer, because fast tracking into the world of startups and the tech industry at the same time, where the choice is left to you, is again a very good thing.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does CSS stands for? A. Current style sheets. B. Current sheet style. C. Cascading style sheets. D. Cascading sheet style. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And this pretty much brings us to the finale of why you should become a web developer, because you can build awesome stuff when you think about it, right? So think of all the creative, there are millions of people, and imagine the brainchild of these millions of people. So basically everyone can come together, or you can work independently pretty much, and you can put out amazing websites. And that's how the world is actually going right now as we speak. So until from pretty much the start of this video till now, there were thousands of websites which which just went live and which got launched. And they're not just any plain or boring content as well. I am sure most of it will be interesting to millions of viewers, and at the end of the day, I'll have to say that it'll pretty much be awesome as well, right? So you can get on the awesome trend train right now, and you can pretty much build really good stuff for you, for your employer, and for the rest of the world as well. So what is the step-by-step guide to help you guys becoming a web developer? Well, I'm going to give you a couple of steps. So if you want to bring out a pen and paper and note this down, that would help you guys a lot. So step one is to pretty much go about learning markup languages. We have HTML, we have CSS, and we have JavaScript. So basically HTML, if you guys did not know what it stands for, it's basically hypertext markup language. And then for CSS, it's called cascading style sheets, and JS basically means JavaScript, guys. So what are HTML, CSS, and JavaScript doing to a website? Well, the HTML basically dictates a foundation. It dictates a structure to the website, and then CSS actually uses all of these structures and makes the building. Let's say we're building a building, right? So we're constructing a building would be a better sentence. So we're constructing a building, and all the pillars, all the foundation, all the concrete work is done by HTML. But then putting the glass panels outside, putting very nice interior decorations, all of this is done by our CSS. And then JavaScript pretty much brings all of these together and brings the structure and aesthetics together to make everything function, make everything work. So if your building looks beautiful on the inside, it looks beautiful on the outside, but it doesn't work, it doesn't make sense, right? So you need to have switches, light switches, air conditioning, and so much more. As soon as you turn it on, it should work, right? So this is what a JavaScript would do to your website. It would pretty much bring functionality to the aesthetics and the underlying structure as well, guys. So step 2 is again, after learning HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, you need to go about learning the basics of WordPress as well. As I've been mentioning, that WordPress is again a very important entity in the world of web development. And here's a fun fact for you guys. If you did not know, 58% of all of the websites are actually powered by WordPress. And WordPress is free, it is open source, and everyone can get their hands on it to begin learning, guys. So quickly moving on to step 3 is again learning about how you can go about providing very good user interface, very good user experience, and development overall is another very important step. And I want to put this as step number 3, because again, having a structured way of learning will again help you pretty much throughout your career in web development, guys. So understanding the fundamentals of user experience design will basically, at the end of the day, help you create a very good looking website. So without user experience, can we say that the website is bad? Well, no. But then if you have the user experience, if you provide the user experience, provide a very good user interface, there is a very good chance and more people will like it, and your website will become a very good hit. And that brings us to step 4. Step 4 is to pretty much go about learning SQL, and learning PHP as well. So what is SQL and PHP? Well, SQL is basically a database technology which is used to store the data. So let me bring this down to the most simple terms I know. Let's consider SQL to be a database where, we're just dumping in and storing a lot of data. But then we need our website to talk to this data and use it, right? So PHP is it is a scripting language that does exactly that. So it pulls all of our data from a database which is basically stored using SQL, and then it starts pulling all the data and bringing it to the website, where at the end of the day, you as a user can interact with the front end, where the front end is using PHP to talk to the back end, which is using SQL to store all of these data, guys. And I hope that was very clear to you guys. And on that note, it brings us to step 5, because step 5 is where you'll be learning the basics of SEO as well. SEO is one of the most important things, and for the people who do not know what SEO means, it is search engine optimization, guys. This will basically put your website on all of the good search engines. We have Google, we have Yahoo, we have Bing, and we have so much more. And then making sure that people actually see your content, because not every time someone just enters the website URL and goes there, right? So they come to Google and they find the website interesting, and then they come to that. So getting your website to Google, getting it to what we call as ranking on Google is basically what SEO is all about. So how is that done? Well, it is basically done through making use of very good HTML tags, and because these tags and a lot of other concepts are extremely important, making sure you use good title tags, well thought of heading tags, meta tags, and all of these other tagging concepts that you will actually learn pretty much when you go about starting your structured learning procedure. All of this is very much necessary, very much required to get a good SEO part, because at the end of the day, if people can find your website through a search engine, then you've done it good enough. So after all of this, what would a sample job description look like? Because we know the responsibilities, we know how to become a web developer right now, right? So what does a job description look like? Well, this is for the role of a web developer by Apple. Well, Apple say that you would need a BA in computer science, computer engineering, or any related field. They say that you need understanding in HTML5, CSS3, JavaScript, again as we've discussed in step 1, and then they require a couple of JavaScript frameworks and client-side management as well. Let's say these are all JavaScript frameworks, and you will learn more about this in our upcoming videos as well. And they require you to have very strong experiences when you're working with REST APIs. You will actually go about building reusable components, and you will be building front-end libraries to make use of sometime in the future as well. You will be developing secure web applications, and you will have the knowledge of the application which is being developed as well. So 99% of the job description matches with whatever our step-by-step guide says. So to pretty much take it to one more step, to take it a step ahead, let's say I have another job description from Spotify is probably the world's best music streaming service right now, and these guys say that you need pretty much experience with JavaScript concepts, where you need coding, testing, debugging, and automation techniques using JavaScript. They need experience in backend development, backend technologies, with the use of Java or Python as well. You need to be comfortable working in an agile environment, and you need to be comfortable at challenging yourself at work as well. And then you are adaptable, you're intuitive, you're able to develop effective solutions to Spotify's problems as well. And then you care about all the user experience. Again, user experience is the keyword here. You care about the user experience, and you know how to build very user friendly web applications as well, because at the end of the day, a good user experience is what the users actually want. And then this also requires that you have some experience with concepts such as continuous delivery and doing some sort of automated testing as well. Well, at this point of time, I'd like to tell you guys, if you do not know any most of these terms or any of these terms on the screen, do not be overwhelmed. Stick till the end of the video, and my fast track path to getting you guys to be a certified web developer will pretty much take you through all of these at once as well.
How to plan web development career the right way. Let's take a look at the average salary of web developers. As we've seen that a web developer needs to know a lot of things, but what are the benefits of that? The first thing that the web developer needs to understand is that the salary that they'll be getting, and on an average, depends on the technologies that they know. But if they're just starting out, then the average salary would be 8.5 lakhs per annum in India. In the US, it's $95,000, and in the UK, it's 51,000 pounds. Now, this is just if you're starting out and you're complete beginner. If you know many of these technologies, you've had experience, you have built projects, then you can negotiate higher salaries as well. Let's take a look at the companies that are hiring web developers. So as you can see, that these are some of the companies that are hiring web developers, and these companies have a very wide variety of range. We have companies ranging from product-based companies such as Ola, Amazon, Google, and so on, to service-based companies like Fractal Labs and all of that. We have companies that will give you really high amounts of salaries, to companies that don't give you really high salaries, but they give you really different high level of perks. So you can take a look at those as well. So as you can see, companies of varying perspectives are hiring web developers, mainly because all companies need some sort of presence on the internet, and one of the ways that they do it is by creating websites or web applications that a web developer can do.
So let's begin this top web development interview questions by starting with the first question. It states, what is the difference between SOAP and REST? Well, this is a very important question that is very much asked in all of the web development interviews, so let's check it out. Well, to begin with, there's a lot of differences between SOAP and REST, because SOAP is actually a web development protocol, while REST is an architectural platform. And then when you have to talk about what languages and what kind of markups it works with, so SOAP works well with XML, while REST gives you the ability to work with XML, HTML, and plain text as well. There's one very important distinction that you do have to mention in this comparison is that SOAP does not have the ability to use REST, while REST can completely make use of SOAP. So even though this might not feel like a vital difference, but in its application and in its usage, it is very vital that you actually say it out loud. So make sure to convey these 3 points to the interviewer when you ask this question. Now with this, we can check out the second question. The second question states, what is the use of a namespace in web development? Now, well, a namespace is actually a global object whenever we talk about web development terms, and this object, just like any other object in the world of programming, has the ability to hold on to methods, has the ability to use properties to actually define the object and its characteristics. And in fact, a namespace can also have other objects in them as well. So they hold 3 things: methods, properties, and other objects too. So when we talk about why we require namespaces, one of the main reasons is that it will provide very good amount of reusability in terms of code, and we do not have to type out the entire syntax all the time. This will avoid a lot of name conflicts, and more than this, it will add to the ease of use whenever we talk about modularity as well. So with these 3 being the primary role of namespace, it just makes your ability to write code very effective, and eventually if your code is very efficient and you do not have to put in much more effort, you can use the same time to concentrate on the logic as well. So this is a win-win in terms of making use of namespace in web development. Now coming to the next question, it states, what are the newly introduced input types in HTML5? Well, HTML5 has had multiple iterations, multiple revisits, multiple updates from the past couple of years, and then it's growing to be very nice markup language for all of us to work with as well. So whenever we talk about the types that have been introduced newly, there's so many types that have been coming on as per the update versions keep coming out. But then at least take this opportunity to name at least 3 to 4 HTML input types whenever you ask this question. There's so many on your screen. Everything from color, date time, local. You have email, you have month, number range, and more. So mention 3 to 5, and that should be more than sufficient. Now, coming to the next question, it states, what are the form elements that support media content in HTML5? Well, there's actually 5 very important elements in HTML5 whenever we talk about engaging or using any media, be it any audio visual media or images as well. So the 5 main elements are these: audio, video, source, embed, and track. So whenever you think about naming these, it will also be a little impressive if you add a sentence to each of these while explaining. For example, you can talk about the audio element on how it helps to import a piece of audio or use a piece of video as well. And then when you talk about source and embed, where you can embed links, and of course even track as well. So make sure to mention 1 or 2 sentences each whenever you're mentioning, so you add a little bit of concreteness to the answer. Now with this, we can come to question number 5 that states, what is SVG and why is it used? SVG actually stands for Scalable Vector Graphics. It's actually a file, whenever we talk about moving and making use of vector-based graphics anywhere over the internet. So the graphical content that is present in these SVG images, right? So they are rendered, which is based upon an XML format. So you can make use of PNG, JPEG, and all of those, of course. But then when you make use of SVG, the graphical quality of the content is actually high. The image quality is really high, and it does not play a big impact in terms of website loading or any of those performance metrics that's involved in web development as well. So for one of those reasons, SVG files, SVG images, and other vector-based graphics are preferred in this field. Now, coming to the 6th question, it states, what is the use of canvas in HTML? Well, as the name suggests, canvas is in fact a piece of canvas, as it suggests, just like in real life, it's in fact a tag in HTML where it will allow the user to draw anything he or she chooses to. You can draw circles, boxes, images, paths, and a lot more. So canvas is actually added into HTML5 to make sure that users have this ability to manually go on to create circles, boxes, images, and all of these easily. And of course, it is done by making use of JavaScript. So that is canvas, and with this we can come to a quick difference that might pop up in case the question about canvas or SVG is asked. It is, what is the difference between canvas and SVG? Well, an SVG image is actually resolution independent if you talk about it, so you can scale it on multiple devices and it does not have a dependency on the native resolution of the device that it's being viewed from. But then canvas is a little different. With canvas, the images are actually resolution dependent, so you have to be careful with that. And in terms of events and event handling, SVG actually supports event handlers, while Canvas does not offer any sort of support for event handlers. And then when you think about rendering for large scale applications, well, as you can already think of it, SVG is the format that's actually preferred whenever you have to talk about large scale rendering applications. But then you do not have to make use of SVG always. If the call is for a small scale rendering application, or let's say the images which do not take up a lot of time to create, and which do not have a large impact on the surroundings of it, then well, of course, yes, Canvas is the tool. Well, then of course Canvas is used a lot there as well. So this forms to be the basic differences that lie in between Canvas and SVG. Now on to the next. We'll check out the eighth question. The eighth question states, how can page loading time be reduced? Page loading time is one of the very, very important things that can either make or break your website, right? So if someone's on your website and if your page is loading way longer than it's supposed to, that person could be a customer who could drive a lot of sales for you, and he might be uninterested. He or she might be uninterested, and the person might leave. So understanding that you have to keep the page loading time to as minimum as possible is important. Now, if we're talking about how we can actually reduce this, there is multiple factors that affect a page loading time. See, I've mentioned about 5 or 6 on your screen, but then you can name about 20-25 factors if you go in depth to a very complex convoluted level where you can understand of how you can reduce the page loading time. But then these are the 5 very important things and some methodologies that you can implement to actually reduce the loading time. See, for example, reduction in the image sizes will actually have a lot of impact, as then images are large size files, right? So they have to be loaded every time the page is refreshed and whatnot. So reduction in that will help. Then if you have any widgets that you feel that are unnecessary, then of course removal of it. Then we can use HTML compression techniques, and when we're talking about lookups as well, the reduction in lookups are going to have a really big impact on the page loading time. And when you think about page caching and making use of minimal redirection, where you're not redirecting the users multiple times across the websites to get everything reloaded up again and again, well, that of course will help in reducing the load time in between the web pages in your website as well. So these are some of the very, very important factors that we talk about to bring down the page loading time drastically. Now with this we can check out the ninth question that states, what is the use of CORS or CORS? Well, CORS is an acronym that stands for Cross Origin Resource Sharing. So it is one of the very simple mechanisms that actually provides the users with the ability to have access for a variety of resources, let's say from one domain to another domain which is outside the current request domain, right? So if there is the current working domain that you have and there is another request domain which is outside the current workspace, then of course this mechanism will act as the binding bridge where resources can be shared across these two domains without putting much effort out there. So to do this easily, we make use of CORS or cross origin resource sharing.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Well, with this we come to the 10th question that states, what is the difference between local storage and session storage objects? Well, as you can tell, both of these are actually objects when we talk about web development, and objects have lifetimes, right? So the one thing you have to talk about storage is of course the expiry time, and if you're talking about local storage, there is no expiry set for the objects that are stored here because there is data present and the data does not expire. And then when we talk about objects in session storage, well, the object here is actually valid only until one single session, and after the session the object expires, and of course the session object will be recreated again and used again. But then it is very vital that you understand the basic difference between having an object that does not expire versus having an object that does expire for every single session. Now what happens after expiry, right? So data is actually not deleted whenever we have local storage methodologies in place, because even after closing the window, the data does exist. But then if if you're talking about a session storage object, as soon as you close the particular session, particular window or whatever it is, the object immediately gets deleted because that session is done. This is complementary to the first point. And then of course, if you want the objects to be back up again, you open the website again, or in fact reloading the site again will bring back the objects for that particular session, and it similarly goes on and on. So this is the basic difference that lies between local storage and session storage. Now with this we can come to the 11th question that states, what are some of the new features that are introduced in CSS 3? Well, cascading style sheets has been around for a while, and with every version it gets more impressive than ever. With CSS 3, I think the very most important thing that you have to talk about is how the entire framework is now made more user friendly, more easier to use, yet at the same time very powerful enough. So you will do a small amount of things and that will have a big amount in terms of styling as well. So there's a lot of new features that were added, but then if you have to talk about the most popular ones, the ones that have made the charts, the ones that are really popularly used among developers, then of course it's the ability to add rounded corners to images or any other parts of the objects as well, then adding animations, having custom layouts and working with that, making use of media queries, and a lot more. So these four features wind up on the top of the table whenever we talk about how CSS3 and its new features are playing out in today's market. So make sure to mention at least three of these. Now, with this, we can come to the next question that says, what is RWD in HTML and CSS? RWD is also called as responsive web design, and in fact, it is one of these amazing concepts that is used to create web pages where, let's say where we have clients or users across multiple resolutions. So you might have clients who are using the particular website you're designing on their mobile phones, on their iPads, or on their laptops, or let's say even on a very big, let's say a 150-inch projector screen as well. So in that particular case, making sure that your web design is responsive, as the name suggests, where you're not tying up the native resolution and having dependencies with the machine as well. So your website will have the capability of automatically adjusting itself, changing the structure as and when it requires, to provide the best possible viewing experience for the user, to make sure that they don't miss out on any data, or that they do not have to scroll a lot from one particular design to another. So it's all about making sure that your website fits all the screens, and RWD is all about that. Now, after understanding this, we need to check out what are some of the types of CSS that are available today. So when we talk about cascading style sheets, the first very important thing that we always discuss is how are we going to implement CSS in our particular design, right? So there are actually three types of CSS that are present, in fact, that are very widely used. One's the inline CSS, we have external CSS, and we have embedded CSS. And as the name suggests itself, so whenever we're working with HTML elements, right? So if you add the CSS code in line with the HTML elements, then we call it as inline CSS. And then if we actually have to import a file, an external file which contains all of the CSS programming, which contains all of the CSS data, then we call it as external CSS, because we are actually using our HTML to import this particular CSS file, hence the name external CSS. And then we have the embedded CSS. Embedded CSS are added by making use of the style tag that's available in HTML. So using this, we can add all of the required CSS style as per desire and as per requirement as well. So these three are the very important types of CSS that are present, and all three of them are very widely used as well. Now with this, we can check out the 14th question that states, what is the use of a selector in CSS? So whenever we have, let's say, any elements, any inline elements that require styling, a CSS selector is always used there. So it's used with a rule in all of the inline statements. And with this, the most important thing is that it makes it easy for the users to, let's say, find and select HTML elements. It can be on a lot of factors, right? You might have to select HTML elements based on its attributes, based on IDs, based on names, and a variety of other factors as well. So to make sure that you can select all of these easier, as the name suggests, a CSS selector is very much in use. Now, moving on to the 15th question. It states, can you give an example of making use of an ID selector in CSS? Making use of an ID selector is very simple and it is very straightforward.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A.
It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Forward as well. So check out the example on your screen. So we have the paragraph tag where PID is equal to selector example, and here the selector example is actually name of the identification that we provide to that particular point of reference as well. So it's as simple as that. It does not have to be selector example, it can be anything. Just for the sake of this, to denote this example, let's put as selector example, but of course you can name the ID anything as well. So as you can already tell, so if you have an element that has to point to a target element for any sort of usage, then it is as simple as shown on your screen. So with this understanding, we can check out another question about CSS, which states, what is the use of grouping in CSS3? Grouping, again, all of these are very readable concepts, as you can see, and again, grouping, as the name suggests, is one very important concept where CSS is providing the users with the ability to actually apply one single CSS style elements to multiple HTML entities without having to type it multiple times. So if you have like more than 4 or 5 HTML entities where you need some styling to be added, you do not have to type it 5 times manually or 6 times manually, right? So 5 or 6 is a very small number. If you have a very complex website, you might have thousands of lines of HTML. So, copying it for thousands of lines and styling it manually is not possible and is very inefficient. So what we do is, in terms of grouping, so whenever we group all of the CSS tags, as you can see in that small example shown, you can have that particular styling added to any number of HTML entities that you wanted. So all it takes is one single declaration of that statement, and the styling can be matched to multiple HTML entities. So with this, we can check out another question about selectors, which states, what is the use of a class selector in CSS? So this is a very important question, so make sure to pay attention. Well, a class selector in CSS was actually an entity that is used to select a statement in HTML, modify the style of it, and make sure that you do it for the correct tag at the same time as well. So if there is a requirement of selecting a statement, modifying the style of that particular element in that statement, and making sure that it is on the correct HTML tag, we make use of selectors. And all of these selectors, right? So whenever we talk about class selectors especially, they start with a period, they start with a full stop to begin with as part of the syntax, and then we have the name of the class for that particular selector. For example, you can see on the screen in the below example shown, you can see dot example class, right? So that dot example class indicates that it's a class selector with the name example class, and of course the styling is followed by that, and then we can make use of it later in the particular tags as well. But then it makes it very simple and very elegant to use when we do this. So with this, we can come to check out the 18th question that states, what is the use of WebKit in CSS3? If I have to talk about web development, then WebKit has to be a very important aspect of it, because so WebKit is a very important concept of CSS3, which will provide the users the ability to have their HTML files and CSS elements rendered easily across a span of browsers, right? So it is not browser dependent, but to make sure that you get this compatibility where you can run the same CSS HTML elements across a variety of browsers, be it Mozilla Firefox, be it Safari, be it Google Chrome, or be it Microsoft Edge, or whatever it is. So but then to use these WebKits, we have something called as engines that have to be supported by the browsers. For example, we have an engine called as Gecko for easy use of HTML and CSS in Mozilla. We have Presto for Opera, the other browser, and then we have Edge for the now retired Internet Explorer as well. So when you think about it, these engines form to be very important components that allow the usage of styling and rendering of all of these HTML and CSS elements as well. So with this, we can check out the 19th question that says, what are the use of another type of selectors called as child selectors in CSS? Child selectors, again, you might have guessed it, is actually used to look up a child element in the case of CSS. So what happens is that, let's think about it as an example. So if there is an example where, let's say, where you use the UL tag to create a paragraph, right? So what happens is that the paragraph tag is the parent tag, and then under it, if you've made use of the UL tag, then that becomes the child tag, right? So how can we implement this child parent pattern by making use of CSS, you ask? Well, check out the last line. It is as simple as that. So P2 UL and the font size, the styling that we have given manually is supposed to be 20 pixels, and it just takes one single line, in fact half a line, and it's very simply done, and it's very easily done like this. Now with this, after understanding child selectors, we need to understand that the new feature about how rounded borders can be implemented in CSS3, and how can they be implemented in a very simple way. To make use of the rounded borders, right? So CSS has this border radius property that will allow all the users to make sure that they can make use of elements and give them a very nice looking rounded corner as well. So instead of having sharp, squarey or boxy corners, having rounded corners is always aesthetic. To add this, there are 4 very important attributes of the border radius property that you have to check out for 4 corners, as the name suggests. You'll be rounding the top left border. So you have the ability to separately round out the top left corner, the top right corner, bottom left corner, or the bottom right corner by making use of these attributes that are shown on your screen. So you do not have to round all of them compulsorily at the same time, but then you can make use of these individual attributes to round as and when required. So after understanding this, we can check out a concept which is very simple, called as pagination. So the question might be, what is pagination? Well, pagination is actually a very simple sequence of pages whenever we talk about a website, and all of these pages will have so there is a situation where most of the websites might not have many things that changes, right? So a web page will not differ a web page will not differ a web page will not differ a lot from another web page in terms of all of the concepts. So there are certain concepts, where things remain to be the same. So to give you an example, think about an e-commerce site, right? So when you're browsing through all of the products, you have multiple pages where you can scroll through. You have multiple items on the same page, and then you have multiple pages which have exactly the same layout, but then the products are different, right? Page 1, page 2, page 3, and so on. So if you're wondering how this is done, well, the concept of pagination is used, and this in fact is very easily done by making use of CSS3 as well. So that elegance, that bit of making sure that your website looks structured and the web page does not differ much from the other web pages, but then the products differ, of course, this can be easily implemented by making use of pagination. With this, we can check out the 22nd question that says, what are the components of the CSS box model? Well, the CSS has very important components, and the box model is the foundation. And the box model is the foundational aspect of CSS. So it is very vital that you understand the box model, because that is the very important entity that encloses all of the HTML content, either as a box element or a button element as well. And to do this, it has been governed by 4 very important it has been governed by 4 very important components. One is border, we have content, margin, and padding. Make sure to mention all 4 of these components, as each of them have their own usages. For example, border will actually denote the padding and the content around the border. Then content refers to the actual content, of course, and then you have the margin. Margin refers to all the top layer of the box element and the designs associated with that. And then we have padding. Padding is a concept where we talk about the empty spaces or the negative spaces in between the elements that are present that have to be styled as well. So make sure to mention all 4 components. With this, we come to the 23rd question that states, what are some of the properties of transitions in CSS3? Well, transitions in CSS3 are very simple to use, and they will give you the ability to rapidly do a lot of things with a small amount of code. Let's say, for example, if you have to add animation effects or anything of that sort, you can make use of transitions to do it in a very simple way. Whenever we talk about the properties of transitions, there's 4 main properties that you have to mention. One is the transition delay, the transition duration, the transition property, and the timing function. And each of these, as the name suggests, have their own niche usages where delay will control the actual delay of movement of an entity, the duration will talk about the duration of display, the property will talk about the effect that you want to achieve, and of course we have the timing function as well. So these four properties have their own unique aspects whenever we have to think about making use of transitions, let's say to add very simple animations in CSS3. Now with this, we can check out the 24th question that says, what is the use of pseudo classes in CSS? Pseudo classes, again, even though it sounds like a class, it is actually a technique that we have to talk about in CSS. And pseudo classes are used to change the style of all of the elements, whenever we have one element that has to change its state. So whenever there is an element that changes its state, and if we have to change the styling after this element changes state, pseudo classes are very widely used. So there's a good chance you've already come across this. For example, there is a style change when you move the mouse over an element. The mouse color might change, the button color might change. You might have animations when you move out of focus, or let's say if you have external links, then you can add a styling to that. You can change the color of it as soon as the mouse moves on it, and there is so many things, right? So the application of pseudo classes, especially in CSS, is immeasurable, because there's a lot of things, and your imagination is the only barrier here. And then pseudo classes are of course widely used just for their aesthetic abilities as well. Now, after understanding this, we can check out the 25th question that states, what is the use of media queries? Well, media queries, again, as the name suggests, will give you the ability in which you can design an RWD, a responsive web design, where you can adjust a lot of entities which have been styled based on their shapes, sizes, and a lot of things. So they are mostly used to adjust a lot of entities such as the height of viewing, then you have the width, then you have the viewport. The viewport is very important for rendering and showing to the users. Then you have the resolution, you have the orientation, and so many things, right? So to adjust all of these and to define styles for these in CSS, well, media queries are made use of this. And the good thing is that they help a lot whenever you're talking about responsive web designing as well. So that's a win-win for both efficiency and looks. Now with this, we can come to the 26th question that says, why is float used in CSS? Float is again a very important property. In fact, it's a property that's used a lot in CSS because it gives you the ability to easily control the positioning of an element, or let's say even if you have to change the layout and control the layout, it can be done in a very simple way by making use of float. So if you're talking about placing any element on a web page, then think about this. The simple example shown on your screen, we have the div, and then we're talking about float to the right. So whatever the content that you're styling out here, right? So all of the content of that particular div class will be made sure to placed on the right side of the screen, because you have specifically mentioned in the floating attribute that you want it towards the right. You can have it to the left, you can have it to the center, and a lot of other options as well. So based on this, you can easily move around objects in screen by making use of float in CSS. So moving on to the next question, it says, what is a Z index in CSS or Z index? Well, Z index, again, if you can already think about it, it's actually a property in CSS where we try to define an order of elements using this particular index as a measure in any sort of web page designing, because the working of Z index is very simple. It works on the basis of ordered indices. So let's say if there is a higher ordered element that has to be so let's say if there's a higher ordered element that has to be shown and that has to render before a lower ordered element, then Z index will give that element the property where it will denote the order of execution as well. And then one very important thing that you have to mention to the interviewer about making use of Z index is that Z index will only apply if your elements are positioned. What does this mean? Well, this means that these elements must have the position attribute compulsorily if you have to make use of Z index. So without the position attribute, Z index will not work for that particular styling entity there. So make sure to mention that as well. So with this, we can check out the 28th question that says, why are external style sheets preferred, right? So we saw inline, external, and embedded in a previous question. So why are external style sheets the most popular ones out there right now? It provides many benefits, and I've mentioned the top 3 benefits that they offer. With an external style sheet, you can make use of the classes any number of times that you desire, be it 1 times, 10 times, 100 times. You can make use of it without much effort as well. This has to be the biggest benefit of making use of external style sheets. And then with an external style sheet, And with an external style sheets, what's actually happening is that it'll give you the style control of multiple documents, right? So you can have one CSS file and map it across multiple documents for styling requirement as well. So it simplifies the plethora of files it goes into building a good website as well. Be it the use of groupings, be it the use of groupings or selectors, all of these can be used in a very simple fashion in a single file, in fact, to apply styles across a variety of files, across a variety of HTML elements in the entire website. So external style sheets are a win-win in terms of efficiency, win-win in terms of ease of use, and a win in terms of making use of reusable concepts as well. So with this, we can check out the 29th question that says, what is the meaning of long polling in web development? So when we have to talk about long polling, you have to understand one thing is that long polling is actually a developmental pattern that we make use whenever we have to, let's say, simulate a data push operation from a server to a client machine. So let's say if there is some data that has to be moved from the server to a client machine, long polling is actually the development pattern that is used. So what happens when long polling is used, right? So when long polling is actually operational, the client will send in a request to the server saying, hey, I am available, I am polling to you, so now you can send the data. So what happens is server accepts the poll and then it can push all the data from the server to the client. And once the data is actually transferred, there will be a timeout attribute that denotes the connection end, and of course the connection will end based upon that. And after so the connection will end based upon after the data has been sent to the client, or if there is a manual timeout that is provided. So whatever occurs first, either the completion of data sending or the occurrence of the timeout criteria, the entire connection will drop out as is. So long polling is a very simple concept to emulate data push operations from servers and clients, as you just saw. So make sure to mention all these points. Now with this, we can check out the 30th question that says, what are some of the web development technologies that you know? Well, you might not have to wait until the 30th question actually to get to this point in an actual interview, but then an interviewer can start out with this being your first question as well. So it's an extremely common question and there's a very good chance it is always asked too. So one very important thing that you have to remember here is that answer this based on your learning, your experience, whatever you have taken in terms of knowledge, be it in a certification program, be it self-learning or whatever you have done. Make sure to answer it based on that. But then, of course, to give you a good clarity about what a good web developer will have, what skills the web developers will have, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, SQL, Python, PHP, frameworks of PHP such as Laravel, Cake PHP. There's a lot of things. The list can go on and on if you're talking about what a good web developer should know. But then at this point of time, if you do not have all of the skills that are shown on your screen, well, fear not, because most of the time you will be concentrating on at least 3 or 4 of these maximum. So you really do not have to worry about it unless you're looking at full stack development. In that particular case, a good amount of proficiency is required in all of these. So with this, we can check out the 31st question. So the 31st question states, what is the difference between cookies and local storage? In terms of web development terminologies, cookies are actually data that is accessible both to the client and the server, while local storage is only available when we talk about the client side machine as well. And as you already might know, cookies have what we call as an expiry time, and all of the data that's stored in that cookie will get deleted after expiry. And there is no local, and there is no concept of expiry when we talk about local storage and how the data can be manually deleted rather than having it automatically drop as well, because of the presence of no expiration too. So this very subtle difference that lies in between cookies and local storage are very important in the entire working in the field of web development. So make sure to mention these 2 points to the interviewer as well. Now, coming to the 32nd question, it says, what is the difference between XHTML and HTML? Well, there are many differences we can talk about XHTML and HTML, and we can have another separate video just for this. But then to make sure that you optimally answer this question, here are the 3 very important differences that you should mention. HTML, first of all, is not a case-sensitive language, while XHTML is a case-sensitive language. So whenever you make use of HTML tags, in the case of XHTML, all the tags must compulsorily be in the lower case, and that is not the case when we talk about HTML. And in XHTML, the tags should be compulsorily closed. There should be no open-ended tags. It is not allowed as per the syntax. But then HTML can have open-ended tags, and it'll work fine if there are no other ambiguities as well. And then when we talk about attributes always have to be put in double quotes in XHTML, and attributes in regular HTML does not require the compulsory use of quotation marks as well. So even without that, it'll perform well. So this forms to be the very simple difference that lies in between how strict the syntax is when we talk about XHTML versus the regular HTML. So make sure to mention these to the interviewer. So with this, we can come to the 33rd question that states, what are the various data types that are present in JavaScript? JavaScript has 7 main types of data that we talk about. It is very important to mention, and it is very important that you mention all of these as well. So we have Boolean, which talks about true or false, and we have the number data type, we have the object itself is a data type, then we have undefined, we have null, yes, null is a data type, and then we have string, we have functions, and much more. So it is very vital that you know at least the basic functioning of each of these data types, and instead of just mentioning it out, just like any other answer which has a list attached to it, make sure to explain 1 or 2 sentences about each of these. So that will add a lot of value to your candidature, and it will impress the interviewer, giving them an aspect of knowing that you have an idea about all of these concepts in depth as well. So mention 1 or 2 sentences and it will help you a lot. Now with this, we can come to the 34th question that states, how can styles or classes be changed in elements when we're making use of JavaScript? So how can styles be changed or classes be changed, right? So to do this, we make use of two very important to do this, we can actually use two very So this can be done in JavaScript in a very simple way. So modifying classes or modifying styles of any element is not much of a task at all. To modify the styles, we're going to make use of style.font_size. If you have to add in, the font size, then if you have to modify the classes, we just give the class name instead of dot style. So instead of dot style, we have the dot class name, and then of course we do have to, provide the name of the class there. But then when you think about it, there is no much difference between the syntax. It's just very subtle, but then both of these easily will allow you to change styles or classes based on the requirement by making use of JavaScript in an easy way. With this, we can check out the 35th question that states, what are the types of pop-up boxes that are present in JavaScript? So, we've all seen very good looking dialog boxes whenever we go onto a website. So there are actually types of dialog boxes that you're supposed to know. There's 3 main types of dialog boxes. In fact, whenever we work with JavaScript, one is the alert box, one is the confirm box, and there's another box called as the prompt box. So with an alert box, a message is displayed on the screen. There'll be a message and an OK button. It's like telling you, hey, here is something, which can either be going right or going wrong, and it's displaying it to you. It's conveying it in a sentence. Now, when we talk about the confirm dialog box, here the users will have the ability to either say OK or cancel it, and you can make a decision based on this. So a decision can be easily made by making use of the confirm box. Then we have something called as a prompt box. A prompt box is where you will have to input something, say such as your user ID, your email ID, or password, and then you'll have the OK buttons, the cancel buttons, or the login button. That's very simple. So that's it. So that's a very simple example of making use of a prompt button. So make sure to mention all these 3 types of dialog boxes when you ask this question. It's the alert box, it's the confirm box, and it's the prompt box. And this concept, in fact, as you've already seen, is very simple to remember as well. So being confounded or being confused is not an option here. In terms of web development, because all these concepts are highly readable and they offer easy to look at and work with syntax as well. Now with this, we can come to the 36th question that says, what is the difference between window on load and on document ready? Well, both of these are, very widely used events when we talk about CSS and the usage of images as well. So what happens in window.onload is that this is an event that is not called until the page is completely loaded, right? So all of your images, all of your CSS styling, everything has to be loaded. Only then the window.onload event is called. And what that event does is it will add a little bit of a delay whenever there is a rendering of a web page that's required. So if you have to manually have a delay, you're going to make use of this. But then if you have to remove a delay, we make use of something called as on document ready. So when we're making use of onDocumentReady, this particular event will wait only till your DOM is initialized. It will not wait until your entire website is initialized. And as soon as your DOM is ready, it will begin all of the things that is required to be done under that particular event action. So this will reduce the delay, while window.onload will add a tiny bit of delay while rendering as well. So this forms to be the basic difference that lies between window.onload and onDocumentReady. And now, when we're talking about the type conversion and how type conversion is handled in JavaScript as well, there could be a question, that's very important that can be asked in terms of JavaScript, which is how is type conversion handled here?
Hey guys, if you're looking for an end-to-end training on web development, Intellipaat provides full stack web developer mean stack certification training, and you can check those details in the description.
Well, this could be a slightly tricky question in case if you're thinking about taking the manual approach, because JavaScript is a weakly typed language. With a weakly typed language and its ability to handle automatic type conversion, you can just pass any function as an argument to any other function without having to do anything else. So with this simple usage, there's no errors, there is no data associated warnings or anything else that might pop up, as all the values will directly get converted into the data type without you having to do anything. So it all gets converted automatically, and with the ability of JavaScript being weakly typed, the automatic type conversion is one of the things that will help a lot whenever you're programming in JavaScript as well. So make sure to mention how type conversion is handled in JavaScript. So with this, we move on to the 38th question that states, what is the meaning of scope of a variable in JavaScript, right? So I'm sure you already know this, but then explain the types as well. So scope will refer to the access of functions and variables in a running environment. So, you can have multiple variables, but then not all the concepts in your program can have access to these variables. So you can change these programming scopes where you're providing variables or other entities certain access but then you can stop other entities having access to these variables as well. So this is the important part. Make sure to talk about the two types of scope. One is the local scope and the other one is the global scope. If you're talking about a variable or a function or a value or anything that's in the local scope, that means that all the values are actually in the same function. The values can be accessed, the values, everything can be done within that particular function just because of its local scope, and all the values cannot be accessed outside it. So it's like think about a plastic cover. So think about a cover where you've put in certain clothes or anything, right? So you cannot have access to this unless you have access to the cover itself. That's a very good example of local scope. And then when you talk about global scope is like global scope is a very simple concept, exact opposite to that of local scope. So instead of having a cover, just have it have your clothes on an open basket, so anyone can have access to it, right? So exactly the same concept here as well. So variables, if they are declared as global, they can be accessed from anywhere in the application throughout without having limited scope or limited access as well. So this is one very important concept, and these have their own niche use cases, either local scope or global scope. They have their own use cases, and most of the time it is only spoken in terms of security, access methodologies, and a lot more. So make sure to mention all of these when you ask this question. Now with this, we can move on to the 39th question that states, how are comments used in JavaScript? So again, this is again a very simple question. When we talk about comments in JavaScript, there are actually two types of comments. We have the single line comment, where your comment is just one line, and then we have multi-line comments where your comment is a multi-line comment, where your comment actually lasts for more than one line with a line break in between. So to make use of the single line comment, we make use of double slashes and just we type whatever comment we require. But then if you are making use of a multi-line comment, we make use of a slash and an asterisk to begin the comment. Then of course we type the actual comment in multiple lines, and then we close it in the exact opposite order, which is the asterisk and the asterisk and the slash. So make sure to take a quick note of the syntax in terms of using single line comments and making use of multi-line comments as well, as it is very vital that you know this subtle difference that exists. Now, after understanding comments, we're going to check out a quick concept with the 40th question that is called as undefined and undeclared variables. So what are these variables that are undefined? What are these variables that are undeclared when we talk about JavaScript? As the name suggests, if you have to talk about undefined variables, these are variables that are already declared. These are variables that are already specifically mentioned to the compiler to understand, but then we have not initialized it. We have not provided it with any value. We just told that the variable exists, but then we have not provided it any value or instantiated it or initialized it anyway. So that is an undefined variable. But then if you have to talk about the variables called as undeclared variables are variables say that are already being used in the program without it being declared. So in that case, if you have not declared a variable but then you're still making use of it, that becomes an undeclared variable. Check out the example on your screen. We have the alert.undefvar where we're talking about the undefined variable. You can see the use of a comment as well. And then we're talking about not declared. This is an alert that can be set to act in case if there is an access for an undeclared variable in that particular program. So the subtle difference that lies between having a variable which is undefined or having a variable which is undeclared is very important for you to understand as well as convey it to the interviewer too. So with this, we can move on to the 41st question that states, what is the method used to submit forms in JavaScript? Well, this is a very simple question, very straightforward question, but then sometimes you might get it wrong. So make sure to concentrate. Forms can forms can very easily be submitted in case of JavaScript, and all you have to do is use one single method, and that method is forms.submit. So document.forms.0.submit that you see on your screen right now, in case if you're wondering what the 0 stands for, the 0 actually talks about the index of that particular form as well. If there's multiple indices, then of course multiple indices are used apart from 0 here as well. So document.forms.0.submit will help you submit any form in JavaScript in a very simple and easy fashion. With this, we can come to the 42nd question that says, why is this keyword used a lot in JavaScript? I'm sure you've come across the keyword this, and in fact, you might have used it a lot as well. So do you know why it is used a lot? Well, one very important thing is that it is primarily used to access the current object that is present in the program. So whenever you're working with the program, it will let you access the current object. So this object might be residing inside a method, and the keyword that is used, whenever we're talking about that particular variable or whenever we're talking about that particular object, makes it very easy to access as well. So this keyword will provide us access inside a method, and it'll help us in referencing all of the variables or the objects that exist in that particular methodology too. So after understanding this, we can check out the 43rd question that says, what is the use of the differ attribute in JavaScript? Again, the differ attribute is widely used because it is primarily used as a Boolean type attribute, right? So you already know Boolean. Boolean is 1 or 0 or true or false. So but then why do we use it as differ, right? So differ is primarily used to delay the execution of any sort of JavaScript code on the web page. We will manually halt the execution of JavaScript code until everything else initializes. For example, your HTML entities can completely initialize, your CSS element can completely initialize, your parser can be ready, your DOM can be ready, and after all of this is done, then we can make sure that your JavaScript code executes after all of this. So to add that tiny point of delay to wait for all the other components to be done, well, differ is used just for that. A simple example is shown on your screen just to use this. One very important thing is that whenever you're talking about attributes and concepts in JavaScript, wherever possible, please do use an example while explaining as well. So that will add a lot of value to your candidature. Now, when we talk about their particular firm or a question that's related to them, it can be like, how can you prioritize SEO, manageability, maintainability, performance, security, etc. in a web application? So what gets priority, right? So this can be a very confusing question to begin with, because you might not know what you have to prioritize for that company, but then there is a certain standard that is set. The interviewer is asking you this tricky question to check if you have the ability to understand the working environment that you're applying for, right? So in case if it's a small startup, then you have to answer it in a different way. But then if it's a very large corporation or a mid-sized firm, you have to answer this in a very different way. See, if it's a very large firm that you're applying for, of course, data security will get the highest priority over SEO. So this is one common practice that has been used for the last couple of years. But then if you're talking about, let's say, a publication firm, let's say, or a small size firm that's into publication a lot, then of course SEO will get the preference over security. So To answer this question very well, you can do one simple task beforehand. Even before attending the interview, just read a little bit about the company that you're applying for. This way you can have a clear understanding of what priority you would like to talk about when you ask this question, because this is again a very important question. It's very frequently asked, and if you can answer this without taking a lot of time or without putting an effort while being asked, then the interviewer will get a clear picture of how you've put in your effort to understand about the firm as well, and not just prepared for the interview. That will help you immensely. So make sure to prepare for this question very well. Now with this, we can check out the 45th question that states, what is the result if a jQuery handler or a jQuery event handler returns a false? Well, what happens when a jQuery event handler returns false? It's very simple. If your jQuery event handler returns a false, which is a boolean value, it means that the event will not execute any further. Your event is halted at that particular point of time, and whatever actions were given after that will be skipped. But then whatever actions were there before that, of course, would have executed, and only then the event handler will return the boolean false, and whatever is after the boolean false, just as I stated, will be omitted. So this is again a very straightforward question with a very simple example. So again, this is a very straightforward question with a very simple answer. Now, we can move on to the 46th question that states, what is the use of the each function in jQuery, right? So the each function is again a very important function. In fact, it is the most used function whenever you're working with jQuery. So what this each function does is that it provides the users with the ability to move across all of these elements in an iterative pattern. So if you have a set of elements, if you have multiple elements that you have to work with, you can move across them one after the other by making use of each element. So there's a simple function that gets passed onto the each element, and then this will result in the execution of each of the events for which the object have been called. So make sure you read that last line again, because we're stating that whenever a function is passed to the each method, right, this will result in the execution of all of the events for which the actual object has been called. So to iterate over it, we have to call it first, a function has to be passed, and then eventually we can have access to all the data that's present there as well. So again, a simple question and a straightforward answer. So moving on, 47th question states, what is pair programming? Pair programming is one very, very important thing that you have to understand, especially in web development, because not all of the time you are working on a solo project, right? If your project is very big, you will of course have lots of colleagues in your web development team that you'll be working with to solve whatever problem that you have at hand. So pair programming, as the name suggests, in fact, will check your ability to see if you can work very easily with other colleagues. So how easily is your interpersonal skills, and how effectively can you collaborate with other people in a fast-paced environment, be it an agile development platform, whatever it is. But then if the scenario is actually about fast-paced development, then most of the time agile will not fit that particular situation clearly. So pair programming is something that is used for fast-paced development and collaborative development. So it is very vital that you know this. So after this, we can check out the 48th question that says, what is the use of the dollar function in jQuery? So the dollar function is again a very simple function. It's again very widely used. It is used basically as a wrapper to wrap around every other object, if we are talking about their jQuery counterparts as well. But then why do we have to wrap around objects, right? So this function is used to wrap because this will give the users the ability to call any method of their choice. If it is defined as a jQuery object previously, you can call it and you can work with it without having to put much effort there as well. So that's very important. And here is one more thing that you have to understand is that selectors can be also passed to the dollar function. So what happens if we pass a selector to a dollar function is that the result is the output of the jQuery object where this is the important part, where it contains the matched DOM element. So if you want the output of the jQuery object to be a matched DOM element, or to output you that particular requirement, then of course selectors are passed on to the dollar function to do just this. Now with this, we can check out the 49th question that states, what are the types of CDNs that are supported in jQuery? CDNs, I'm sure you already know about it. It's content delivery networks. And primarily when we talk about making use of jQuery, there are two types of CDNs. One's from Microsoft and one's the Google CDN. So the Microsoft CDN is to use So the Microsoft CDN is used to load all the jQuery, Ajax, CDN libraries and files and whatever is required for that. But then when we talk about Google, we use Google to load the jQuery from the native APIs, what we call as the Google Libraries APIs that are already present, and work with them at the same time as well. So there are two widely used CDNs with jQuery. There are Google and they are Microsoft. One talks about Ajax CDN when we talk about Microsoft, and then when we talk about Google, we'll be loading the jQuery from the Google Libraries API. Now with this, we come to the last question that says, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and implementation process? Well, this is a very important question, and as you might have already known, a certification program will add a lot of value to your candidature in any sort of technological company job role that you're applying for. Be it if you're a fresher, be it if you're an intermediate user, or if you're an advanced user moving from one programming language or concept to another, a certification program will help you a lot. Because apart from the usual concept where you have a lot of knowledge in you, you would have been proficient in a lot of concept, you would have been expert in using it, you would have had let's say real life project use cases and whatnot to work with. But then what the other thing you have to talk about here is how you're impressing the interviewer, because the interviewer will be looking at your ability to learn new things, you showing aspiration to actually learn it, or in fact you making use of web development as a career path in a very serious way. And this shows that you're an effective learner as well. If you've learned it on your own, or if you've learned it on a certification program, whatever it is, you're just showing a lot of girth and potential to the interviewer as well. So my suggestion to answer this question is to make sure that you answer about how you've made use of the certification program rather than the actual program itself. Because you might have one or more certification programs, but what will add value to the interviewer is if you convey to them what you have done. So what is the result of you picking up that certification program? What have you learned there? What have you implemented there? And what problems have you solved there? That is what they are after, and that is what they are looking for in this question as well. So make sure to answer about that. Explain about what you learned, how you implemented new things, how you learned it, how it's helpful to you so far as well. Here's a small bonus you can use as well. Apart from all of these, talk about how you plan to use this learning to their firm's advantage as well. So state one or two points where you can talk about how you will bring the upper hand to the table and how you would want to implement your learning with their company, and that will impress the interviewer as well. So with this, you have come to the end of the top 50 web development questions, interview questions and answers. So I take this opportunity to wish you all the very best for all of the upcoming interviews, and I'm sure you've got a very clear picture now on how to approach questions and how to attack these answers in a concise and a precise manner.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
So guys, we have come to the end of the session. If you have any doubts, please put down in the comment section below. We will try to answer it as soon as possible. Thank you so much for watching.